Felicitation, a remarkable achievement that fulfills the vision of the late Sri T.N. Vohra. This off-airport facility provides services for exporting goods from New Delhi to worldwide destinations. It's a revolutionary step in air cargo.
Welcome to 9th PHDCCI Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit. May I request the dignitaries of this inaugural session to kindly come on the dais. Mr. Rajiv Bansal, Madam Sumita Dabra, Mr. Vipin Vohra, Mr. Michael Jain, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal. So before officially starting this summit, may I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
May I request the dignitaries to kindly join us for lighting of lamp. Let us invoke the blessings of Goddess of Knowledge before starting the summit. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that there is an escalating demand for air travel in India, as the Airport Authority of India as well as other airport operators, they have set their sights on substantial capital outlay of approximately 98,000 crore for this year. And these funds are earmarked for various projects like construction of greenfield airports, new terminals, expansion and modernization of existing terminals, and strengthening runways, among other initiatives. And at the same time, the air cargo industry in India has come a long way with strong consumer demand and serving as one of the primary drivers of growth. So in order to understand the nuances of aviation and cargo industry and what are the future opportunities for this, PHDCCI has created this particular summit with the domain experts who will be dwelling on some of the important perspectives of this summit. So without any further ado, we'll start the summit as Secretary Sir has to leave by 11:25. And before, in fact, I ask our President, Mr. Saket, to kindly give the welcome address. I'll request Mr. Vohra, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Mr. Michael Jain, and our Secretary General to kindly felicitate our speakers with a plant from PhD Chamber as a part of Green Initiative. And also memento, please. Next to Madam Sumita Dabra. A memento also, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I'll request Mr. Saket Dalmia, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce Industry, to kindly start the proceedings with his welcome address, please. Over to you, sir.
Cool. Good morning to everybody. I guess Delhi needed it after a severe bout of, I think, heat and humidity. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Sumita Dauraji, IAS Special Secretary, Logistics DPIIT. Shri Rajiv Bansalji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, very dynamic person. I had the pleasure of having a conversation with him at his office. It was really a delight. Everybody on the dais, friends, diplomats, I think there couldn't be a more apt time to discuss about this strategy and about what the future holds for global aviation and air cargo, especially India poised to take over a strategic shift into being an important stakeholder going forward. Big moves, many planes coming in, a strategic airport coming in the heart of the country with Jewar. So I think, sir, as we spoke in your office also, very, very interesting times. Just recently, I was reading in the newspaper as well that the specialists are talking about India becoming a global hub for cargo. And hats off to the government to be proactive in its policy and decision making, to open the gates and to continuously having a dialogue with industry, because sometimes what we perceive in our offices and what people face down below, there's usually a disconnect. But having such dynamic leadership from part of the government, where they are very proactive and they have a listening ear and they want to participate and they want to enable. So thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for having that reaction towards industry. And I think we're all eager to listen to your thought leadership. I think we have the important parts on the table already. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here this morning.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Now I'll request Mr. Vipin Vora, Chair, PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee, to kindly give his industry perspective.
Good morning. Shri Rajiv Bansalji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Ms. Sumita Dauraji, IAS Special Secretary, Logistics, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President, PHDCCI. Michael Jain, Co-Chair, PHDCCI. Saurabh Sanyal, Secretary General, PHDCCI. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable diplomats and distinguished guests, experts of the air cargo logistic industry, representatives from the airlines and airports, friends from the media, a very warm welcome to you all. It is my pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests, experts, panelists, and my friends from the industry to our flagship program and our 9th edition of PHDCCI Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit under the theme, Scaling New Horizons, Trends for Future Sustainable Growth. I'm grateful to all my industry friends for taking out time to be an eminent part of our summit, and I'm sure your thoughts and views will add further value to the deliberations. Today, I stand before you not only as an industry expert with over 4 decades of experience, but also as a proud Indian eager to share the remarkable Indian perspective in this journey of scaling new horizons and embarrassing trends for future sustainable growth in the aviation and air cargo sector. This summit serves as an exceptional platform focusing on the transformative initiative and exploring the challenges and opportunities faced by the aviation and air cargo logistic industry, while also envisioning a brighter, sustainable future for it. What truly sets the Indian aviation day apart is its reliance and adaptability. We all aware that the airfreight sector is the backbone of the global trade systems. And during times of pandemic duress, the sector worldwide has taken the silver lining and a substantial revenue generator source for the airlines. The crisis presented a profound revelation, showcasing the indispensable role played by India's aviation industry. It rapidly transformed its operations from repatriation flights to effectively moving essential goods and medical supplies both within the country and across international borders. Though the air cargo industry has demonstrated how resilient and fast-moving it can be, when under pressure, the pandemic impact has disturbed the air cargo flows while revealing some weaknesses in the global supply with opportunities for handling and delivering cargo in different ways. The Government of India has also embarked on a transformative journey to boost the logistic industry post-pandemic. This has led to the formulation of a new futuristic policies, the Prime Minister Gati Shakti National Master Plan and the National Logistic Policy. These initiatives signify the government's commitment to propel the air cargo and logistics sector forward, catalyzing economic growth and ensuring an enhanced supply chain infrastructure for our nation. As we talk about sustainable growth in this summit, India's aviation industry has embraced environmentally conscious practices. We have witnessed substantial investments in the indigenously produced sustainable aviation fuel, with Indian Airlines taking significant efforts to reduce carbon emissions. The government's push in this sector in terms of schemes like UDAN, improving airspace management, airports development through PPP, along with digital initiatives like DigiSky, eSahaj, DigiYatra, etc., have not only transformed the civil aviation space, but has also complemented the growth of the industry. The government's commitment to enhancing regional connectivity and building world-class airports is also paving the way for smoother journeys. As we set our sights on the future, we also must acknowledge the challenges that lies ahead. The aviation industry must address issues of airspace congestion, passenger comforts, infrastructure development, and skilled manpower. India's commitment to leveraging technology is also evident in the push for digitalization and the adoption of futuristic practices like drone deliveries and unmanned traffic management. The Indian aviation sector is at the cusp of a digital revolution that will further enhance efficiency and safety. In this journey of progress, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry also acknowledges and expresses gratitude to the Government of India, especially Customs, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Commerce and Industry for their invaluable cooperation in the development of the air cargo industry. Just to put it here, about 4 years back, before we had COVID in India, cargo was always treated like a stepchild, treatment we used to get. But after COVID, we have got really everybody, the Government of India, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Commerce, they have started looking at logistics in a much better way than before. And now, in the last 3 years, 3-4 years, the changes we have seen, we can go and discuss any issues of ours to them, and the problems are being solved, let me tell you. Previously they were lying there and for years to get it resolved, but now when we go to the ministry for any issues, they really take care and they try to find a solution to get these issues resolved. Now there are a few issues, which I would like to, highlight over here. This, one is the high transaction cost of logistics and freight forwarding in India. Presently the logistic cost in India is quite high. To reduce that, we have to see overall impact on the industry. Whether it's terminal operators, whether it's freight forwarders or everybody, we have to make sure that we should be, we should reduce somehow or the other this logistic cost to make it competitive for India exports to grow. That should be the aim for everyone, whether it's whoever it is in the industry, in the logistic industry. Now, the other important thing is to promote the airfield station, my favorite subject, in all over India. Airfield stations are the future of India, Indian cargo. The way the exports are going to increase, the government should look into encouraging the AFS operators in all the second tier and 3-tier cities so that it can take the excess cargo which is going to be generated in the coming years. So that's very, very important. The other thing is, more freighters to be brought into India. The government should look at, policy where they should allow more and more freighters to come to India so that there should be competition. And if there is more space, the rates are definitely going to go down, which will encourage our exports from India. That's very, very important. And the other very important thing is, one important thing for Ministry of Commerce and for the civil aviation is our industry status for the freight forwarders. This issue has been pending from the last 30, 40 years. We have been saying that this is an industry, and you must have, everybody must have seen in the COVID days that what our industries has done, and we request the ministries to please look into this so that our industry should be given the industry status. Now, the other important issue which we'd like to bring out is the warehousing and logistic policy. There are a lot of issues as far as the warehousing is concerned. The way the things are improving, all these big companies, they are looking at warehouses closer to the airports, closer to the ports, but somehow or the other, the policies are not very clear as to how to promote these warehousing policies. Now, one more important thing for the, for the Commerce Ministry is, we as a freight forwarders, there are ECGC policy, if the foreign exchange doesn't come for the exporters. Now, there is a policy for service industry also, but unfortunately, ECGC do not, cover our freight costs, which are also received in the foreign currency. So that's one of the other issues which we would like to bring. Government should consider reciprocal agreements in establishing freight forwarders, custom brokers offices abroad. That point is also very important. Like whenever, the Indian government is doing a lot of FDI agreements with other countries. Now, like there are a few countries, we have allowed, like take the case of Bangladesh, Bangladesh agents can come to India and they can have, 100% equity. Whereas if Indian agent wants to go and open office in Bangladesh, they can only have 40% equity. They have to invest minimum $60,000, plus they have to give $100,000 bank guarantee. Now, this type of thing is also there in other countries like Sri Lanka and all. So our request is, if foreign agents come into India with 1 lakh rupees capital, we should be also allowed to go to other countries for opening our offices. That's the way we are going to expand. So it should be a fair playing field for, for Indian agents also. The resolving of these issues will provide a conducive environment for private investment and public-private partnership in the logistics sector. Encouraging investment will spur innovation, technological advancement, and the overall growth of the industry. As we pen this story of Indian aviation and air cargo sustainable growth, the focus today has to be promoting Make in India initiatives, the indigenization of manufacturing and maintenance capabilities will not only bolster the economy, but also elevate India to become a global aviation hub. As we move forward with determination and cooperation, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains committed to working hand in hand with Government of India to make this vital sector a pillar of strength in our journey towards economic prosperity. Together, we shall explore trends and technologies that will shape the future, reaffirming India's position as a leader in the global aviation arena. Together, let us build a robust aviation and air cargo ecosystem that not only propels our nation's growth, but also contributes to the well-being of global trade and economic collaboration. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish you a productive and inspiring summit ahead. Let us seize the opportunity before us and chart a course towards more prosperous and sustainable future. Together, we can build an ecosystem and landscape that truly amplifies the spirit of scaling new horizons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vora. In fact, you have cited a lot of challenges, issues, as well as the opportunities, and you've given enough, food for thought for our session moderators and panelists to dwell upon the whole day. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite our guest of honor, Ms. Sumita Davra, IAS Special Secretary Logistics, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, for her address, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much and a very good morning to all. First of all, I'm very happy to be here where we are in the 9th PhD Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit discussing important issues related to logistics, infrastructure, collaborations, technologies, the requirements of industry, the growth and development of our nation, aviation, civil aviation as a growth engine. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you very much. I'm also very excited and looking forward to talking about Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan and how it's going to take us forward with reference to a more efficient ecosystem for logistics and also for bringing down logistics cost in the country. A lot of issues have been already highlighted by the President, PHDCCI, Mr. Dalmia, and Mr. Vohra, the Chair, PhD Civil Aviation Committee, and I have read a bit on the background of the summit. Plus, we also have continuous meetings with business associations, particularly the Services Improvement Group, where a lot of issues are being raised with respect to logistics, including the logistics related issues with respect to civil aviation, which cover the integration of digital systems, portals, the standardization of the physical assets, the training courses, skill development, the interface with the states and with the other agencies, ministries, exim-related, logistics-related issues, any gaps related to logistics infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So we do get these issues and we do have these fortnightly meetings. However, it's very important to have a continuous dialogue and to keep on hearing from all of you. Friends, we are all aware that India is at the crossroads of unprecedented growth. And by 2047, by the time India completes 100 years of independence, the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India is that India is a developed nation with a GDP of around $33 trillion at least, the minimum, which we are looking at. Now, infrastructure is a very important growth driver for that. And as we talk about infrastructure, we also see the capex push towards infrastructure. If we look at the recent most union budget, there is a 37% hike in the capital outlay for investments for infrastructure development. That is a historic high of 10 lakh crore rupees and more, only for development of infra in this financial year. So what is part of infra? We are all aware. We are at this summit today. The railway network, the road network, the airports, the ports, our connectivity, the power lines, the telecom infrastructure, the renewable energy, and so on and so forth. Now, if we are seeing infrastructure as a growth driver and we have a huge historic capex push, how are we planning this infrastructure to make sure that it is implemented in a timely manner, and most importantly, that it is planned to give multimodal connectivity to our manufacturing centers and also to the social infrastructure and the service industry. Mr. Vohra just spoke about Make in India, giving a push to Make in India. When we talk about Make in India for the world, Make in India for our own domestic markets and for the world, we need to be globally competitive. And to create global champions in manufacturing, the government has also unveiled the production-linked incentive scheme, a very ambitious scheme with a very ambitious outlay. And we are already seeing the results of that. The investments are coming up to promote global champions. My point is, when we are talking about manufacturing and we are incentivizing manufacturing to create global champions, logistics cost becomes equally important, if not more, to create competitive goods whereby India can compete at the global level. So I gave all this background so that I can talk now about Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan. What is it and how is it relevant to what all I just said? The Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan is an initiative which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in October 2021, which is less than 2 years back. What is it, first of all? It is a GIS-enabled platform where the infrastructure assets of the country have been mapped. So all the railway network, road, ports, airports, everything is already mapped on the GIS-enabled platform. So we have around 1,450 plus GIS layers on the portal. We also have forest area, natural resources, the telecom lines, you name it, it's already there. So 36 states and UTs, 39 ministries of Government of India have mapped their assets through this GIS-enabled data. Now, once we have the data, you may say, so what ahead? We use this data to do planning. And how? You have the data layers. The ministry has a problem statement. It could be the Ministry of Civil Aviation. They have X number of airports. They can study the connectivity to these airports, the railway connectivity, the road connectivity, if there are any infrastructure gaps, any last mile, first mile issues. They are planning a new airport, a greenfield airport. They want to minimize the clearances they require. The land adjoins the forest area, or it has what kind of land is it? Is it government land? What is the terrain? How to best plan that airport if it is surrounded by a city with a lot of buildings? Where should be the best location for the airport? Everything can be planned within a matter of days, because the intersection of all the existing assets belonging to different ministries can be seen, in the urban areas can be seen, and the best possible location, the best possible multimodal connectivity can be enabled. Having said this, in less than 2 years, we have very significant usage of the Gati Shakti National Master Plan, whereby the Ministry of Roads, Transport, Highways has planned more than 7,500 kilometers of road on the Gati Shakti Master Plan, bringing about multimodal connectivity to the existing roads, state highways, to the existing railway networks, to the ports. We have a comprehensive port connectivity plan whereby the first last mile connectivity gaps have been identified, works have been sanctioned, they are going on. For example, Visakhapatnam Port, traffic congestion, 2-lane road, now becoming 4-lane, a railway siding up to the port. So in this way, we have planned the upcoming infrastructure, the next gen infrastructure of the country, completely on the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan. And it is mandatory for every big ticket infrastructure work to be planned in this way if it is to be sanctioned. Having very briefly given you this overview, I am also aware of the time constraint we have. I could continue giving you examples whereby the expressways and the railways are strengthening multimodal movement of bulk commodities, of EXIM logistics, for example, the Talcher coal area getting connected through roadway to the railway, through railway to the Paradip port, a new freight line coming up, connecting better to South India, and so on and so forth. And also we are able to reduce the carbon footprint by planning on the Gati Shakti National Master Plan, because we are able to do optimum alignment, avoiding forest area, for example, and so on. If you want to know more, we can have a special session on Gati Shakti, but I just wanted to give you this flavor of a transformational approach to infra planning, which is taking place in the country and which can be leveraged by the civil aviation sector more effectively. When I speak of civil aviation, it's not just the government, it is majorly the private enterprise as well, and the services sector, which bring to our notice where are the infrastructure gaps and how we can plan better. So we also have the national logistics policy. All of you are aware, the Honorable Prime Minister launched the policy in September last year to support the National Master Plan. And under that, our target is to be in the top 25 nations in the world by 2030 with respect to logistics performance index. And when we talk of logistics performance index, EXIM logistics becomes very important. Today, we are using technology to 100% track our EXIM containers. And in a similar way, we want to work with air cargo. How do we track air cargo? How do we make it more efficient? How do we bring in clearances which meet global timelines? It is very important for our goods such as pharma, for fruits, vegetables, flowers, fish to move across the globe and be able to access markets with an efficient air cargo system, whereby the multimodal connectivity of air cargo is there, the handling of air cargo is done more efficiently. And I heard about the air freight stations. India is poised to have a export target of $2 trillion by 2030, $1 trillion being merchandise exports alone. By 2030, if we look at EXIM logistic traffic, we'll be handling something like $2.5 trillion of exports, imports, for which we need for which we need more infrastructure, we need more collaborations, we need better connectivity, we need more competition in the sector of handling EXIM logistics. We need to bring in more technologies. We already have quite a few. More competition, and yes, of course, more agreements abroad on which we are working, as we are also busy doing FTAs with different nations, how to collaborate on digital platforms for seamless clearance of our cargo facilities, of our cargo, and also the cargo, whether it's containers or air cargo and so on. So with this, I will end. I am aware of the time constraint, but I will be very happy to be invited again to give you more on the initiatives of government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very, very inspiring address. And as you said, that PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan is going to be the game changer for the entire aviation and the logistics industry. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to invite our keynote address by our guest of honor, Shri Rajiv Bansalji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. Over to you, sir.
Morning, friends. Pleasure to be here today with the PhD chamber on this very important summit that is being organized, the 9th Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit, with the topic, very, very important and very topical issue that is being discussed in the summit on scaling new horizons and trends for future sustainable growth. Seated with me on the dais, Shri Saket Dalmia, President of the PHDCCI, Mr. Vipin Vohra, my colleague in the government, Sumitra Davra, Shri Michael Jain, Shri Saurabh Sanyal, Dr. Jatinder Singh. Thank you for inviting me here. Distinguished excellencies, diplomats, I can see a number of you present here. Thank you for joining us in this meeting. Experts of the air cargo and logistic industry who are there. I can see a house full, which is there, which is a sign or an indication of the interest in this summit, and friends from the media who are here with us today. I think we've heard two very important introductory speeches, one by Mr. Vipin Vohra, who has projected in a very succinct manner, in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, a range of issues which are broadly the industry expectations. We've also had a very good presentation by Sumitra Davra, who is a veteran in this area in which she has spoken, and has explained about the efforts being made by the government towards creating ease of doing business and reducing logistics costs. I will be focusing more on the aviation side today. And while I have a prepared speech, I think it will be appropriate that I just speak on a few points which I would request all of you to take away from my presentation. I think the point being made without a doubt by the industry as well as the government is that this is a period of unprecedented infrastructure growth. Civil aviation, to my mind, is leading the way in infrastructure growth. And we have always been said that this is the Amrit Kal of infrastructure growth in our country. The next 25 years, we'll see unprecedented growth in our economy. We are a $3.5 trillion dollar economy today. Should be adding about $1 trillion of economy every year. And that's a lot of GDP growth happening every year. We've got a vision document for 2047, and we estimate that we should reach about $32 trillion by 2047, another 25 years. That is unprecedented. If I was to talk of my sector, the aviation sector, last couple of years, last decade, we've seen unprecedented growth in airports. Doubled, the number of airports have doubled. The metro airports, we're seeing Delhi airport will reach 100 million passengers per annum capacity by September this year, just in time for the G20. It'll place 100 is like the century in cricket, you know, it places you in the next level. And there are very few airports in the world which have a capacity of 100 million passengers. Atlanta being the biggest is about 108 million passengers. So we're kind of striking distance of the top 5 airports in the world. Apart from this, Bombay, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Hyderabad, all are adding capacity. Many of them have already added capacity. Many of you would have been to the new airport in Bangalore. So it's a great airport. A new airport is coming up in Navi Mumbai because the existing Mumbai airport cannot add more capacity. Delhi will become 100 million capacity soon. It'll get saturated soon. 2-3 years, we'll reach, I mean, building capacity is one thing. The next is the throughput gets saturated. Next year end, we should have a Jewar airport coming up. So all the metro airports, the 6 metro, together will have something like 400 million passengers per annum capacity in the next few years. And these are not like hypothetical figures. These are projects which are on ground. You can see they were getting constructed. You can see Navi Mumbai getting constructed. Airlines, we've had in fact, it's very ironical. We had the birth of an airline in the peak of COVID. CASA was born during COVID, and happy to note that they're adding the 20th aircraft this month in the next few days, which will make them eligible for international operations. You are all aware, Air India placed an order of 470 aircraft in the Paris Air Show. Indigo placed an order of 500 aircraft. So, I mean, 1,000 aircraft under order globally. Both the OEMs, Airbus and Boeing, find it difficult to meet the supply, actually. Demand is there, supply is not there, and we talk of recession. So it's crazy. So that India is the only kind of global powerhouse which is surging on demand. Surging on demand. We read about Pratt & Whitney engines. Engine manufacturer is not able to supply engines. Demand is there. People are putting money on the table, but the manufacturer is saying, sorry, I don't have the engine. So that's the kind of growth we are driving. So that's one end of it, the big aircraft, the big airlines. Small aircraft and small fixed wing aircraft and rotary wing helicopters is another area. Yesterday we had a summit in Khajuraho, focused entirely on small aircraft and helicopters. So the point that I want to leave with you is that this growth is across the spectrum: large aircraft, small airports, big airports. Everything is growing in our country. I was reading in the newspaper today that I think Times of India carried this article, that Indians are now traveling to offbeat destinations. There were the usual destinations, but today they are traveling to offbeat destinations. What are these offbeat destinations? There were 5 in Central Asia: Tbilisi, Baku, Tashkent, Almaty. I mean, we never had flights to these places. I mean, I might express my ignorance. I didn't even know where these locations are. And now we have flights going to these places. A lot we opened up Vietnam, 5 flights a day to Vietnam by Vietnam carriers. In fact, our carrier Indigo is doing 1 flight a day. So I could never imagine 5 flights a day going to Vietnam. Now, Indonesia, Bali, Jakarta, Medan. These are never connected. Suddenly, I think in August, all these 3 places are going to get connected from India. Cambodia, Myanmar. Look at the kind of connectivity which is happening to all these areas. So in very near us, in our neighborhood in Southeast Asia, in Central Asia, hitherto unconnected are getting connected. That's the point that I want you to carry back. Vipin Vora ji talked about freighters. I think it's a very important point, but kind of easier said than done. A 777 freighter, a 777 aircraft cost upward of $250 million. That's 2,000 crores. And when you equip it for becoming a freighter, it adds cost. I mean, I don't think any airline in India has the financial muscle to buy a 777 freighter. Not easy, not easy. And you're competing against global biggies like FedEx and DHL and big companies. Very difficult to compete for small companies in India against the global might of these companies. No disrespect meant to FedEx. The point I'm saying is that we're still far away from having Indian capacity in these large freighters. So what I would feel is that in the coming time, we would be, as we are globally integrated, be working more with international freighter companies to move our cargo from A to B or over India. And when I say over India, I'll come to that point as my last point. However, in the narrow body capacity, there's good news. During COVID, as Vipin Vora ji said, there was a renewed focus on cargo. SpiceJet did induct a few freighters. Some of them they've let go of already. Indigo is inducting freighters in the narrow body segment. And of course, Blue Dart is there. So, I mean, on the domestic cargo movement, we have pretty good growth amongst the domestic airlines who are having the financial power to induct freighters. A lot is talked about logistics costs, and my colleague Sumitra ji also spoke about it. There's a data point which is kind of talked about a lot, that logistics cost in India is 14%, globally it is 6 to 8%. Two thoughts on this. One is that this logistics cost of 14% to 8%, things like that, is also dependent on the kind of cargo you transport. And as economies develop and they move up from a 2 trillion to a 20 trillion kind of level, the kind of cargo you carry changes a lot. So for example, if you're carrying more electronics and less potatoes, then the logistics cost is vastly different in carrying potatoes versus electronics. So as we move up the value chain, automatically the logistics costs come down. I think 3 things that are happening simultaneously, which is on the infrastructure front itself, is the 2 dedicated freight corridors that are being made by the railways. Once they get commissioned, this will significantly impact logistics costs. The average trucking speed has gone up hugely. I've traveled myself as a passenger from Delhi to Lucknow, which is unbelievable. And trucking speed from Delhi to Mumbai or Delhi to Kolkata, the trunk routes that we have has gone up significantly. It was about 30 kilometers, now it's 55. You're seeing trucks being able to do these journeys, which used to take 7, 8 days in 2 to 3 days in the routine. That's a major transformation. And I think the turnaround time at ports is the third thing, which is happening as we speak. And these 3 elements, the dedicated freight corridors, the trucking speed and the turnaround time at ports, as well as the economic growth and the changing complexity of our economy, will actually bring down our logistics cost significantly from 14% to that near global benchmark of 8%. 2 more points I'd like to focus on. The summit talks about future sustainable growth. Very important, very important. Led by our Prime Minister, we have committed a net zero target by 2070. Aviation is one of those hard to abate sectors where very difficult to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, it's kind of, we are seeing the first kind of electric passenger vehicle in aircraft, in maybe 10, 12-seater aircraft in Norway and Sweden, which are just taking flight. But looking at a 777 kind of aircraft or a A350 powered by electric power still is a long way off. Till that time, perhaps sustainable aviation fuel will, a blending of sustainable aviation fuel will power our aircraft engines. And but it's not easy. It's kind of fashionable to say that we should have sustainable aviation fuel. Where is the fuel? I mean, I, for one, being secretary, I've never seen that fuel. It's some utopian thing sometimes, I feel. But it will happen. It will happen. Singapore is one of the few countries now which has set up a 1 million ton plant with Neste. And they basically use used cooking oil and transform it into sustainable aviation fuel. We have a lot of used cooking oil in India also, but we don't have a collection mechanism which we'll be able to collect and then translate into transform into a sustainable aviation fuel. So our pathway is quite different. And Indian Oil, I'm happy to inform that Indian Oil has decided to go ahead with a project in Panipat with LanzaTech, an American company, to set up 86,000 tons per annum plant in Panipat. So that should see the light of the day in 3 years. And it's basically using ethanol, which is a byproduct from the sugar industry, and transforming it into sustainable aviation fuel. So we very much are on track on this, and these technologies are not available in India. They're closely held by the Western world, and they're also untried. The Western world is also trying these technologies. It's not that this is a robust, well-established, tried, tested, proven technologies. These are new technologies happening. So that much about sustainability. And the last point that I want to leave you with is that, you know, we have, there's a lot of focus in my ministry on passenger growth. It's kind of more visible, more appeals to the consumers at large, the population at large, the people at large. And I've personally been driving this about creating a hub strategy for India, for passengers. We see a lot of aviation hubs in our neighborhood in the Middle East as well as in Southeast Asia. And given our growth which is happening, I think we should be having these hubs coming back to India, not only in Delhi or Mumbai, but in all the 6 metros. And I've been a strong votary of the fact that we should have 6 aviation hubs in India. So a lot of thoughts, industry participation, discussion, and then we hired a consultant to make a report. The consultant knew far less than what we knew. So we had to change the consultant, and then we have a new consultant in place, and international consultant. And we're working with industry. I mean, we haven't hired, and ministry hasn't hired that consultant, engaged, let me not say hired. And we are working with industry, and this report is going to be ready in by 15th of August. That's our target. So it's kind of almost done. I would suggest to the PhD chamber that why don't you also look at any good international consultant, devise a strategy. Let's document what all we need to do in the immediate term, medium term, long term. What is it that we need to do? What is it that industry needs to do? That document is very useful to my mind. It takes time to develop this strategy itself because they're diverse thoughts. And often these diverse thoughts, there is no alignment. I don't want to mention specifically about air freight stations, but there is always a disconnect between competing interests. In passenger also, there's a disconnect. 2 major airlines that we have in our country, they think differently on how we should connect with the world. Somebody wants to connect with wide body, somebody wants to connect with narrow body, somebody wants to do an interline arrangement, somebody wants to do a code share. So to align competing interests of the industry and the government is not an easy task, not an easy task to my mind. And to my mind, that's why it's a good idea to document with industry as an industry-led initiative and have a hub strategy for cargo. And then across the board, we all collectively work on it. And that is my last point that I wanted to leave you with, that let us try to work on that. You could work, let us finish our passenger hub strategy. And then you could just take it forward from that. You could take it forward from that. And that would be useful for all of us. So these are 4 or 5 thoughts that I wanted to exchange with you. Happy to interact. I know several persons in this room, but if there's something specific that you'd like to meet me on, I'd be happy to meet you on that on a one-to-one basis. Happy to engage with the association. And I must once again thank all the excellencies who have joined us from the various diplomatic missions in India, in Delhi. And thank you to all the distinguished participants who are here, who have been here in this inaugural session. And thank you to the chair for having invited me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, indeed. And thank you for giving us an overview about the strides the Ministry of Civil Aviation has taken in order to scale up the aviation and the air cargo industry. Thank you very much. And as per your suggestion, sir, regarding hiring international consultant and giving some sort of diverse thoughts, I'm sure that we'll have an internal brainstorming. We'll come with the thought process on this, and we'll meet you soon with some of the details. And as you rightly said, the more diverse thoughts we have from international consultants, we'll be having more, sort of something, foundation to build upon. As rightly said, that diversity breeds innovation. Thank you very much, sir. Now the time has come to felicitate the stalwarts from the aviation and the air cargo industry who have, toiled with, blood and sweat in order to make the industry a glorious one. I'll request my colleague Bhavna to kindly introduce and also announce the names whom we are going to felicitate. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. May I request the dignitaries to please come in the front? So Sure. So to start with, we would like to award excellence on on-site logistics and exhibitions to RE Rogers India Private Limited. Mr. Raj Arora can please come on stage to please receive it. This is just a small way of appreciating the value and the for excellence in air cargo and logistics industry, we would like to call upon Mr. Vaibhav and Virat Vora from Continental Carriers to please come on stage. Can we have a big round of applause for everybody, please? Thank you. Just a small token of felicitating people who've put in a lot of hard work, as is the whole industry which has done it. For excellence in sustainable aviation ecosystem initiatives by an upcoming airport, may I request Noida International Airport, Mr. Ashutosh Chaturvedi, Mr. Nitin Mittal, and Mr. Gautam to please come on stage. A big round of applause for this upcoming new initiative in India. Let's have the applause coming, please. For excellence in ground handling services, may I request Mr. Ashish Kumar, Head Commercial from Celebi Delhi Cargo Terminal Management India Private Limited to please join us on stage. A big round of applause. And if there's anybody else from Celebi. Haven't heard the applause, please. Thank you. For excellence in cargo custom brokerage, may I request Mr. Atri from PS Atri and Company Private Limited to please join us on stage. Thank you. For excellence in Mr. P.S. Atri from P.S. Atri and Company. A big round of applause. He's one of the industry stalwarts who's been working in this sector for years. For excellence in digitalization and IT logistics services and coming up with new ideas, Mr. Parinder Singh from Hands Informatic Private Limited to please join us on stage. A big round of applause. I think everyone knows Mr. Singh and he's been working in various sectors to bring IT into the aviation ecosystem. For excellence as an international general sales and service agent, Group Concord, Mr. Prithviraj Chok, CEO, to please join us on stage. Big round of applause. They represent various airlines. Putting India on the world map. Let's see applause come, please. Thank you. For excellence in air cargo logistics, may I request Mr. K.S. Wadhwa from the Grace Group to please join us on stage. A big round of applause for sir. For excellence in air passenger global footprint, Bel Air Global Travel Company, I will request Michael Jain to please take the and a special award for initiating a new concept in the air cargo industry by creating India's first greenfield airfare station to Mr. Vipin Vora, Chairman Continental Carriers, Air Cargo Innovator of the Year. A big round of applause for sir. May I request all the awardees to please join us on stage for a group photograph. Thank you. So may I request for a group photograph before you leave? Thank you. May I request everyone to join us? Thank you. Let's have a resounding applause for everybody on the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. And we wish you all the best for the future, sir. Thank you very much. So we'll straight away. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'll just request Michael Jain to please give the vote of thanks.
Mr. Rajiv Bansal, IAS Secretary Civil Aviation, Ms. Sumitra Davra ji, Saket Dalmia ji, Vipin Vora ji, diplomats, distinguished participants, speakers, experts, air cargo logistics industry, representatives from the airline and airports, friends from the media. Thank you very much for joining us here today. It is my privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks to this unique 9th PhD Aviation and Air Cargo Summit, Scaling New Horizons Trends for Future Sustainable Growth. We would like to express our sincere gratitude on behalf of PhD Chamber to Mr. Rajiv Bansal, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, for sparing the time to grace the summit and sharing his views. We would also like to thank Ms. Sumitra Davra, IAS Special Secretary, Logistics, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce, for sparing time for her valuable schedule and joining us. Just to for supporting our initiative and making it a success, a heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to R.E. Rogers India Private Limited, Celebi Delhi Cargo Terminal Management India Private Limited, Softlink Global Private Limited, Gina and Company, Hans Infotech, PS Atri & Co, Group Concord, Grace Group, Noida International Airport, Continental Carriers Private Limited, supporting associations ACAAI, ACFI, FFAI, BAOA, media partners, Cargo Talk, Cargo Insight, Aviation World, India Transport Logistics News, Logistics Insider, Infralog, APACE. So after hearing distinguished speakers, I think it is quite clear that the future is very bright and there is an unprecedented opportunity like never before. I would like to urge all participants engaged in the air cargo, logistics, aviation, civil aviation industries to make a use of this grand opportunity and make the most of the next 10, 15 years of growth, as Secretary Ji had just told us. So my last words would be, thank you all for joining. Let's make the industry grow together. Let's work together and find ways to make our industry much better, much more profitable, and engine of growth. Thank you very much.
So ladies and gentlemen, after a very, very dynamic inaugural session, now we are starting with the first panel discussion, wherein we are discussing the air cargo sector, the sustainability initiatives for the future. And as we know that, sustainability is the, talk of all boardroom discussion. And unless we make our things sustainable, we'll not be able to, last long. So in order to discuss some of the nuances, we'll be discussing some of the parameters like India as an international transshipment hub, modernizing and automating cargo facilities, digitization and AI-enabled processes, airlines and terminal operators, sustainable growth strategies, impact of new logistics policy initiatives, also on the pharma supply chain ecosystem. May request the distinguished panelists as well as our revered moderator to kindly come on the dais. Our moderator is Mr. Keku Bomi Gazdar, MD and CEO of Avipro Logistics Services Private Limited. Sir, kindly come on the dais, please. We have eminent panelist, Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Air Cargo Value Chain Management Professional, and is also the head of Cargo Air India. Mr. Nitin Mittal, Head Cargo, Noida International Airport. Mr. Cyrus Katgara, Partner Gina and Company. Mr. Satish Lakaraju, Senior Vice President, Wiz Logitech Solutions Private Limited and Radar Ventures Private Limited. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, MD Skyways Group and President, ACFI. Mr. Kawaljeet Singh Wadhwa, Chairman, Grace Group. Mr. Parvinder Singh, MD, Hans Informatic. And Mr. Prithviraj Chuk, CEO, Group Concord. Kindly come on the dais, please.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. A very warm welcome to this 9th PhD Global Aviation and Air Cargo Summit. I think for me, one of the first things that I noticed that was really appreciable by PhD was that we have a cargo session before the passenger session. So Vipinji and everybody, thank you for having cargo before passenger. I will remember this. So I have with me an extremely eminent and distinguished group of colleagues here, whom all of them occupy a CXO level position in their respective organizations. And they are multifaceted. There are GSAs here, there are forwarders here, there's an airport operator, a trucking company, an IT expert, an association veteran. And I have the privilege of moderating them. So if you want to do a quick calculation in maths, there's 300 years of experience sitting on this dais. If you pay a lot of attention today, you're going to get a lot of wisdom from them. So I'll leave it to you. Two housekeeping rules. One I will do myself is please have your phones switched off or on silent, whichever is better. You really want to hear them give their views as clearly as possible. And given the time that we have on this panel, I'm going to make an attempt to do a Q&A. And if I don't, please feel free to reach out to these honorable gentlemen with whatever questions you have at a later point. So let me give you a little bit of brief and context on India Air Cargo at the moment. Much has been said this morning by the Secretary Civil Aviation and Special Secretary DPIT, Madam Daura. A quick recap on the points. Our cargo sectors have been growing roughly 9 to 10% since 2013-14. And very importantly, it contributes between 5 and 18% revenue in the airline industry. Okay. The revenues that we get today from cargo for any airline are critical, standing somewhere around 2,000 crores with a 3.1 million metric ton of CAGR 13% in June last year. And we have today, as a very proud national, 21 international and 35 domestic cargo terminals functioning in this country. The logistics sector accounts for between 8 and 20% of the country's GDP, and the logistics market is estimated to go to $380 billion by 2025 at a CAGR of 10 to 12%. Most of you know what happened during COVID, but a quick number in 21, while the passenger traffic fell by 67%, the air cargo traffic fell only by 26, and by Jan 22, 92% of cargo traffic was back. And of the total air cargo volume in India, 36% of the cargo is domestic, and that's a big market that is growing currently in the country. The projections for the next 5 years, and okay, I don't have a crystal ball. I saw in one of the awards, there is a crystal ball here, so probably that has a better answer. The projections for 5 years, 21-22 to 25-26, is that we should get to somewhere as close to 4 million metric tons, somewhere between 3.7 to 4 million metric tons. And I think that's a reasonably good number moving forward to get to the 10 million metric ton mark, somewhere between 30 and 31. Given my time, I want to straight away get to points that are something that you all here would like to hear and understand. We're keeping this panel and the questions relatively simple and easy, no complications, so that the gist of what they tell you is very important. Now, let me start with Ramesh. Ramesh, expectations from the entire cargo system and this audience here is for Air India at an all-time high now. A lot of changes, a lot of positivity. Overall, is there any information that you would like to share to this audience on what's been the journey so far? And if I may add a second question, I'm going to pin you down, but feel free to answer on that, is Our secretary mentioned the need for long-haul freighters, and there is some news coming up of this as well. So do share your thoughts, Ramesh, on this as we start.
Thank you, Keku. I thank also the PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this event. I think it's a great event, and also inviting India to come and participate. I think it's a great opportunity. Thank the organizers for this opportunity. And the question that you asked, Keku, is in fact, what I'm going to share with you may be cargo specific, but the entire organization is going through a major journey, and the press has been reporting very, very regularly. The changes that are taking place in the organization may be specific to cargo or across multiple functions. You know, it's the entire organization across multiple functions going through a major overhaul, you know, as it is needed. A few things that I can share with you is, as it is important for any organization which is rebuilding itself, is about building a solid team, you know, an experienced team. That's step one. That has been going on for some time. We've done about 70–80% of rebuilding of the team. Another 30–40% we should be able to complete by end of December. I think I can kind of confidently share with you that by end of this calendar year, we should have a solid, experienced and robust team in place, both at HQ as well as in the regions. A lot of it actually is already in place. Many of the trade colleagues are dealing with us. They have come and actually congratulated and also appreciated what we've done so far, but it's a long journey that we started about a year ago. That's actually number one. Number two, we were to make a lot of changes to the commercial strategies and commercial structures that we had in the company. So there's a roadmap that we're working on. Some changes we did about a quarter ago, and we've recently also we've done some changes. We did not have few things that typically any large airlines would have, like spot pricing, flexible pricing structure, the support teams to help the trade, etc. So those are actually gradually falling in place. We would like to kind of behave in the long term like a large airline and also succeed like a large airline so that we can actually effectively compete with them. The other thing is about operations in terms of improving service quality. That's a journey that started about 2 quarters ago. We're very happy that we've received a lot of support from the airport operators, terminal operators, ground handlers, both in India as well as outside. There were a few basic things that we had to do. We have done them. So now we are in a position to measure our service levels, analyze where we are going wrong, and work along with the partners to improve them. That journey has started very well. That's well in progress. I think what I'm hearing from the market and the numbers tell me that we have actually improved a lot on the service level parameters as well, which is good news, but a long way to go for sure. The other thing, obviously, all of you know that the equipment availability that also impacts the passenger operations from time to time, even today, unfortunately. So that also impacts the cargo uplift capability, especially the flown as booked parameter. So that we are working with the flight operations and engineering to, although we have a lot of fleet, as Secretary announced about 30 minutes ago, we have a lot of fleet on order. They are being delivered as we sit and talk. Every month we have a plan to receive 1 wide body a month. As they start coming in, it is also very important for us to make the existing fleet more reliable. So that those efforts are also on. We are working very closely with the flight operations and engineering team to make sure that we deliver the schedules that we promised. The other thing which is very important is about technology. We've taken some small baby steps in the last couple of weeks, but we're also in the process of completely changing our technology footprint for the organization, especially when it comes to cargo. We should be in a position to showcase our technology, new technology capability by the end of the calendar year, maybe another 9–10 months from now. The other very important thing is brand building, right? And so new team, new capability, new experience obviously gives us an image, and everything that we have started doing would possibly put us in a different stature in the industry. So that's an activity which is also work in progress. I think we should be able to do that very effectively. On the freighter side, very quickly. So I know the industry needs, trade needs, and everybody has talked about. Even in the past, we said that the current 2.7 or 3 million tons has to grow to become 10 million tons. And so much of growth that we're seeing in GDP can only happen with the freighter capacity being inducted both in the domestic operations as well as international. So I'm happy to share with you, we've not decided that we would like to bring in freighters, but we are very, very actively evaluating both narrow body as well as wide body freighters, both for domestic use and also international operations. We should be able to decide our options, our ability to place orders or induct those equipment into the organization by possibly September, October. Until then, I will not be able to share, but we are very, very actively working on that. And building hub is very important. So we're working with the local airport operators and the terminal operators to build our hub capability. Our hubs being Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, they will continue to be so. So these three are very important for us, and we'll continue to build very efficient hubbing operations in these cities, in the airports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramesh. Let me summarize that statement with that talk with one statement. You have finished taxing and you are about to take off. Okay, thank you so much, Ramesh. Nitin, thanks for being here. Congratulations on your new role at Noida International Airport and as head of cargo. So the market, the industry is looking forward to this airport being the next big thing that's going to happen in this part of the world. And I leave the passenger part of it out, but from a cargo perspective, my expectation, I hope it's industry expectation as well, is to see that there are sufficient development plans for infrastructure in place pertaining to the cargo ecosystem, be it forwarders, airlines, terminal operators, CHAs, trucking organizations, a one big ecosystem or a cargo village, as we like to call ourselves. I hope that is somewhere on your master sheet drawing board fixed, that we can look forward to contributing. Would you like to share something on that, Nitin, at this moment, so that our audience can benefit?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Keiko. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nitin Mittal, head cargo for Greenfield Noida International Airport. So just to give a brief update about what is the upcoming airport all about. The government gave the concession to Zurich Airport in 2019, and we signed the concession agreement in 2020. And since then, it's been a long journey. A lot of work has happened in the background in terms of master planning, in terms of EPC contractor onboarding, in terms of development, in terms of going back to the drawing board and aligning our policies, our processes, our philosophy of developing this as a multimodal cargo hub. Now, Zurich Airport operates 9 international airports across the globe with over 75+ years of experience in managing the airports. That's one thing. And Noida International Airport is going to be the first Indian airport with 100% FDI investment. That's one of the unique things for Noida International Airport. It is going to become a logistic gateway for the North India. Like Keiko touched upon those cargo development points. So we are aiming at making this as the cargo logistic gateway for the entire North India. A lot of developments are happening. I'll touch upon those points in the coming minutes. Implement our thoughts, our plans for cargo development at Noida Airport, we have signed a concession with Air India SATS to develop the multimodal cargo hub at Noida International Airport. We thought, Air India SATS is the right partner for us to bring our vision to reality. We have chalked out almost 80+ acres of land to develop the multimodal cargo hub, and which contains, one is the integrated cargo terminal, which will house your domestic, international exports, imports, express terminal, and the perishable terminal. Besides the ICT, there will be an integrated cargo and logistic park, which will house your bonded warehouse, your general warehouse, BUP facility, your trucking center, packaging setup for a few of the customers who are interested. Value-added services can be done in that zone when the customer can set up their own facility, and everything will be integrated within one zone. So this will, complement the cargo terminal operations and the access by reducing the minimum connection time or the trucking movement. The trucking center, which is being developed along the ICT or the multimodal cargo hub, will have a separate dedicated access to the cargo terminal or to the multimodal cargo hub. What would it mean? It means the trucks can fly on 24/7 basis. There would not be any traffic restrictions that, either after 11 in the night or before 7 in the morning, only the trucks can fly. This will be like 24/7, and you can plan your business, your operations, your activities, your resources, your truck movements on at any point of time. So this will provide benefits to our business partners, our stakeholders, in reducing their cost, in optimizing their operations around the clock basis. Now, the airport is coming, the cargo infra is coming, but how we are going to optimize the investments we are making at the Noida International Airport? I'm sure each one of you sitting here and our business partners who are not a part of this event today will make optimal use of the new airport. Besides this, the government is very proactive in terms of developing the logistics hub and manufacturing hubs in the close vicinity of the Jewar Airport or the close catchment area of the new Jewar Airport. Companies like Samsung, Vivo Mobile, Maruti Suzuki are investing in a big way in those areas to set up their manufacturing units. Besides this, there are a lot of other companies, Dell, the other IT companies who are also coming up. Some of these companies have already taken land to build their manufacturing units. Besides this, Noida is also coming in a big way as a IT and manufacturing hub with industrial corridors. So all this will create an ecosystem in and around the new Noida International Airport, which will boost the cargo volumes and make ensure that it comes as a logistics hub for the entire North India. Now, the industry setup is there, the volume is there, cargo terminal is there, the airport is there. What about the connectivity? Connectivity plays an important role for any airport, for passenger as well as for cargo to be a successful business. I'm proud to say, all major Indian corridors are passing through the close vicinity of Noida International Airport, which includes your Delhi, Mumbai freight corridor, your Amritsar, Delhi, Calcutta industrial corridor. And besides this, Noida International Airport is well connected through Yamuna Expressway with Ghaziabad, Dadri, Noida, and Mathura and the nearby cities, which is a plus point for us. And government of UP is very focused on enhancing further on the connectivity to airport. Besides surface, there are also a lot of developments happening in terms of creating a dedicated rail freight corridor on the eastern side of the airport, which will provide the rail connectivity to the multimodal cargo hub. So all this is creating an ecosystem in and around the airport to ensure and to make sure the vision of Noida International Airport is achieved and we become the logistic gateway for the entire North India.
Thank you so much, Nitin. That's been really good to highlight what is on your drawing board. I think the audience here clearly understands and appreciates where you're going and looking forward to working and engaging with Noida more.
Thanks, Kigo.
Mr. Cyrus, I know your passion very well. It's on green logistics. I'm going to pin you down exactly on that. So over the years, this has been highlighted over and over again. And I think there's time now for the industry per se to set some hard ballpark marks, milestones, etc., that we need to start achieving. Spoken enough? Time now to put some real deadline numbers to see at which milestone, what have we achieved and how we can go forward. So 2 questions for you. One, what has been the pain point so far that you've had, you feel that has been happening for the past 20, 30, 40 years that you've been in this business? And 2, we have this debate, your target for a net zero on our industry.
Wow, Keku. You really put me in a spot. I'm Cyrus Kadgara, G9 Company. Company is existing for 123 years. My great grandfather started the company. But we've still not been able to go green.
Correct.
That's the problem.
Correct.
We've been fighting. It's taken a lot of effort. There has been, I would say, a tremendous amount of progress, but not good enough to go completely green in the sense that full digital. In fact, I've sort of something different today, and I'm going to add one vision to Noida Airport. Full green, no paper, nothing.
Well done.
If you don't do it now, Nitin, you're never going to do it. Cyrus.
Just to update you, Noida International Airport is committed to become a net zero emission airport in the future. We are committed to it, and the entire ecosystem is being developed considering just-in-time processes, avoiding waste, and
Awesome.
fully EDI 100% on the.
So we have a first answer, net zeros by next year end.
Yeah, Nitin, zero means when anyone comes with anything paper in your airport, reject it or put a dustbin there. First you enter the airport without any paper, boarding card, no nothing, no challan, no this, no that. So I know it's a very tall task, but if you guys don't do it now, it'll never happen. So please put it as a vision statement that Noida Airport goes digital.
It will be.
No,
Yeah.
thank you
It
so
will
much.
be.
On our path of going digital, of course, customs have come a long way. They have really cooperated, but again, there's that but, which we still don't go green. We have scanned copies. Today, I'm going to go in SKU level. We do everything to go digital. Finally, when you go for custom examination, suppose 30 shipments are being examined, 30 shipments a company has given to the airport. We have to carry all 30 shipments documents because we don't know which shipments are going to be examined. Finally, 3 shipments are examined, and then you come back to your office, destroy all 30 documents. Keku, when you do the maths, that's 2 jumbo freighters. Yet, 2 jumbo freighters of we carry and then come back and destroy it in our office. So that's small tweaking. We just need to do this small tweaking things, which are really nagging us. Then secondly, this is a custom issue. I know there are no one in the hall, but PhD can make a note of it. The second issue would be, again, small things, steps which will make us go green. Security, there is gentlemen security declarations. With every shipment, a signed copy and a stamped copy of a digital declaration is required, saying the same thing. That's the best part. We say the same thing for every shipment. Like, are we, I don't know what, sorry, my frustration is coming in. But like, is this common sense to continue this? Can't we have a digital declaration, maybe given it once a year? Why do you need to say the same thing for every shipment? Again, Keku, calculations, 1 jumbo freighter, digital documents per month. So, these are all the hard facts that we are having. And the last thing I have on mind is a very important thing. We are sending the wrong message to the whole world. Air freight, I'm going on record to say this, air freight is 8% of the CIF value on logistics cost. Please do not mix air freight with ocean or rail or 14%. Air freight is between 1 and 8%. Being a meeting, you said Samsung, 0.5% is logistics cost on air freight. So air freight is a great mode of transportation. You have to be there first. You have to sell your goods first. And therefore, this is a small promo for air freight, but I feel that, Sanjeev, you're laughing at me, but you've done the exercise, right? So I conclude my statement of that. Finally, the whole country needs to support a green initiative.
You haven't given me a number as yet. I'm waiting.
Number, sorry. Let's take a ball. You Keku, 2030.
Okay. Can you record it as 2030, net zero of our industry?
Let's hope it.
Let's do it.
It's not Gina's already almost compliant, but the whole ecosystem, there's trucking. Today, Keku, sorry, I can't buy a truck here. I want to buy a truck electric. No.
Yeah.
There has to be an ecosystem. You want to buy a forklift? No. It is there, but it's not like in a big way here. If I have to buy a Tata truck, I have to wait 6 months here because the e-com companies take up all the orders of a Tata AC. So let's talk, let's sum up at the end. A lot of people on the panel, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, for the benefit of the audience, as part of AC5, we have a special pillar on Go Green, where we are actively engaging with all the stakeholders in the industry to see what are the pain points that we have and how we can mitigate these pain points in a sustained manner. We'll keep you updated as we move forward. Satish, you are a tech guy and you are a pharma guy. I don't know what other guy you are, but I'm going to pin you on these 2 points. I want you to marry technology and pharma logistics and leverage the same for greater efficiency and effectiveness. But in doing so, keep in mind that you're going to tell me also about Is this happening? Is this happening with keeping safety and security of transporting pharma in mind? The way I look at it is, we have some lagunas and some black spots in the chain. And I know in your upcoming UBCC, or sorry, CCUB, this is being addressed very seriously. Please address this to our audience and let them know how exactly are we having this pharma being now a sustained movement for our industry. And wait, I have a second question. Where do you see this moving in the next 3 to 5 years?
Thanks, Keku. Good afternoon. My name is Satish Lakaraju, and I represent an organization called WIZ, which is a startup. We are less than 3 years. There are 1,000 employees, and we are across the globe. But pharma has been one of the subjects which has been close to my heart for many years for multiple reasons. But one thing I can tell to everyone in this audience is that India has come a very long way as far as pharma and cold chain is concerned. And I think the maximum change that has happened is in the last 5 years. And one good example for all of you in this hall is most of you got your vaccines very safely and soundly. Is a classic case of the packaging solutions coming a long way. If you would have looked at any Indian airport many years ago, and I started my career from Hyderabad, we would have seen people kicking blue drums, rolling around the truck and falling and going into it. So we treated people in cargo equally bad, but we treated our cargo more equally bad for many, many years, not knowing that cargo was very precious, it was important, and it was meant for people, and it was meant for saving. So initially, when we looked at cold chain for many years, dry ice was one of the way, and gel packs were used for it. I think from that we moved to an active solutions, which were more like envirotainers type of solutions. There, the cold chain had a larger problem because we could not, because of the Indian customs regulation, we had it to stuff the cargo only at the airport. From that, we moved to the active solutions to a passive solution. The passive solutions are much better in that sense because they allow you to take it to your factories or the place of manufacturing it, stuff it, and then you are able to screen it through the X-ray machines and get through it. Okay. But what is now the latest that has come up? There's something called as the hybrid technology. You have now moved from active to passive to hybrid. In hybrid, what basically happens is that you not only get a benefit of the passive solution, but the duration at which you can store a 2 to 8 degree shipment increases substantially. So if you are sending a shipment out now to Brazil, earlier you had a lifespan of say 5 days that you could guarantee the temperature will be maintained. But now you can commit between 10 to 12 days, and then subsequently, if you are able to store it back in a warehouse, it get again recharged. Okay, so that's one case that you can see. Also, what's happened on the technology part is that we've always addressed only the aspect of temperature excursions, but we did not, address the temperature incursion situation, because we always considered that India is hot, but Europe is not hot. But what is happening currently is that Europe is equally bad. And I was speaking to my son in Austin and Houston. They are at 50 degrees temperature. So I think what is going to be very, very critical for everyone to know is that global warming is already shown its impact on us. Packaging solutions will have to get much prepared for that. As far as Indian airports and technology is concerned, I should admit that India should be proud that pharma zones are there in all major airports with no exceptions. I'm sure even Noida airport will have a pharma zone, as much as what Delhi is done, Bangalore is done, Hyderabad is done. So I think if anyone appreciates or not, but I think a big round of applause to the Indian airports for what they have done over the years. I have personally been in major international airports, including JFK, you name it, or Chicago, or any of them. India is far ahead in terms of the pharma supply chain is concerned.
Well done.
Okay, I think we keep criticizing that India is, backward in many things, but I think that is where it's the thing. In terms of technology, we have come a long way. Many are not aware about the technologies available. We have been typically using data loggers, which give you data after reaching the destination. Then your damage is already completed, so you can't really do it. So now IoT has come as one bit of a device where you can proactively not even take the shipment into the warehouse, but pull it back and give it back to the manufacturing and say, what do you want to do now? So other thing is that track and trace and visibility was highly calibrated in many ways because you did not know if it was lying in the tarmac or exactly. And I think that is also some area which technologies are available. It's just that with no disrespect to the India Pharma, and they are the one who are not interested to invest money in these technologies more than anyone else. Everyone wants it for free, but technology does not come for free, and solutions don't come for free. So I think I've addressed Keku on the packaging part of it, the airport part of it, the technology part of it. In the next 3 years, you're going to see massive changes in terms of how you store your data, cloud-based technologies, which will address Cyrus's issue of paperless, because everything will become cloud. We are completely cloud as an organization. So if you come into our office, you will never feel it is an freight forwarding office. It looks like a tech office. You will see amphitheaters to all sort of things because people are sitting somewhere but using technology. So I think that is something which we all have to embrace in terms of the tech part of it. India has amazing companies who can offer these solutions to airports and to service provider. Because India, if Google or Microsoft keeps hiring most of Indians, because the day they stop doing that, we will start building the technology here. I think that's one thing that we need to understand is that why are they keep hiring Indians? We are quite efficient. So let's embrace technology, adopt the green and sustainable thing. The last thing I wanted to tell you is that the packaging solutions that are going to come are going to be highly sustainable and mapping carbon footprint, because your current trucks also emit a high amount of pollution when you use the reefer technology. The reefer trucks are going to get to a PCM technology where you charge them using solar power. You stuff it in Ludhiana or Jalandhar, but they will arrive into your terminal without any emission whatsoever.
Awesome.
Okay, so I think there is a lot happening. It's important for us to start looking at these technologies in the long run. Thanks, Kik.
Thank you, Satish. I think we should promote this more to the industry. Thanks once again for that. Yash.
Good morning.
Easy or difficult one? There are two. Which one do you want?
You're going to get me a trap. So let me ask for the difficult one.
So just let's take it on a little higher scale. Okay. We've seen the Ministry of Commerce, Civil Aviation coming up with, as Madam Daura mentioned this morning on the PM Kari Shakti Master Plan, you have the National Logistics Policy, the Civil Aviation Policy, the Air Cargo Policy. The question is, has the air cargo industry taken advantage in a holistic sense of the policies that have been created by the ministries and utilized that for their benefit? Second one. Or you want me to wait till you answer that?
I have what, 35 minutes for this question?
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
There were 3 policies in there.
Okay, let's finish that before I come to that one, because that's something also I need your opinion on. So please go ahead, Yash.
So thank you, Keku. This is Yashpal Sharma. I am President ACFI and also MD Skyways Group. Thank you, Keku, for setting this up and putting me right in the center and giving me the easiest of the questions. Well, we are at the right time of our life. I feel everybody, you heard all the panelists before me talk about what India has brought to the whole world today. We are definitely ahead of the curve, ahead of many advanced economies today where it comes to air cargo and logistics. Apart from whatever Satish mentioned about technology, about pharma, etc. So one that, we must put this straight to us that, we are today leading things from the front, and we will continue to do in years ahead. We are looking at, we heard today, this morning, both our guest of honors talk about what India needs to get to by 2047. So in 25 years, in about 25, 26 years, we are all looking at a 10 times growth for the business. which means there's a massive, massive opportunity for all of us. Now, if you look at the government, they've set out a very clear agenda for logistics, aviation, as well over the last few years. We had the national logistics policy out. We've had PM Gati Shakti. We've had a draft of the aviation policy as well in very, very quick span of time. Of course, there must have been a long work behind it, but putting these right in the center of how the government is wanting to look at India's growth story itself shows that logistics is going to play and going to be at the forefront of all activities. For any economy of the world, for it to thrive and grow, it must have a very, very solid logistics infrastructure, processes, equipments, etc. So these policies that have just come out are actually going to fast track some of these things. When we look at national logistics policy, I mean, I will not talk of the entire policy, but if you look at two larger things that it talks about or what it envisions to be, one is reduction of logistics cost, which of course most associations, including us, don't agree with when they say it's at 14%. It's definitely much lower. We are at par with any other advanced economy of the world today. And the second point that they talk about is, or they envision is that India should be in the top 25 on the logistics index by 2030. So when you talk about these two key elements and everything around, so all the other parameters that they've laid out are basically revolving around these two factors. So for India to achieve what it wants to achieve going forward, it's very important that aviation, air cargo, plays its very key role in both these elements and all the parameters defined around it. When you talk about the PM Gati Shakti, it is basically talking about multimodal connectivity. It's talking about improvement of infrastructure. We heard this morning our guest of honor talk about a 37% increase in the infrastructure budget layout. This year, we have a 10 lakh crore budget for infrastructure in the country. So, and a lot of this infrastructure we heard is being spoken about. Nitin also spoke about the importance of, how they are positioned next to all the major highways, the Delhi-Mumbai freight corridor, and even the Eastern corridor. So, it's important that air cargo is looking at positioning itself through these policies right in the center and gets the rightful place to get all the necessary connectivity to it. While a lot of action would be required by, say, the airports themselves or the other stakeholders themselves, but we need both these policies to help us to build infrastructure, which will help us when we talk of reduction of costs. I'm again saying we are at par with everybody in the world, but we can be much, much better. And all that will happen if we have the necessary infrastructure in place, which gives us the rightful connectivity for air cargo to function efficiently.
Thank you. Second question.
Thank you.
Not letting you go so easily. So one of the challenges I think all of us in this room play, at least from my perspective, is forecasting of data and information. I see a complete lack of interaction between the actual manufacturers pertaining to air cargo, and ourselves, compared to the rest of the other industries. They have a very good methodology of forecasting trends, 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Also, they've got a very good methodology. And that is something that, in my opinion, there is a lack. Is there a way that we can engage directly? When I say we, I mean we as an ecosystem engage directly with the manufacturers to check what's your trend in the next season, year, month, whatever, so that the entire ecosystem, be it airlines, airports, forwarders, CHS, anybody in the system, are geared up to plan, whether it's infrastructure building, whether it's capacity enhancement, whether it's traffic, whatever parameter you want. Yes, your take. How do we do this?
Was that the answer or the question?
Question.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember what all he said. So, I've always been saying this for a bit now, that the weakest link that we see in the data chain across is actually the shipper itself. Okay. When we talk about, creating a data world, we are in a data world already. And at ACFI, we've rolled out a data vision where we're talking about complete end-to-end mapping of data. We don't want paper to move, and sits with the Go Green vision as well, that we do not want paper to move, even in a soft form. We don't want a paper in a PDF to be uploaded in any system. We need data to flow end-to-end seamlessly. And for data to be effectively flowing, the originator of data has to be very, very sorted. Because if the originator of data is uploading a document or is handing over a paper, then it's a no start. So we need the shippers to get absolutely data driven right at the outset. We have been asking even the government of India to mandate positioning the invoice as an e-invoice, the packing list as an e-packing list. The moment we get that going, it will be so at a process level, this will be sorted. Not talking about analytics or predictive analytics for the future. We need the shipper to again collaborate with the logistics industry completely. We can't be bought into the picture when you come at an RFQ stage, when your goods are almost ready and you want to roll out the cargo. You need to share data. If you want to bring in efficiency, you want reduction of costs, etc., you have to collaborate with all your vendors, your upstream, your downstream. Everything has to be mapped, so you get an effective way of predicting what's going to happen in the future. For now, everything that we predict is based on historical data. There is nothing which is so the shippers need to also collaborate with us. We at ACFI have started to reach out to them. We've started to reach out through FIO, through various Chamber of Commerce. We started to reach out to them, and we hope that this is one of the things that we'll be able to drive.
Thank you, Yash. Appreciate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, so far I had let my panelists introduce themselves, but for Mr. Wadhwa, I decided that I will do the introduction in a little different way. You can leave the mic, I'll do the talking at the beginning, and then I'll come to the question. I'm not sure how many of you know the following, because when I spoke to him last week, I was a little zapped, and I think you should know about this. This gentleman, Mr. Kanwarjit Singh, is an Air Force fighter pilot in 1965, correct? And he is a 26-mile marathon gold medalist. He joined Air India in 1971. I think I was born here. And he is a topper on the opening of the cargo division. He's the first Air India gold medalist in 1977. And he started Grace in 1987. Have I left out anything else, Wadhwaji, or an amazing?
Where, Keku, where did you get all this information from?
That you don't worry. IT. But let me come to the question first.
Thank you.
One
One point I want to add. When you said started Air India Cargo in 1971, that was an auspicious day when our good friend Sanjeev Edward was born.
Oh, really? Nice trivia to add to that.
4th February 1971.
Good. Now we know how old he is also.
Yeah.
Wadhwaji, your association is now decades. It's not a small association. 2 major changes you wish for the industry, apart from what we've spoken so far, over the years, what you've seen in cargo. From a slightly even philosophical position, what 2 major changes you think this industry should have achieved by now?
Well, Keku, giving my thoughts of the last 50 years in 5-10 minutes wouldn't be easy, number one. And digital to ho gaya na, you have said already. Nitin is here, Nitin has promised already. So digital is there. The only thing is that I have seen sea changes in the industry in the last 50 years. All manual, all Indian forwarders, then open sky policies, then influx of the foreign airlines and the forwarders. I've seen myself change of business from, professionalism came, buyers-oriented shipments started, and so on. Later on, we have all seen the changes in recent pandemic. And everybody knows, I don't have to elaborate what happened and how it has changed. You know, when I started Air India Cargo in 71, you know, the first introduction of Emperor Ashoka. The day we Air India started, thought of separating the cargo division from the passenger division. So I am so happy that present Air Indian, Ramesh Mamidala, and the ex-Air Indian are both sitting on the same dais.
Awesome.
You know, I have seen changes in Air India because I'm hardcore Air Indian. And I have seen changes in Air India, but since the time the Air India has been handed over to Tatas, the things have really taken different shape. The mindset of Air India is changing, the systems are changing, the professionalism is coming, the good people are joining, they are serious about movement of Air India. And I can promise you one thing, no power on this earth can stop Air India. We are all together, we want to see your growth, we are all together, we are with you. You just tell us what has to be done, and it will be done. You know, 50 years, Ramesh, in the cargo industry, but I'm still not in a hurry. I'm still not in a hurry. So I have a lot of energy and growth. Now, what things, Keku, just said that you would like us to change? As Vipin has said in the inaugural speech in the morning, that the forwarding fraternity must get an industry status. Number one. Number two, like the open sky policy came in 92, when Dr. Manmohan Singh declared, you know, we have seen influx of foreign forwarders, foreign airlines, in a quick way, which brought a lot of professionalism, and there was a sea change. But where are the Indian forwarders? They don't have that ease of doing business. The Indian forwarders are there. I can assure you, Keku, one thing, that every single person sitting here is a genius.
True.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be in this industry. Any person who has survived himself for 10 years in this industry is a genius. The government gives us a chance to have ease of business, and we open our offices abroad. Then see that this $10 million tonnage is not it's a very conservative figure. We'll do better. And the third thing, that ease of traveling. I've already spoken to the Minister of State, Meenakshi Lekhi, on this, that we guys must be given ease of traveling. We have to travel in few hours' notice. And the visas and all that issues and that regulatory comes, and then it's a big, is happening. So these 2-3 changes, if we just look into these 2-3 changes, nobody on the earth can stop us, the Indians, our two great carriers, Air India and Indigo, our Indian forwarders, and we can all do wonders.
Absolutely. Perfect.
I can answer all your questions, but it will take me 24 hours.
Are you waiting or? Thank you so much, Wazir.
Anything connected to the air cargo industry, I'm there. Thank you.
Kind of you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Paranji, I have to only go technical with you because you are what I call the turban of wisdom. So the technical wisdom always oozes from you. Paranji, one of the challenges that at least I've noticed over the years is the API integrations between various stakeholders. Be it shipper, forwarder, terminal, airline, airport operator to use of NACs, etc. Lot of talk, lot of gyan, lot of suggestions, everything. What exactly is stopping us from this API integration, which will enable us to, which will catapult us to an far greater height. Is there a block which either technology has not come to, or as a cargo community system where we're linking everything using whatever, IoTs or AIs or blockchains, etc. Do we have some milestones? Do we have some target dates by when systems talk to each other as we are talking as humans to each other today?
Technology wise, API is no rocket science now. A lot of APIs are there, a lot of data interchange is there. Why is not happening in the logistics sector? And the blockage which you are talking about is the mind blockage of the trade partners. Everyone thinks their data is very sacrosanct. They don't want, they should be, they are the owner of it, they should not be sharing it with them. That's the major thing, where they don't want to share the things. But and everything is done when there is some kind of a mandate given by some industry segment, like airports give some mandate to do something, or the airlines give, then everything starts falling in place. Earlier we talked about the like manufacturer, exporter, why he can't send instead of a PDF or paper things. Technology wise, e-invoice, e-packing list, it is there. The standard formats are there for air sector. IATA has published these documents many years back. I was part of that global group of 25 people who we designed all these message parts. But are there any implementation of that? Nothing. Zero. Nobody wants to do that. It's so easy to do that. Someone has to give a mandate. Okay, no, I will only accept it that way. I will not accept the paper. That is one major problem. And then now all this, the topic is today sustainability of cargo. Yeah, it will be sustainable, but not before there will be a big disruption. I call it there will be a big disruption, big disruptive things. AI is going to come like a tsunami. It is already there, knocking at your doors. The service sector is going to be the most affected. Manufacturing is not going to get affected. And the other segments are not. The service sector, which the cargo logistics belongs, is going to be hit by like anything, because everything will then move data only. AI is nothing. It is a consolidation of data. The system only learns from the data which has already been fed to it. And there's a lot of data. Already they have scrapped all that data. The AI technology partners, they have done that. So based on that, today you want to do something, you want to ask, okay, I want to move goods from point A to point B. Earlier you would say, okay, whom should I call? You'll call few forwarders, few custom brokers. Now you don't have to call anyone. You can just do any of the AI tools used. There's so many of them. You get complete information within seconds. Try using it. We have now started using it to learn ourselves. Our industry, we're a software industry. We don't know everything about the software also. So we have started, trying to use the AI tools to generate further software codes and all that, which can further facilitate the trade partners. But it is only going to disrupt. The current format of having n number of people just doing the keyboard punching is going to go away, because the data will get populated through its journey. When the cargo is moving from point A to point B, the data will be much faster. It would have already moved from point A to point B. And all the medium section of it will be totally populated. You don't have to do any further entry of the data. It will do it on itself. That thing is coming, and it's not very far away. I'm telling you, within 1 year, you will see a sea change of it. We're talking about, green initiatives and all that. This is what will force the people to go green, go paperless. People who do not, keep them abreast with this thing will be left behind. I'm sorry to say that. That's how it's going to happen. It's already happening in the Western world and all that stuff. It will soon come to India. Indians are very good at adapting technology as a software company, but adapting technology as a user of technology for a different trade and thing, we are very poor. We are very poor. We are comfortable in doing whatever we are doing. We say, okay, ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, but it's not going to happen that. That's where the whole thing is going to come.
Paranja, I just want to follow up on that. You know, behind in the audience today, there are a lot of people who are entering our industry. A lot of them, I think, are from training institutes. They're getting into this industry. You have a message for them on what they should focus on?
Yeah. You are at the learning process. Start using AI. You will learn things much faster, much better. It will give you the perspective of the global experience industry. The knowledge which is global, which otherwise will be very difficult to get on the books and even if you Google it. It is a super Google, it's a super AI, use anything, all those tools, Chat GPT, Bard, all these things, you use that. You will be surprised the content it provides with you. Crisp, clear, the language. Many people are very, they have a handicapped on the language front, on the English part. They can't have the good expression. No problem. Write in whatever haphazard English you know. It will clean your language. It will improve your sentences context. It will give you so much of content. You will be overwhelmed. Okay, all this is now available to me with a few clicks only. You have to first learn to that, and you can train these AI tools also. From your own experience information, start training them and start getting the whole thing from them. You will be much better if you are doing your courses in 2 years or 1 year. You'll be able to do it in 6 years, 6 months, 3 months, and you'll be much, much far ahead of them, anyone else who is not used it.
Thank you, Parmanaji. As always, great words of wisdom from you. Yeah. Prithvi, sorry to keep you waiting so long. No disrespect for you to being the furthest, but there's something I specifically want your feedback on. The role of GSSAs now as a part of our industry is on an uptake or an upswing. More and more airlines today are going into this format. More and more airlines think that, let me concentrate on my core activity and let me do those things that others are best at. So 2 questions. One, where do you see the future of the segment, given that you've got wide representation, not just in the country, but also in Southeast Asia, and I believe parts of Europe as well. Where do you see the segment heading, let's say 3, 5, 10 years from now? And then I'll come back to you with another question.
Thank you, Kekuji. I'm Prithvi Raj from Group Concord. I'm very happy to be here today. So Kekuji, first of all, GSAs are here to stay. So I like what you said, that airlines are moving to this model. I think that airlines, unfortunately in COVID times, or fortunately for us, they realize that, okay, this is the fair way. We don't have to pay the costs, when the business goes down. And whenever they do the contribution of their variable costs, it goes down when the business is down, which is fantastic for them. So GSAs are here to stay, and but the game is changing. I mean, definitely the game is changing. It's becoming a volume game. So it's not really a game where you can have one airline and you can survive. That is not how it's going to work, and even 2 airlines for that matter. So you need a portfolio of carriers to work with. And like you said, we do have representation and of our own offices in Southeast Asia, North Asia, Middle East as well, not in Europe, not yet, and also in Australia. So we have pretty much replicated the organic growth model in these places. And our formula is very simple: multiple airlines, multiple markets. So when one airline goes away, we are still in the game. Of course, every client going away brings makes business tougher, but it does not mean that we close shop, So that is the thing. What is important is that we give airlines now all-inclusive services, So the traditional word GSA is a general sales agent. Now it's everything. It's general sales, services, operations, customer service, so many other factors, compliances. I mean, today for some of our airline clients, like just last week in the Philippines, our office was doing the tax filing on behalf of an airline who is registered in IATA CAS in Philippines, but they don't fly there, they don't have any staff. So they ask us to do it. So it's very much giving a complete back office support, what is happening today. Another very big issue for carriers, and now we see it as well, and Sanjeev, me and my dad keep calling you every now and then, is permits and slots, So we are always helping our carriers, get what they want in terms of slots, because their schedules, their crew rotations are so inflexible that if they cannot get the slot that they want, they just cannot operate. Like they, even if they get the best revenue from that market, they cannot fly if it doesn't match their requirements. So, we're doing everything on the back office side for them. Now coming back to digitalization, like everyone's favorite word for the day, and people actually told us, we have a sister company called Cargo Flash, which is, run by a separate set of management, and my uncle is the CEO, and he and I always talk about which business will grow better. So I always like to believe that GSA business will grow, but he says that I'm making tools that your business doesn't grow, So I feel that data and digitalization will help and will actually make our jobs easier. So we'll actually need less manpower, but it will not completely take away our jobs. But yes, it will make business more transparent. That means it will bring our margins down, but then the volumes will grow because people with smaller margins will have difficulties. So it is a two-way sword, so I hope that it will be good. So for us, data-driven sales is important. IATA CAS data, World ACD, we use all these tools to actually drive our sales. And also, if in the case when airlines go into digital sales, like in India, I'm not sure if all carriers are doing it yet. None of our carriers are doing it, but if they go into the marketplace with like Web Cargo or any of the other, digital platforms, I don't feel that it curtails our job, because at the end of the day, like even if the rate is available and the customer is not convinced, that's our job to do. The sales has to still be done by us. The customer service still has to be done by us, so that it will never change, because the relationship factor with the client is supreme, like the client trusts you. They of course, when it comes to Air India, which is our national carrier, maybe they, don't need a sales push because they're a brand, but like when it's an airline which operates twice a week in a market with just a, a belly capacity, shippers and forwarders, do they really want to work with them unless we sell it to it, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah.
2 words of wisdom as the next gen entrepreneur. Your journey so far, to my colleagues at the back, on 2 learnings and what you want them to do. Quick ones.
So you wanted air cargo industry specific or general?
Air cargo.
Air cargo
Topic
industry.
is here.
Yeah, one of the important things, and I really admire the fact that Continental Group has been working on the air freight station. I think for our business to become better, the BUP concept has to come in. Right. It will also improve the health of the margins in the business. It will also reduce the panic selling of carriers, and bringing the rates down very much. Great for shippers when rates go down, but is it really great for the industry, for the forwarders? Everyone knows in COVID times, forwarders, everyone made more money, but okay, maybe it was extremely high rates, but at this point today, we are even lower than pre-COVID. So it's not very healthy for the industry.
Not sustainable at all.
So that is that. I think relationships are important. Everyone feels and believes that they have a relationship with someone so they can do business. But I think that has changed completely now. I think that even if you have relationships with people, if you cannot deliver what you've committed, it's good for nothing. It's not really going to help. And lastly, I think we all need to learn, and I'm very happy to see so many companies doing that, is that we need to take decisions based on data. Correct. Not on emotions, like that is something that we also need to change as people, as a society, that
Absolutely.
everything should be based on data, that let's put the weight behind what the data says.
Great point. Thank you. Just one point that I'll add on what you said, Prithvi. Without data, you're just another person with an opinion. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 6 minutes before I hand this over back to this beautiful lady here. So any questions from the audience? Please state your name, your organization, and who do you like to address your question to?
Namaskar. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, general question. What specific innovation practices and smart decision technologies are needed by the national and global air cargo sector to meet the critical future challenges, including sustainability?
Wow, it's a huge question. Anybody would like to take that? Raghaji, you want to take that question? Or Satish, you want? Please go ahead.
I think on the technology side, to answer your thing, what is required is that today the forecasting is the weakest link in the whole air cargo industry. What Yash mentioned is that the shippers don't give you forecast and visibility. If that is there, the whole planning starts. In any business, if you have visibility of the forecast, what is going to come and hit you, you plan better. The weakest link today in the air cargo industry is that we live on Ram Bharosa. Okay. And that's the dangerous thing to do, is that Mr. Bansalji in the inaugural speech said that when you put a aircraft worth 2,000 crores, you can't be living praying to the God that rain will come and crops will be fine. So you need people to have accurate tools of forecasting, and that will help in many ways. If the airline knows how many passengers are coming to be on the board, similarly, if the cargo industry knows that they're going to get 40 tons, they can plan better. And that's the weakest link. So the easiest thing that can happen is if they can embrace technology and get to it. Rest can follow much later. So I'm trying to tell you that the basic thing is missing today.
Parinderji, would you?
I would say, like we're talking about forecasting. For forecasting, the initial set of data set is required. The industry has enough data. We were talking about manufacturers data. All that data is available, especially with the government. It is available because they are filing the shipping bills. Shipping bill is the granular data, right to the item level, is available in the systems. We just need to now utilize that data, have access to that data. The only thing is that the government doesn't give you back that data. They can mask certain parts of that data of who's the consignor, where location and all that. But you have that data. There are forecasting models available. It just needs to be fed with that data. All that thing is there. Another thing which they are talking about ECSD. Just want to let you. ECSD is happening in many locations in the world over. Once you have an RA status, you can easily do ECSD. Only the local civil security organization has to recognize that.
Correct.
That all the tools, everything is available. We can have it at an airport like immediately. There's no problem. ECSD just has to be recognized by the, if we are talking about India, by the BCAS, it can start happening. They don't need any stamp, no need of any paper.
Paper as well.
Yeah, it is already there. Yeah.
I'll take 1 minute, Dr. Jagdish. It's a very interesting question. I know Yash would like to say something, but I'll say quickly in a minute. In fact, the availability of data is not all that bad. So we've possibly been researching for the last 6 months about the feasibility of inducting freighters, right? I said in the beginning of this panel discussion. So the last couple of months, there are a lot of data research organizations. Parvinder talked about data availability. So there are companies that specialize in taking this data wherever the data is available, and they use their own specific data analytics tools to transform the data so that organizations can actually consume and use the data. So I've come across a lot of companies in the last 6 months, most of them unfortunately in Europe, but there are some in India as well. So there are these companies that regularly collect data from multiple sources, government, non-government, and they have in-house developed tools to transform the data and give it to us. For example, we've been using them, and there are 2-3 such organizations. They have actually supplied data to us, which is a basis for us to analyze, to see whether we should and what form of freighters that we should be inducting into the fleet. So I think it is available. So obviously, it's very expensive, to be honest with you. So there are companies that have the capital to afford. Maybe small to medium-sized companies cannot afford at this stage. But as the time goes, as more data becomes available, more companies get into that space. The data analytics tool and the data research organization services will also become available to the small to medium-sized companies.
Yes, you wanted to say something?
Just a quick one. One that, when we spoke about shipping bill data, etc., it's still historic data. What Satish spoke about forecasting is, if you really want to have solid forecasting, then, the shippers' future business projections need to be injected into whichever company which processes data. So that's one. The second thing that I have been also talking about the future innovation, what he spoke about, is the units that are used in air cargo to carry loads, and the units that are used in other means of transportation are different. So that's one innovation that I would really want to see in my lifetime, where an ocean, truck, train, they have same units that can be carried, not air.
True.
So that's one innovation that I think I would love to see sometime.
Thank you. Gentlemen, Mr. Bawa, is that you? Sure, just 1 second. Give me
Just
1 second.
would like to add 1 minute what my fellow panelists have said. We are all, the freight forwarders are in the business because of the shippers and the buyers. We are only a chain in between. The first mile and the last mile, we are dependent on somebody else, And I have seen with my experience, what used to happen is still happening, There was no firm commitment of any of the shipper, a movement of his loads on a particular day, time, hour. It is still not there. We are talking of freighters. The freighter is standing there, but the goods don't turn up. There's so many aspects involved, attached to that, like there is some flood problem, some road transportation, RFS issue, the connectivity issue, the production issue, the strike, labor strike. Still today, the first boom in the garment industry I have seen in later part of 1975. All of a sudden, all airlines put their shutters down, the government came into action, Air India, what it's doing. And then Air India, it's a long story, I will tell you sometime other time, how Air India came to the rescue of the entire industry. That was done by me, and that's why I got a gold medal from Air India. So, we are still not that organized. We have to be organized, and we have to do our projections very clearly to compete with the world market.
True.
Thank you.
Mr. Bawa, very briefly, your question, please.
Be taken as a question, or it's my temptation not to able to hold because the traffic data came into question. And I have been dealing with all the data, be it the passenger, be it the cargo. What we really lack at present is that we lack the trust of the people who are holding the data. I recall once at the highest level, I was questioned that what is the source of your data? I said the CA-17 form. It is a manifesto. Then someone asked, then you must be having the data of each and every airline. I said, yes, have, but we don't disclose that. Whosoever is holding the data, they must develop a trust that it is in the safe hands. China wall needs to be developed with the data holders, only then it will be successful. I'm sorry, we are having that kind of debate on the data. Data is there, but it should be in the trusted hand. You develop that trust, no one will question you, and the data will be used for the benefit of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll just take one last question from Vipul before this lady gets angry with me. Vipul, first question. I hope it's a yes or no answer. Go ahead.
Sector sustainability
initiatives. What according to, probably one, two or more people can answer it. Any initiative is as weak as its weakest link in the entire chain. What according to the panelists is the weakest link in the entire chain? One, two-word answers would be absolutely great. I know you're short of time.
Sustainability, right?
That's
On general total.
I think
air cargo sector
I
sustainability.
think that
initiative.
the weakest link would be the availability of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. That would be the weakest, right? Because it's just not available enough to, airlines are trying to pursue it, but it's just not happening. It's not at that speed at which the aviation growth is booming.
All right. Vipul, sorry, can't take any more. I'm getting dagger looks from here, and I'm 3 minutes over my time, and we are an OTP-based industry. So let's keep our on-time performance in check. A big round of applause to my panelists here. I hope you've gained from their wisdom, and I'll leave it back to you, Bhavna. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keku, and also a big round of applause for our efficient moderator also. I think, thank you very much. Now, before we close, I'll request our chair of Aviation Committee, Mr. Vipin Vora, to kindly come on the dais and felicitate our learned speakers and domain experts with a memento, please. And also Mr. Michael Jain, our co-chair. Please come, sir. Yeah, we can start from the left side. Yeah. So, Mr. Prithviraj Chok. Mr. Prithviraj Chok is CEO of Group Concord. Thank you. Mr. Parvinder Singh, MD, Hans Informatic. Mr. Karwar Singh Wadhwa, Chairman of Grace Group, the Doyen of Aviation and Cargo Industry. Mr. Yashpal Sharma, MD Skyways Group and President ACFI. Mr. Satish Lakaraju, Senior Vice President, Viz. Mr. Cyrus Katkara, Partner, Gina and Company. Mr. Nitin Mittal, Head Cargo, Noida International Airport. Thank you. Mr. Ramesh Mamidala, Air Cargo Value Chain Management Professional, Head Cargo Air India. And finally, to our efficient moderator, Mr. Keku. A big round of applause for Mr. Keku again. Thank you very much. I will request everyone to kindly come in the front for a group photograph, please. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, after a very, very interesting session, now we are geared up for understanding the perspective of aviation industry domain experts, wherein we'll be going in fact, landing in second panel discussion. This is aviation industry sustainable blueprint. And herein we'll be discussing about the digitalization of the aviation ecosystem, the international perspective, AI and tech-based initiatives at airports, the digital airport ecosystem, the airline sustainable growth recommendations, the travel operators perspective, the domestic airline sustainable growth initiatives, the travel industry collaborations, and the best practices. And in fact, we have the battery of experts who will actually take us through this session. May I request the eminent panelists and distinguished speakers of this session to kindly come on the dais. I'll request the moderator of this session, Mr. Sanjeev Edward, to kindly come on the dais, please. Mr. Sanjeev Edward is the CEO of Cargo and Logistics GMR Airports Limited. I request the eminent panelist of this session to kindly come on the dais, Mr. Mohammad Sarhan, Vice President, India and Nepal, Emirates, India. Mr. Rakesh Raikar, Regional General Manager, South Asia, Middle East and Africa, Cathay Pacific. Mr. Salil Nath, General Manager, Indian Subcontinent, Global Sales, Etihad Airways, India. Mr. Satyaki Raghunath, Chief Strategy and Development Officer, BLR Airport, BIAL. Mr. Kamal Hingorani, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet and Chief Officer, Spice Express. Ms. Jyoti Mayal, President, Travel Agents Association of India. And Mr. Michael Jain, the Co-Chair, PHDCCI Civil Aviation Committee.
Yeah, can we take our seats, please? Good afternoon, everyone. If we can settle down very quickly, we've got the next session and then we've got after that lunch waiting for you. So the sooner we can settle down, please. Yeah, thank you. It's a very receptive audience. I can see people quickly moving to the seats. So thank you so much. We've got the entire panel on. So rest of you, if you can please take your seats, it'll be great. We can get started. Okay, so once again, good afternoon, everyone. We're just starting a second session. You've heard a lot of wisdom and expertise coming in from the previous panel, and there's a lot of expectation in the audience again. That I think the team here, the panel, will do a great job. We are talking about aviation industry. What's the sustainability blueprint? So a little bit more kind of leaning towards sustainability, but with so much of wisdom sitting on the panel, I think I'll request you all not just limit to sustainability, but please talk about your wisdom, your experience industry. And I would like to compliment PhD as well, because for organizing this event. And generally, you find you have the audience is full, and the stage is a little lighter, but we have got a stage which is full. You can see almost 8 of us on the stage. So as they say, more the merrier. So this is a merrier group. They are the ones who are actually positive, upbeat, knowledgeable, and we're looking forward to a lot of inputs coming in from there. Just to put the topic in perspective, we're talking about our industry. You've been hearing since morning. We've got some great feedback and great our Secretary Bansal and then the whole first panel talking. If you look at the post-COVID recovery, I mean, India, the civil aviation in India actually has experienced a great recovery compared to what other places have had. In fact, post-COVID, we have had one of the highest number of passengers, 420,000
was the earlier one, but now we have got 460,000. So that's per day in the entire country. That's a big landmark achievement. Interestingly, I was just reading, because of the Boeing and the, the Airbus orders which are there, because both from Air India and Indigo, every fifth plane that the Airbus is manufacturing comes into India. So that's a huge achievement. Yeah, thank you. I think we really need to compliment ourselves on where we are going in terms of our industry. Also, I think in another about 6 to 7 years, we'll add another 140 odd airports. So that's a big number. If airports are coming, there will be also business which will follow. But while we do all of this, we also have to look at sustainability, increasing demand for air travel. Also, how do we augment it in a sustainable way? And of course, we have to be responsible as an industry. I mean, many of you would know that even when we talk of cargo, we are seen as an industry which contributes maximum to the CO2 emissions. I mean, just to give you a perspective, for every ton of freight which is carried, there is about 25 grams of CO2 which is released by a ship, 65 grams by a train, 105 grams by a truck, but about 500 grams by an aircraft. So so it may be small number, but still we are making a contribution. So all the more reason for us to be responsible as an industry. And I can speak from an airport perspective as GMR. We as an airport, we are doing a lot to make sure we as a community are building together and on a sustainability initiative. In fact, we had enrolled for the Airports Council International ACI accreditation program, and we are now level 4 plus credit, which is the only airport in Asia Pacific to be that level 4 plus accredited. We'll also have a target of carbon net zero by 2030. In fact, we've gone completely electric with our entire fleet. So, that's the kind of emphasis that we have as an industry, and I'm sure each one sitting over here have done a lot in their own perspective. But before we really get into this, the sustainability discussion, I'd like to, maybe with your experience, you've seen the rebound post-pandemic, how we've come. I'll probably pose an open question to each one of you and just maybe take a minute to introduce yourselves and, and then answer the question as well. And this one we will go, sequentially, but next one I'll not go in any particular sequence, but for this one. So just a common question, I mean, to all of you. So we've seen, aviation in India has seen a very strong rebound post-pandemic, and as you kind of look into the future in the near to medium term, how do you kind of perceive aviation is going to shape up? What's the growth trajectory? What are the things that you're looking at in the near to medium term? Mohammed, I'll probably start first with you, and a brief introduction and answer the question, please.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I am Mohammed Sarhan. I am the head for Emirates Airline in India and Nepal. So like you mentioned, Sanjeev, it's been a good story post-COVID. We learned some new terminologies like revenge travel, and things has been very positive, and the rebound was very strong. You mentioned some numbers about domestic traffic, and likewise, the international traffic also has rebound very, very strong. And I'm sure my fellow colleagues from the aviation will confirm the same. So it's been good stories. We've seen a lot of news about orders of aircraft. This is again good for the whole industry, and it gives that positive message, which will send that atmosphere in the market that everybody is interested into travel. We've seen some increase in fares, like it's good for the airlines, but the demand is so strong, and we see that still continuing for the next, I don't know, 6 months, next 1 year. The demand is still very strong, and we don't see any slowdown. We thought corporate traffic will not come back, and people will stick to online meetings, Zoom and Microsoft Teams, but now early this year, we started to see like almost all the corporate traffic came back, and yeah, lots of good stories now in the summer. And we've seen that the Indian holidays were like booming, Indians going everywhere.
Yes.
The flights are booked up 90% plus seat factor. So yeah, it's been a very good story post-COVID.
Excellent, thank you. That's a lot of positive and upbeat. Thank you. Rakesh, over to you, please.
Yeah, Rakesh Riker, Cathay Pacific.
I think similar to Mohammed, I'll say it's all looking good. There is optimism when it comes to outlook, whether it is short term, medium term, or even the longer run. And all the key indicators are pointing in the right direction. In fact, I'd say this on behalf of the entire aviation industry. Airlines are building back capacity and building that back quite strongly and swiftly. Demand for travel is robust. It's very, very strong. I think it will continue for some time. Governments are investing heavily. We've heard from this morning about Gati Shakti. I mean, there's a lot going on there as well in terms of investments in infrastructure. There's good sense of positivity all around when you look at it, at the way we've recovered from COVID. All in all, I would say it's a good position to be in post-COVID. And if anything, our industry actually has always been resilient. I think we've become more resilient and in fact added agility to our mix as well. So that's how I look at it. It's in a good position.
Good, thank you. I like that, added agility to the resilience. Salil, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Salil Nath, and I lead the commercial setup for Etihad for the Indian subcontinent. I think it's the best time to be in an airline in almost a decade now. Everyone's seeing unprecedented profitability. But as they always say, the devil is in the detail, right? And it's important to understand what is driving this. So of course, it's the demand. There is the revenge travel demand, but it's also supply chain issues, right? If you're an airliner going out to buy an aircraft today, you have less than 3-digit aircraft availability across the world today, right? It's also the visa constraints, which is driving up the profitability for all the airlines because everyone's getting visas last minute. They're buying higher fares last minute. So these kind of factors will help us actually chart out how long this good wave is gonna be there. The other thing also for foreign airlines, like on this panel, is very few foreign airlines actually have bilateral capacity rights left in India. So the growth is primarily going to come from the Indian carriers. So overall, my take is that we're going to see this wave ride on for a couple of years more because the supply chain issues don't look like they're going to get addressed anytime soon. Visas are also taking time to very, very slowly speeden up. And the bilaterals are not changing with the current stance from the government either. So I think at least a couple of years till the time the domestic carriers or the Indian carriers start getting deliveries of their massive record-breaking orders, and then the landscape will start changing, but good times at least for the next couple of years ahead.
So until some more capacity comes in, you see that this will continue. Okay. Satiki, over to you, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Sanjeev, for moderating this session and happy to be here. I'm Satiki Raghunath and I'm the Chief Strategy and Development Officer at Bangalore International Airport. I think from our perspective also, I think as everybody's been saying all morning, the picture looks pretty good. The Indian Airlines seem to have ordered so many aircraft that the Paris Air Show, I was in Paris and the Paris Air Show was more like, Aero India or Wings India because we were the sort of story in town. But having said that, a few other sort of key issues, I think there are some structural issues from a policy and from a sector perspective that need to be addressed. I think the government is working on them. So from an airline perspective, from a capacity perspective, from a taxation perspective, I think various initiatives are sort of in the pipeline. And they all seem to be sort of moving towards how do you make India an aviation hub? There are various discussions also going on with respect to that particular topic, both in terms of airlines as well as in terms of infrastructure, airports, capacity, etc. So I think they're all good signs. From our perspective, I think, from the airport perspective, I can speak with respect to Bangalore. We seem to be fairly well prepared. We are one of the 2 airports along with Delhi to have independent parallel runways. We've got the right airfield capacity. We've just opened a new terminal. We believe we've got exceptionally good cargo facilities, 2 new cargo partners on board. So I think we believe that we are positioned well as the demand is coming back, as sort of the appetite for both travel and cargo is coming back. And I think the next 5 to 10 years is going to be the decade of Indian aviation. But having said that, I'd like to also say, I am a bit concerned about financial stability as far as the airlines are concerned. I think that's certainly something that the sector is sort of looking at. And I think the ministry is also looking at that because I think there will be further consolidation in the market here. And that's probably the one, probably sounding cynical at a time like this when everybody is so optimistic, but I think that's one thing we're probably going to have to look out for.
Good, thank you. Kamal.
Thank you. Kamal Hingorani, SpiceJet. At the outset, thank you, PhD, for inviting me for this panel. Very happy to have such co-panelists and the audience here. So everything on the optimistic side of the aviation, and rightly so, has been covered by my fellow panelists. So I wouldn't repeat that. I have a minute, right?
Yes,
Sanjay. I would want to say that from a domestic aviation perspective, yes, the load factors are 90% plus. They've been like this even pre-COVID because the capacity wasn't as good as it is now. Having said that, and I continue to maintain what my panelists have said, that yes, there will be demand for not just the next 2 or 3 foreseeable future, probably for a decade, because India, as we all know, is highly unpenetrated at only 3.5% people traveling. So we have an opportunity of 96.5% of the 1.4 billion people who have not yet traveled by air. And we have a huge opportunity there, both airports, airlines, and everything, and employment. Having said that, India continues to be a low yield market compared to the rest of the world. And that is why the cost comes into play for every airline. We are an expensive country for an airline to operate, be it airports, no particular airport. ATF is something that, you know, we've talked about for 10 years. I've talked about it. And while I talk of the taxation on ATF, an average of 26%, both excise and VAT put together, I must take this opportunity and compliment the current Minister of Civil Aviation, Madhav Sindhya. I'm sorry, Aditya. Jyotiraj Sindhya, I'm sorry, for having got 26 of the 30 states to agree to bring down VAT. So absolutely what he's done hasn't been done in the past. Having said that, the 4 largest airports, where there is almost 60% of the domestic traffic, continue to be in the vicinity of 25% VAT. So we definitely need to bring down taxation on ATF. We definitely need to find ways through technology to reduce costs for the Indian aviation story to be sustainable commercially in the long term. I'm sure nobody wants a pure, from a customer point of view, nobody wants a pure duopoly. That's what we are seeing in telecom. And I think from that perspective, all the stakeholders and all of you present here need to contribute jointly, unbiasedly, to make sure that the aviation ecosystem is commercially sustainable in India in the years. Before I hand over the mic to Jyoti, I read a report of the Ryanair CEO this morning who said that the H2 of this year, he will not see the demand that Europe has seen in H1. They had a profit of some 700 billion, 0.7 billion euros, if I remember correctly, in the last quarter. And he himself has said that the same demand will not be there in H2 because of recession, because of high interest rates, etc. And I'm actually seeing and hearing the same from a lot of aviation and related investors and stakeholders in US, that this is pent-up demand, enjoy it. The yields are very good. H2 and next year may not be as good. Coming back to India, I repeat, our load factors will continue to be above 90%, and I can say that safely for another 10 years, provided there is no aberration like COVID. But the yields is something we must all find ways to enhance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, PhD, for hosting us. Thank you, Michael, too. I've heard the airline side, so let me introduce myself. I'm Jyoti Mayal. I'm the president of the Travel Agents Association of India. So bringing in the sustainability part, I'm also the chairperson for the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, which is with the Ministry of Skill Development. And I'm also the vice chair of FAITH, which is the Federation of all the Indian Tourism and Hospitality Associations, the 10 prominent ones. So as we've heard the airlines speak, I think I need to show my perspective of what I feel as the industry association, because I think there is a huge gap between the airlines and the stakeholders, and which I think we are a very prominent part. But to say yes and re-emphasize on what all have been saying, that I think that this emerging market of aviation is surely growing, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. It's not we've doubled the numbers of last year already. So I think that shows that we are there. We actually had missed out the opportunity of becoming the largest hub at one time. And I think it's nice to see that the government is working towards creating that hub, which was an opportunity lost. And I think they could have been a huge connector now, and we would have been one of the leading countries as we are now anyway, going economically, driving it to be a $3 billion by 2047. So I think there's a huge opportunity where aviation is concerned, along with tourism, because they need to be related together. But just to say that, because we're talking about sustainability also, the sustainability really exists where aviation is concerned. When we talk about environment, we also talk about social, but we also talk about the governance. And we also need to see how aviation can be a catalyst of growth with the stakeholders all involved. So yes, we do need the lower ATFs, we do need better airports, we need more data, we need more technology, we need more of everything coming into the position, but we need to have the right collaborations. So like I heard one of my panelists say, there's a safety aspect which we need to look in as an industry, which is going to be playing a very important role beyond sustainability, because that's a very important part of sustainability. I was just reading the other day, saying that 54% of the travelers are basically air travelers, and in the world globally. And all of them are looking at sustainability in a big way and how it drives sustainability. And tomorrow, I think we need to start thinking about sustainability right from today and not leave it to tomorrow, because that's the only way the growth is going to happen. But everyone in this country, a traveler, and we see travel literally growing again, because we have the youth. It's a youth country. Our disposable incomes are going up. So that drive is always going to be remaining till the time we don't really become a mature market. And, we have enough aircrafts and airlines flying in. But I think the sustainability is going to be playing a very, very important role going forward, because the passenger today is also looking at which airline is sustainable, which airline is more driven by sustainability. And that's becoming a very, very important aspect of travel. So I think we need to all together sit down and say how that sustainability comes into driving aviation growth, because they wouldn't mind paying even the 2% of the extra cost if there is a project of sustainability linked to it. So people are wanting to understand what sustainability is. People are wanting, it's a buzzword today, and it's not a buzzword actually, it's our need of today. So we really need to work on it, and I'm sure and confident about it that as we see the airlines growing and the aviation industry growing, they are going to lean towards the airlines which are more sustainable in the long run, and which are looking at sustainability from the environment and from the point of stakeholders. And we are here to grow, of course, and we will certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, bringing a very interesting perspective from a customer, point of view. There's a challenge to the airlines, but there's also a promise that you become the preferred airline.
Hi, I'm Michael Jain from Bel Air, the global travel company. I'm also from the other side of the spectrum. And, if as an intermediary between the customer and the airline, I have an overview of certain data across all airlines. And what we are really seeing, there are two main things. One is that the average price over the last 2 decades pre-COVID had not changed for ONDs. So let's say there was a Delhi-London, average price was 30,000-40,000 economy, 120 business. This, and for 2 decades that didn't change, but did staff costs change? Did airport costs change? Did all the other ancillary costs change? Yes. So I think but the second point is I think the airlines were a bit, I would use the word scared, but in some sense, to change the price, because especially in India, we're very price sensitive. And I think there's a major change post-COVID that we're not a low yield price sensitive market as much as we were pre-COVID. And I think that's a massive trend change, which will open up many doors for aviation in general in India. So I think we have multiple offices around the world, and the most change we can see at the moment is in sales from India in terms of the yield and at what price points people are willing to go. And I think that's really fantastic overall.
Good. Well, thank you. I think taking that, Michael's point, let's keep it in the backdrop. So basically what you're saying is yields have now improved. They were static for about 2 decades now. No, and when we talk of, sustainability, I think airlines and more so all the companies, they always have this dilemma of, I mean, how do you kind of balance sustainability investment into that versus the benefit, cost benefit, and things like that? So maybe I will come to you, Mohammed. I mean, tell us, in your journey of implementing sustainable, practices without compromising on profitability, give us some success stories, maybe some learning for the audience. How do we balance the two?
Okay, so not always sustainable initiatives has to be expensive. Actually, it can be actually beneficial and reduce cost. Like recently, we've launched in Dubai Airport, all Emirates passengers departing from Dubai Airport has to go with mobile boarding pass. We stopped completely the printed boarding passes, and the size of Emirates and in Dubai, it's a massive size. So everybody has to be on a
Do you
mobile
have a
boarding
number
pass.
to that saving as well, maybe?
It's not on top of my head, but
But it is
huge.
significant for sure.
For example, Dubai Airport handles 66 million in a year, but part of it is transit, part of it is from point to point to Dubai. So yeah, you can imagine the size of those printing this massive number of boarding passes. Everyone has to have it now on his mobile. It can be sent on email or on. You can view your boarding pass on the mobile. So that's a lot of cost saving, and at the same time, more of a secure for the customer, so he doesn't lose it or anything. So yeah, this is just an example of many.
Great, thank you. I'll just maybe Rakesh, I'll just come back to you as a continuation of that. So one of the things like Mohammed just talked about, there's a good initiative. You've gone paperless on the boarding pass, but many of us thinking here will think it's happened in Dubai. Can it happen here? So the question that comes to mind is, these best practices sometimes, are they scalable? Can you do them across geographies? I mean, give us an example from your side. You're running across regions, across different markets. Initiatives where you've actually made these work across geographies. Scalability is there. Those kind of examples.
What I can say is most of our best practices initiatives generally get developed in our hubs, and then we look at rolling them across the network into our markets and regions. When you look at these best practices, what are they? I mean, mostly best practices would be centered around customer experience. Improving customer experience will be centered around improving operations efficiency, and in fact, some of them also will be centered around addressing environmental concerns. So this is what we look at in terms of best practices. And there's always, and my fellow colleagues in the airlines will always agree with me, while we have these best practices generated out of our hubs, sometimes it will depend upon the kind of best practice it is, and different regions and different markets will have its own share of challenges in terms of implementing them and adapting them across the hubs, across our regions and network. When we look at least when you look at these best practices, there's a good common denominator. And when I say common denominator, at least most of the stakeholders are aligned when it comes to improving operational efficiency or customer experience, because we all have a vested interest in keeping our customers happy. And that's a good common denominator. But to implement these best practices across the regions, the most important and essential component in that is how do we work with our key stakeholders, which means collaboration is extremely essential, and extremely essential on ground level working partnerships. And for us also, it is quite similar. So one of the examples that I can give is our Ultra Track product. I'm talking about on the cargo side of things, but that's a good example. This Ultra Track product basically helps us monitor shipments real time, and we use Internet of Things. So we implemented this in our hub in Hong Kong, and then made it available across our network. And we could do that successfully because the key stakeholders came forward, and there was support coming in from these stakeholders. So we worked very well with our ground handlers, and we worked with the airport operators, both absolutely supportive of that. And we were able to successfully implement and scale it across India as well. So that's one thing I can say when we have to adapt or adopt these kind of best practices across markets and across regions. I think collaboration is key. Collaboration between the key stakeholders is key, and that is the real difference in terms of being able to scale it across.
Thank you. And that's a great example. So you kind of create it centrally, but build that element of adaptability wherever you're taking it in different parts of the world. Right? I'll just maybe while we're the airline theme, I'll just pass on to Salil. I mean, we've Rakesh talked about how the customer is very central to what they're doing, even bringing operational efficiency. So tell us, I mean, with the technology interventions, again, you're a global airline, so I mean, give us some examples of where you kind of use technology interventions to improve the customer experience and keeping the customer very central to what you're doing.
Right. I think most travelers these days are digital travelers, and the digital traveler demands more automation today. They're asking for lesser dependencies, lesser touch points, and more owning of the options that they can. And really, to enable that, it's important to go through the journey right from booking till post-travel and kind of see where you can overhaul and improve the passenger experience through technology. So for example, you start at the booking level, right? Now, what has been happening for the past couple of decades is in the name of technology upgrades, on top of archaic technologies or say websites or sales and distribution platforms, there's been just kind of a veneering on top of that. But the real need today is to build those technologies from ground up or overhaul those from ground up, right? Like the PSS systems. And that's where the true transformation will happen. And that's where we are investing our monies and our priorities into. With partnering with Amadeus, and also as a large airline developing some of our own bespoke solutions. At the same time, another topic for the industry to think about maybe is that while we did transition in the past 2 to 3 decades from paper-based technology to digital, but the modalities were still based, or the structures were still based on what came from paper. Okay, so we still operate on TTY or EDIFACT logs, which came from the telex machines, right? The internet uses very different protocols, and there is an opportunity to kind of radically transform our technologies. And therefore the customer experience will also grow manifold, because we are sitting on archaic technologies and just adding layers on top of that. I think that needs to go away, and we need to build from ground up. That's the booking cycle of it, booking part of it, right? Once you move to the airports, another thing that's a common theme from a lot of passengers is they don't like to stand in lines. And that's something that has not been reimagined till date. So most of you might know we are coming up with a new midfield terminal at Abu Dhabi that launches on 2nd of December, which is the UAE National Day. At the midfield terminal, we're going to have a ton of portable self-service kiosks. So the lines go away to a certain extent. Yeah. These will be voice-based, facial recognition is going to come in. The other thing which we are heavily investing on is facial biometric services, right? And we're already piloting this. For example, most of you know we have the US immigration pre-clearance at Abu Dhabi. We are piloting now for all flights to New York. You don't even need your passport to clear immigrations. It's through facial biometrics, right? So that's a technology intervention which improves passenger experience, improves security for the US authorities, etc. So that's while at the airport. The aircraft in the air, above the wing experience is becoming much more connected. The cockpits are now connected. The cabin crew are now continuously connected through their iPads to on ground, which helps them focus really on delivering next level passenger experience, focusing on service rather than doing administrative tasks. Till a few years ago, you would see cabin crew are inundated with administrative works and not able to attend to passenger requirements. But now you see more and more automation there through technology where the aircraft is completely connected. In fact, the needs of the pilots, the data and network needs of the pilots are more than the passenger today, which is a good sign. Once you arrive on ground, I think there's more and more adoption of radio frequency based baggage identification, right? How long have we been using World Tracer? For ages, since I've come into the industry world, but how many airlines are efficiently able to track baggage using World Tracer? Not too high. I think so it's time to adapt to radio frequency based baggage identification. And lastly, the post-sale experience also. So many passengers still struggle with refunds from airlines. robotic process automation, RPA, as it's called. I think that's the key to this, because most of these refunds are rule-based. Yeah, you can easily automate rule-based processes, and stuff like group refunds, right? Group refunds from airlines take months today. That is a real opportunity to hire the right technology partner and automate some of this stuff so that the passenger journey, right from booking till the post-service sales, gets completely seamless.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you've given some kind of great examples. I think the audience wants to clap here. You can do that, please. Feel free. So you can be generous with your appreciation. I see a lot of students here as well, so, and I would also request, I would encourage you, you made a great point of saying that, when we move from paper to digital, we just try to see what we were doing in the paper world and then just make it digital, but maybe you can just from an outsider view come into the industry and see what is it that we need to stop doing. I mean, we don't probably need to be doing a lot of things which we are doing, and sometimes you don't even know why you were doing it, but you're still doing it. So go and ask the question, why is it there? I mean, challenge the status quo. And I think that's a role which you as the next gen can play in coming into the industry and challenging the status quo. And a lot of things can change, because we were talking of paperless in the earlier session. We can go paperless, but even we can go less with processes. So I think that's another thing we need to simplify. That's the key. So we've heard a lot on the airline front. I will now come to you, Satyaki. You are very well positioned between 3 international carriers on one side and then 1 domestic on the other side. And the airport is right in the center. You're well positioned. I can see that. So tell us now from your perspective, from an airport perspective, I mean, some best practices, how you kind of collaboration has worked, where you've brought changes working together and, something which is really impacted and helped the customer.
Sure. I think, Sanjeev, it's a good point. I think over the last 5 years, we spoke about digital transformation this morning in multiple sessions, for instance. And I think we've really taken it very seriously. We started our digital transformation journey in 2017, 18. And I think at that point, of course, nobody knew COVID was around the corner. But I think COVID actually accelerated and did more for digital transformation than anything else. And the entire world sort of went digital at that point. But we had invested majorly in 3 or 4 platforms even before COVID sort of was on the scene. The first one was a process automation platform, which was fairly straightforward, which was to sort of generally go digital across the entire enterprise. And that's something that we did across our organization. And I remember, or I recall the earlier panel discussion where we were talking about going paperless. At Bangalore Airport now, we are completely paperless. So as far as the cargo business is concerned as well, for instance. So we implemented an ACS system, which has made the entire process paperless in very similar ways. We also invested in a customer experience platform, which has now gone live with the Pulse, which is a Bangalore Airport app. And that allows passengers or customers to come to the airport and use their mobile phone to sort of interact in most ways, whether it's for flight information or for information on queuing and getting through the airport, indoor navigation, ordering food and getting it delivered, for instance. So these are all initiatives focused on either operating efficiency or customer experience, right? And also in the case of the app, maybe in the future, some ways of generating ancillary and commercial revenue. The third platform that we're very particularly very thrilled about is the DigiYatra platform. It was actually conceptualized at Bangalore Airport's Innovation Lab, and it came out of initial discussions as part of the T2 imagination process. And what's been most heartening is how sort of all the airports came together as part of those discussions after, when we had initial discussions. And then in discussions with both the ministry as well as with people like Nandan Nilekani and other people within the Digital India stack, I think it became clear that there was no point with each airport and each airline trying to do something different, right? It made sense for a pan-Indian platform that could be rolled out across all airports, but which could equally in the longer term be something that the travel and transportation industry could adopt very easily. So I think that became the DigiYatra platform. The DigiYatra Foundation was set up, and as you know, all of the airports as well as the Niti Aayog, everybody is sort of involved in a big way. And we now have it live across 7 or 8 airports in India. And I suspect that over the course of the next 24 months, you'll have it rolled out across all airports in India, at least certainly all the major airports. So that's another initiative where everybody came together. It was not just the airports, but it was the airlines, it was the government, it was key stakeholders. And I think we got together pretty quickly in order to get to a solution which makes sense, in order to reduce queuing, improve customer experience, and give passengers control of their journey. A final platform that we, at that point, invested in was our data analytics platform. And that's something also that we've made a fair degree of progress with. A lot of it has been focused on internal initiatives, understanding our operation better, understanding sort of the airport process better, understanding capacity better, and understanding customer, preference better. But I think as we probably move forward over the course of the next decade, you're going to see much more collaboration between airports and sort of their hub carriers. It happens in places like Hong Kong and Dubai and Singapore and Abu Dhabi, where the government, I think, is, I mean, not so much in Hong Kong, where the government isn't on the airline, but certainly in the 3 other places, the government owns the airline, the airport, the ground handling company, etc. So that collaboration becomes a whole lot more seamless because it's driven by the government. But even here, I think, one of the things that's been most gratifying about MoCA and sort of the government over the course of the last few years is their push on digitalization, is their push on information exchange, is their push on getting the government stakeholders on board as well. So whether it's the Bureau of Immigration or BCAS or customs, etc., everybody has come forth and sort of participated quite proactively with respect to data exchange and trying to figure out how to make the entire process better. And I think it's led to reduction in processing times, not just from a passenger perspective, but certainly in light of this particular, let's say, gathering, even from a cargo perspective, we've exchanged information a whole lot better these days on cargo than we used to. So I think all of those things have made processing times much better. It's improved efficiency for stakeholders and customers, and at the end of the day, the consumer. And I think that is likely to be here to stay. So it looks as if over the next 10 years, you will see a lot more hyper-personalization. You will see people taking much more control of their journey. And not just of the time when they're in the aircraft, for instance, whether they're on board, but I think even on the ground, you're likely to see a whole lot more engagement with the customer from a digital perspective.
Thank you. I think that's a great overview. Kamal, I'll come to you. I mean, I know you as SpiceJet and you personally also very articulate in what you say. Plus, you've been like in very different experiences, right, on the mountaintop and then going through challenging times, but holding on, that's something very commendable. But in the midst of it, you've also been, making sure your innovation is not lagging behind. So tell us some examples on sustainability, where you've kind of taken the lead on innovation, on doing things which probably the industry has not done in India.
Thank you, Sanjeev. So we started work on sustainability aviation fuel way back in 2015 when SAF was not even known in India, or it was hardly known. SAF actually became fashionable post-COVID. We worked on it for 2 years, and we were the first airline in South Asia to do a demo flight from Dehradun to Delhi on sustainable aviation fuel on 18th August 2018, which was a landmark event, not only for SpiceJet, but even for the government of India, because they supported us. We got the SAF from their institute in Dehradun. We worked with them for 2 years. I was personally involved. I used to visit them. I used to do things. And once we did that, by 2018, SAF was becoming fashionable. I use the word fashionable and not popular at the moment. It's 5 years back. And it was so popular or fashionable that to receive the flight in Delhi, we had 5 union ministers who came to receive the flight. All important union ministers. Invite was sent to a lot, but they all came to receive the flight because they believed in it. So this was, of course, Civil Aviation Minister, Petroleum Minister, Minister of Environment, Minister of Agriculture, because we used agro's residue to produce the SAF using the Jatropha plant, and Minister of Commerce, of course. So at that time, the former Minister of Commerce, who was then the Sherpa, Hardeep Singh Puri's Petroleum, Suresh Prabhu. He was then. So 5 of them came, and it was such a big event, and we were front page and whatever. And we were to do the next flight on Boeing, which was a demo flight 6 months later. Unfortunately for us, as we all know, the Boeing Max had an accident, and the aircraft Boeing Max were grounded for the next 2 years. So we couldn't do that. And subsequent to that, COVID happened. But while we wanted to continue and we were working, so during COVID, we did a very interesting exercise. We as in I was part of this exercise on the board of World Economic Forum. That 1 year of COVID, I think I spent very well. 2 hours a day on video conference with about 12 stakeholders across the world. McKinsey from Europe did the research for us. We prepared a 78-page blueprint titled SAF Availability and Sustainability in India. And in that 78-page document, we identified the sources of feedstock, how it's to be done, what are the commercials that it will take, because even today, SAF is 3 times more expensive than ATF in India. Even if SAF tax was 0, we would still be 2.6 times more expensive. India being so sensitive that it is just not feasible to buy SAF and get passengers to pay even 200 rupees more. And when we finished the report, we presented it to the then petroleum minister, and he ran it through his bureaucrats, and it came out so well that he constituted the first committee on development of SAF under the chairmanship of Indian Oil, Dr. Ramaswamy. And I was part of that committee, and we worked on it for a year. And after that, the policy on SAF is yet to come out by the government, but it's almost ready, I'm told. There is a policy on biodiesel. This will be an extension for policy on SAF. The reason SAF has actually lagged in India is because if the government were to, and I say it very openly, tongue in cheek though, if the government were to show any kind of incentives to SAF, which are not commensurate with biodiesel for ground support, they will be seen as supporting elitist industry, even though our Prime Minister says, "Ore desh ka aam aadmi." But the reality is that aviation hasn't got a fair deal on a lot of taxation that I think aviation deserves, and we are therefore not on level playing field. Having said all that, I cannot take away the support that each ministry has given us towards this. There are constraints which we understand are beyond even policy. So SAF for us has been a very, very emotional thing. In fact, when we did the demo flight, we were asked by the then environment minister that what do you think is required? We'd not done the 78-page document that we did, took 1.5 years. And that is when Ajay Singh, our promoter, said that let's set a target because nobody else is setting a target. And we set a target of 100 million passengers in India by 2030 must fly on SAF aircraft. And this target he declared at the UN Climate Exchange on the sidelines of UN General Assembly in 2019, September, where he announced, where the Prime Minister was also there attending the UN General Assembly, that India hopes to have 100 million passengers flying domestically on SAF-powered aircraft. That target set by us at that time was then adopted by the government of India, also by the World Economic Forum. And even today, that's the target. Of course, it's gone way beyond that. There's a 1% SAF blend by 2025 and 5% by 2030. We are waiting for policy mandates. But what I'm trying to say here is that I think we are much closer to having SAF, on our fuel tanks than we were 3 years back. Coming to the other technology, if I may take another minute, Sanjeev, with your permission.
Another minute is fine.
Thank you. From a customer experience perspective, it was way back in 2015 that we started sending out SMSs to passengers who booked their tickets. And definitely we were the first airline to do it in India and probably the first major airline in the world. In 2015, I didn't know of any airline that used to send text messages to passengers to say, this is your PNR, this time is your flight. And the next airline in India that started that was late 2017, 2 years later. And during COVID, we were very closely working with Ministry of Civil Aviation and BCAS to do a touchless thing because of COVID. And I think we worked so closely with them that whatever our IT did, by the way, we have 80 data scientists working for us in Bangalore as Spice Tech, which is a subsidiary. And what we developed for the industry was then dictated by MOCA as a mandate to all airlines to follow, which was boarding cards, touchless, baggage handling, send out SMS for baggage tags, etc., etc. And one good thing that came out of all this was something that I've been fighting for 20 years with BCAS, is that why must you stamp the boarding card in India, which doesn't happen anywhere in the world, not even in Bangladesh? Why should the boarding card be stamped? Why do you need that extra CISF person there? And all along, what we heard was that this is a security requirement. It started after the Kandahar hijack, and nobody wanted to take the call to say, knock it off. Thankfully, COVID came as a relief, that no touch point. That's when they brought out those scanners, cameras and all. And thanks to COVID that we got rid of that, archaic practice. One point last I'll touch with Salil and also Satyaki mentioned about archaic IT. Yes, type B, for airline people know type B is something I've used. I've been here 37 years in the industry. I've used it from day one, and it was probably there 30 years before. We're using the same technology today, which costs a bomb because it's satellite. It's used through satellite. Today with web-based, you can actually achieve something. And I also happen to be the deputy president for CETA Council at Brussels. And CETA services some 4,000 airports and 400 airlines today. And this is something I talk about there, that we need to get rid of that expensive, archaic dinosaur technology where airlines have to pay a bomb for it and come on to a web-based. And we hope we'll be able to do that in the foreseeable future. Thank you. I know I took very long.
No, thank you. I can see there's a lot of passion over there. So yeah, you can please be generous with your clapping. It builds your appetite as well. So I mean, coming to you, Jyoti, and you waited along, but sitting everybody here is also what you represent is the customers actually for all of us as well. So tell us, in this very rapidly evolving travel industry, from your perspective, where do you see it like, different stakeholders collaborating actually to kind of drive innovation, improving customer experience? Give us some examples where you've seen, up close from where you are sitting in.
Thank you, Sanjeev, again. It's wonderful to hear everyone. So I have to speak the least, so I don't need to deplete the time which is allocated to us. But to say, coming back to this, I've heard so many viewpoints from the airlines, and again, coming back to the industry as the travel agents, I think I would say that collaboration, of course, is very, very important. And that's the only thing that will drive this industry to achieve success. And that's the simplest words I can use for it. Because without collaboration, I don't think anything is going to work. Yes, everything got accelerated because of COVID, and your technology has moved, everything has moved much faster and quicker than would have accepted. We would have taken us a lot of time, because I don't think COVID was one thing where everyone started using virtual reality, one started using the Zooms and the Microsoft Teams and etc., all those virtual platforms. And we saw everything going virtual, absolutely. So that's a trend that's going to stay. So that's one thing that we have been adopting. And as an association also, we've been encouraging some parts of it, but we can't take it to the optimum because, of course, it will deprive us only of travel. So saying that, but I'll tell you, there were a lot of challenges when we talk about COVID. And I'm saying this while the airlines are here. I wish there was a question answer between them and me. It would have gone much better. But during COVID, we struggled a lot. And we struggled a lot, like Salil said. Our main concern was our refunds. And, it was one of the hugest challenge that we had to, talk with the airlines, especially because airlines were the ones who literally kept hold our money. And sometimes I feel, we are the ones financing them totally, and no one else finances them. It's all a hoax that they say they go to the banks, they go to someone else, but it's we, the industry, who are actually, giving them that support system to fly. But what do we get in return is something that we need to see in a collaborative way. And I think we need to work on that together. Yes, the ministry does work with us a lot, but somehow, I have 2,000 IATA agents, which actually work directly with all the airlines. And in our association, I feel there's a huge gap when it comes to the individual IATA member and airline. Everyone doesn't have the connect with the airlines to move forward. So there are a lot of things that need to be covered in this gap. It needs to be a very, economically driven industry for both sides. Because believe you me, we can go on data, we can go on technology, we can go on OTAs, we can go on every place, but India is going to take a very long time, especially for some travel to come to, reach its climax. And why I say that is because, tourism and technology go hand in hand. And we've seen that during COVID time and even post-COVID time, people started moving out, not to the aircrafts first, they started moving out to the way of travel. Could be cars, it could be, whatever means they used, but it was not air travel because flights hadn't still started. So the shift could have happened towards more of being on road or being on train instead of air. So I think we need to have that commitment to collaboration to move forward. And yes, that's the only way we can succeed. And I think it's time that the airlines understand this better as the travel agents do. But I think it's very, very important. During this time of COVID, we've always in touch with all the domestic airlines, especially, and the international, of course, for our refunds firstly, but we also grew together to say how we can take the next step where travel and tourism was concerned. And we started working a lot on that. So some of the collaborations which we have been able to deliver very successfully is, I don't know how many people know here, it's the joint bank guarantee, which we work with all the ITA carriers, but there is something which we are now discussing with the Honorable Minister himself to say how we can take this to the domestic airlines who are not in that same process. Of course, when we talk about sustainability, and I heard that from everyone, the main thing which I talk about collaboration is, we need to disseminate whatever we are doing to the general consumer and to the travel agent. There's a gap between the deliverables and the processes that they are setting with the consumer and with the travel agents. So there's a huge gap which needs to be covered there, because I understand that Emirates is doing very well, Etihad is doing very well, Cathay, and so is the Bangalore airport and other airports. But how much is it driven to the consumer to say what virtual, what seamless travel is something that needs to be educated and put into the processes for the travel agents as an industry, which is not being done. So I think that's the first step that goes towards collaboration, that we really need to set these processes in place to say that everyone is educated. Today, like I'll just say a simple thing. We all talk about sustainability, but I would just like to ask the audience, how many people know what is usable, what is one time usable, what is 10 times usable, what is biofuel? I don't think anyone has the full knowledge about it. And that's something I had a meeting yesterday only with the Minister of Tourism, and we were talking about this, that how do we disseminate this into the entire environment, because that's the crux of sustainability. We talk about sustainability, like Kamal said just now, it's a fashionable word, but how much are we really carrying it forward to educate our members or to the industry is a big question mark. So I think that is something which we need to do. As a president, we keep trying to do and help our members to do whatever we can, and take information from them, pass it on to them, so we are like a conduit to them. But how much is it done directly is there is a huge gap there. So I think we need to use that. And of course, the life forward and the consumer forward is only going to look at customer experience, is going to be a very vital part. And of course, technology is going to be the largest enabler. And I hear this from my members every time, and especially talks like this, I heard, oh, we are going to be overtaken by technology. I don't agree to that at all, because I think it's always going to be an enabler. It's always going to be there as a support system. It's how you use it, how you utilize it to your ends is what's going to really matter. And we talk about artificial intelligence, and someone at the earlier also was talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is very good. It's also an enabler. Why are we scared of it? I don't understand, because whatever new processes and new thoughts are only in the human minds. It's not in the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is only going to pick up once I have delivered something. So I have to be always good at what my thoughts are and say how we can progress. They are just going to pick up what the other minds have said and put it to you in front of you to adapt. So that's the end limit of the artificial intelligence and technology. Rest, everything needs to come from the travel agent, from the airline themselves, from the tourism destinations. And we've seen the demographics have totally changed. And that's what we've been able to collaborate with our members to say how we can collaborate together to build destinations, which we are. We are building rural destinations, and the moment we pick up on more rural destinations, there are 230 airports announced domestically by 2040 or 2030. So they are going to be underutilization then. That's the only way that's going to be utilized. So the tourism, sustainability and collaboration with aviation needs to be on one railway track to move forward. I think that's the only way we can collaborate. Thank you.
No, thanks a lot. And I think there's a lot of takeaways from what you're saying. But I see, what you very clearly are saying, collaboration needs a lot of commitment. So I think that's a given. And also communication, you brought it very clearly. I think it needs to be all pervasive for people to kind of pick up that. And of course, a very important point, it has to be economically viable for all the players. So I think that's where kind of collaboration really works. And I like that point on where you said about the artificial intelligence. So the human mind will still have the ability to produce fresh ideas. AI is still taking old ideas, kind of putting it together and presenting you. So I think that's a great way of putting it. But thank you so much, Michael. I will I will skip you for a moment because I'm conscious of the time. I have another round of questions and then, but I would like to just place a couple of questions to the audience. And maybe we will take a couple or we'll see how it goes, but we'll not take very long because I'm told lunch is also ready. So we'll just take maybe quickly if anybody has questions for the panel. So yes, your hand was up and then after you. So first the gentleman at the back and then we'll come to you.
Hello. This is a general question. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, what specific steps are being taken by the national and global aviation industries to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of human, physical, and digital world?
That's a big question, so that needs a conference in itself, actually. I don't know if any of you want to attempt it in a 60 seconds, maybe Kamal, 1 minute you have
I'll
again.
do it in 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds.
So all airlines have agreed to net zero by 2050, and this happened at the IATA AGM in Boston 2 years back. And all IATA airlines have agreed to that, so we are committed. So are the OEMs, the Airbus, the Boeing, the Pratt & Whitney, the engine manufacturers, Rolls-Royce, GE, everybody. And until we have the aircraft and the engines that become more technologically advanced for especially medium and long flying, it's a very challenging thing. But we are all committed as the entire ecosystem to be at net zero by 2050.
Great, thank you. Yes. Yeah, can you take a mic, please? Can somebody pass on the mic?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ashish Apte. I'm a founder of a business advisory company. I just want to understand from the panel. I mean, it's a very interesting topic what we are discussing today. We're talking about passenger experience and everything. So just two questions, maybe you can answer it as a club also. What will be the role of the cargo aggregators in the whole cargo industry as a whole? And what role IATA can play when every passenger is allowed to book his or her own tickets? And how it can be made more experiencing to the passengers as a whole. The panel can answer on that. I hope the question is clear.
Can you, the first one, can you just repeat?
First one was basically on the role of the cargo aggregators. Maybe the question is not right for the panel. They can answer the second question.
Okay. Anybody wants to? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can serve.
Well, it's fine. We take that one, but let's do the panel first. So anything on the second question?
The second question was the role of IAT. I mean, the kind of travel operators and tour operators, when every individual, him or her, is able to book the tickets and the experience, what extra thing they can do for the travel experience?
Question: what role IATA has?
Yeah.
So I'll just say this because, I think we get very scared when we hear the word OTA. I think all travel agents go into the shell and thinking, oh, our life is finished and we are doomed, which is never going to happen. Like, believe you me, even in the countries beyond who've always had marvelous tourism turns, have still a lot of things to take from the travel agent. Experiences, I'm sorry, a chatbot can't give you an experience. So what you give as an experience, and that's when I'm telling the aviation also, tomorrow it's going to change. Our thought process is changing a lot. Tomorrow, on-time travel is not going to be an experience. That's an accepted fact. It has to be. The experience that will change is much more. So that experience is something only the travel agent or the human mind can add. And even today, if you see the largest of OTAs in the world have a back office to give services. Okay, so that service is again, which is driving, basically you are the ones driving that service. So I think there are a lot of things that come into giving experiences and going beyond that and connect that extra mile for your passenger. Because just doing a booking is not going to be there. Post-COVID, we've seen the demographics have totally changed from a traveler. He's not looking at only buying a ticket or booking a hotel. It's the in-between experience that he's wanting, a seamless check-in, a seamless into the airports, a seamless going to the aircraft, having food in a sustainable manner. I just was reading the other day that one of the airlines have started their own food farms and closer to the airport so they can cater to the airports as sustainable foods. So there are a lot of things happening even where the airlines are concerned, and those are the experiences that you need to be updated on every day. And that's why I said the communication needs to be very strong, because you need to tell this to your client when you are giving him an experience. Giving that experience of minute details is what only a human mind can do and no one else. You can build an itinerary, you can buy a ticket, you can book a hotel, but the extra mileage. And if I start talking about USPs, there are too many because I keep talking to the government the whole day, and we are creating a lot of things where Ministry of Tourism is especially concerned. We are building a lot of aspects of tourism. So I think it's a huge opportunity for travel agents to actually explore those opportunities and bring them and create that growth. Tourism is never going to happen without aviation. So that's why I always say we are the two sides of the same track. So it has to move together, but the experiences can only be added by travel agents.
Yeah, thank you. I think I see so many hands coming up. So
No, one, I think.
okay, I'll take.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rajan Saigal. I'm part of the travel and tourism industry. I will ask a very simple question. The first point on your panel discussion is airline sustainable growth recommendation. My recommendation is, there are so many airlines sitting in on the dais. Please take the travel agents with you. If you take them with you, you will be growing every day, because we are sitting in India, and whether you bring your online or your websites, 85% of the upper portion or the lower portion of the aircraft is filled by the travel agents. So you have seen the fares in last 1.5 years. The students are paying 3 lakhs for a one-way ticket. And if a travel agent charge 500 rupees on that 3 lakhs of rupees, they said you are overcharging. So I just want to check who is overcharging, the airlines or the travel agent. The man who is giving you best of the best business, Mr. Pavan Jain, is sitting here. Mr. Vora, who is filling the lower part of from last so many, I started my career with him. Michael was not born, who was sitting on the dais. So you can imagine, the travel industry is suffering. The travel agents are suffering. You are charging for the date change. You are charging for the seat, for the meals. How can a travel agent make the income, sir? You have so many.
I think you answered most of it, because you're filling most of our flights. So we depend on you 100%.
So, but how can we make income? You have basic fare is 70,000. The taxes are 1,30,000. Why don't you put a abbreviation ASF, Agent Survival Fund? So put some few thousand rupees on that. That's all my question.
I think, you have some great ideas, Rajanji. If we don't feed our audience with lunch, they will say, they need to survive.
Just quickly,
so that's the bigger need rather than the agent survival. The survival of my audience is, as at stake. So, but on a lighter vein, I mean, airlines taking the travel agents together is a great point. They made a good start by having the president of Thai on the stage along with them as a starting point. And just to take it from there, but this is a good subject. I think maybe PhD should maybe have another kind of maybe a smaller group.
Like to comment on that.
I'll just add to
I
this.
think Mohammed is very keen actually to actually.
Mohammed, you can add, but I'll just say that before that.
Please.
We are always on the same opposite side of the same table, and been discussing this since years. I didn't want to bring it in the public because it's a never-ending talk between us. But yes, there are a lot of other ways that they can actually incentivize the whole thing, leaving the commissions what we talk about.
Correct.
And one important thing is that you mentioned that the prices are going up, and I think Salil had touched on that. International airlines are kind of restricted in India, and that's why we are limited with the same capacity for the past 9-10 years. So that's why the prices are just going up, because of the restriction on capacities. That's one main part of it, and then the rest of it is the supply chain is a bit restricted. The costs in airports are going high, ground handling are going high, and catering is going high. So all of that lift, and eventually it's passed to the consumer who has to pay more. And travel agents, where airline travel agents are hand in hand, 60-70% of the airline business comes from the travel agents. So no way we are going alone in this. We are always with the travel agents. So yeah, I'll just keep it short.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And apologies if I can't take all the questions. I think we will have to close. But just in summary, I think, what's coming out very clearly that this is the decade for Indian aviation, I think. And I think that's something that we need to kind of take away. How do we participate in that? I think that's the great thing. We have a very conducive environment. The government is there. I mean, participating in this, walking alongside, providing a lot of support. And I think, as very rightly mentioned, they've been also doing their part in terms of technology interventions and things like that. The industry is upbeat. Collaboration is being talked about, but collaboration is also happening on the ground. We see a lot of instances of that. And even when we see this passion about, taking together, it's something which shows that there's a desire, there's a drive to do it together. So I think that's something which is a positive takeaway as I see it. I mean, we have a very engaged, in audience as well. If you see, I mean, people sitting at 2:15 without lunch. So, I mean, it's commendable. I think at the end of it, please, we'll give ourselves each one a big round of applause. And thanks. Thank you. And thanks to PhD as well, for being that catalyst of bringing all of this together. I'm sure you all will have some takeaways which we can take and then give representation to the respective ministries, so that what we discuss over here actually becomes something actionable, and we can see some change happening. So thank you once again. It's been great. It's been a great panel. Please give them a big round of applause. And another round of applause for yourselves. You've been a great audience as well. Those of you who could not ask your questions, please feel free.
Sir, just one and last question related to carbon emission, please.
You are standing between lunch and us.
Yeah, and between the audience and me also.
The audience will not leave you after this. So you decide whether you want.
Thank you.
Please
So hello everyone, my name is Ashwini Tuteja. I'm practically reducing carbon emission in India, not digitally, practically. So I'm very much keen to work with airlines, and you can offset your carbon emissions. So that is my question is that, how can I, connect with you and to get the practically done work? And my product is pre-approved for carbon credits.
I will connect with you after this session.
Thank you.
Good job.
Very easy question and very easy answer.
Yeah.
2 words.
Yes.
Bro,
I'll
that is
hand over to our PhD team, and we'll take over from there. Over to you.
And also a big round of applause for Mr. Sanjeev Edward, our moderator. Thank you very much, sir, for moderating very efficiently. I'll request Mr. Vipin Bora, our chair for Aviation Committee, and Mr. Michael to kindly come forward and felicitate our domain experts and honored speakers with a memento, please. We can start from left side with Madam Jyoti Mahal, please. Mr. Kamal Hingorani. Mr. Satyaki Raghunath. Mr. Salil Nath. Mr. Rakesh Sirkar. Mr. Mohammad Sarhan. And to our learned moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Edward. Can I request everyone to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please?
We'll have one group photograph. I know.
Hold this.
Come.
Come.
Yes, of course.
हाँ, 2 मिनट वहाँ पे भी है खाली। कुछ तो नहीं रह गया।
The year 1958, the first privately owned ground handling company in Turkey founded. The founder, Mr. Ali Cavit Çelebioğlu, has seen to the service requirements for the planes before takeoff and after landing. One staircase and 5 workers were his first team and equipment. He persisted and never gave up. The Çelebi Ground Handling Service Company has continuously grown since its foundation and has been a pioneer in its sector.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to kindly settle down. We are starting a very, very important session, the panel discussion. And I'll request the speakers of this session to kindly come on the dais. So we have Mr. Ambar Dubey, the moderator of this session. Thank you very much, Ambarji, for coming. Now may I request Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, General Manager, International Financial Services, Central Authority, to kindly come on the dais. Mr. Pulak Sen, Secretary General, MRO Association of India. Mr. C.S. Sharma, Joint Director and Head PMU, Quality Council of India, Quality and Drone Ecosystem. Mr. Bala Subramaniam MP, Founder and CEO of Air Cargo Consultancy International Services. Mr. Abhinav Jain, Co-Founder and CEO, Elements AI. And Mr. Rajan Sehgal, Co-Chair, PHDCCI Tourism Committee. So this session is basically new business profits models and sustainable initiatives from the allied aviation industry. In the morning sessions, we have understood the intricacies, the nitty-gritties of the cargo industry as well as aviation industry, what all strides they are making in the sustainable ecosystem. On the same lines, there are a lot of allied ecosystem players in aviation and cargo sectors. So we have curated this platform, this particular session, to understand the nuts and bolts that how allied industry is playing a very, very pertinent and important role in strategizing sustainability development initiatives. So without any further ado, I'll request Mr. Amber to kindly take over the dais and kindly moderate this session. Over to you, Amberji.
Thank you so much, sir. और सबको नमस्कार. जो पीछे बैठे हैं भाई, आप लोग भी थोड़ा आगे आ जाओ. ठीक है ना, कोई मजा नहीं है. नहीं तो व्हाट्सएप पे खेलेंगे ना तो या टिकटॉक देखेंगे तो फिर मजा नहीं है. ठीक है. सो कैसी थी गुलाब जामुन और कसाटा क्या था वो बटर स्कॉच, नेट बटर स्कॉच एंड सफेद रसगुल्ला. नाउ आई नो इट्स सो टफ है ना टू स्टे अवेक आफ्टर दैट एंड स्टे अवे फ्रॉम योर फोन्स. इसको what we'll do is in the next 1 hour we'll have a very nice chat because we have some of the best known experts in very different fields. And if you see from extreme right to extreme left, these are very eminent personalities, all with decades of experience and from different elements of the aviation value chain. और aviation में क्या होता है, generally all the glamour is around the airlines and the airports, but they don't realize कि उसका जो fueling जो होती है, जो finance and the maintenance and the cargo which makes it profitable, and then we have IT, artificial intelligence and tourism की तो आपने बात सुनी राजन जी से पहले. अभी तो सिर्फ आपने ट्रेलर देखा था, क्या पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. Okay, so for the next 1 hour ये 1 घंटे का शो है. ठीक है. So इसमें भी what we'll do is I'll also request the organizers if you can just keep some microphones ready. You want to keep it a little interactive, है ना. थोड़ा बात भी करते हैं, बहुत ही यंग लोग भी हैं और यहाँ बहुत सारे सीनियर सिटीजन्स भी हैं. सबका विजडम हमें चाहिए, यंगस्टर्स का भी और सीनियर सिटीजन्स का भी. And we'll keep it a little interactive. Okay, so after every speaker probably we'll, or maybe after every 2 speakers, 2-3 मिनट का एक रुकावट के लिए खेद करके we'll take comments. We may not answer all the questions because we have to do a very strict on time. Aviation is all about on time departure and efficiency. So घड़ियां आप मिला लो, exact 4:15 पे हम यहाँ से रुखसत हो जाएंगे. ठीक है. नहीं तो भावना जी भी अपनी सब भावनाएं इनकी ठेस पहुंचती है और फिर वहां से बड़ी गंदी निगाह देती है. So we have to be very conscious of Bhavna. Don't go by her sweet nature and charming personality. She can be very rough and tough. Okay, but that's very important. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll keep it very simple. I'll not speak much because today I'm here as a moderator, so I have to be moderate. Okay, and we'll hear more from our experts. What we are going to do is follow a very simple rule of such conferences. It can go into a very tangent and a very long discussion. We'll follow a very simple rule of 2 by 2 by 2. ये क्या होता है 2 by 2 by 2? We'll talk about 2 of the best opportunities in each of our sectors. So suppose we are in cargo, Anna will talk about 2 of the best emerging trends or opportunities which you should, as an audience, I'm sure, you'll be very interested in. Okay, we'll talk about 2 challenges, not more than 2 challenges. Challenges तो भरी पड़ी है, तो आप बाहर निकलो तो गड्ढे हैं. So there's always challenges all around, but yet one Ambani becomes an Ambani and Adani becomes an Adani despite the potholes. So every opportunity is also a crisis is also an opportunity, like we've seen in the COVID times. And then opportunity की बात हो गई or problems की बात हो गई, then we also have to come up with solutions. We have some of the best aviation brains in this room, both on the dais, off the dais. So we also have to talk about solutions. So whatever those problems are, what are the likely solutions? Now the solutions could be partly to be done by ourselves. हमें खुद अपने कहते हैं किसी पे उंगली उठाओ तो बड़े आसान है उंगली उठाना, पर सरकार कुछ काम ही नहीं करती, मोदी अंकल हमारी सुनते नहीं, ठीक है ना. So it's very easy to blame सरकार, माई बाप सरकार, regulators, this and that, or the world outside, और भगवान जी हमसे नाराज हैं. But at the end of the day, we should come with two very practical solutions also. कि जब कहते हैं किसी की उंगली उठाओ तो 3 उंगली अपनी तरफ उठती है. तो what we expect the government and the माई बाप सरकार to do, regulators to do, and also what we should do from Monday onwards, okay, to address our challenges. So this is the broad context, 1 hour show. Sit back, tighten your seat. There's no seat belt, so you don't have to tighten it, but sit back and relax. Okay, it's a reclining seat. So what we'll do is maybe we'll start with Sharma ji, who's come all the way from Modi ji ki dharti, from Gandhinagar. He's doing a very, very important role, which is to pump money into the airline sector. Aircraft आजकल कोई खरीदता नहीं है, सब rent पे आता है. ठीक है. So my request would be, what we can do is we'll just go one by one across all the eminent panelists and just talk about the biggest opportunities, growth opportunities that you see in your sector. So maybe we can start with Bade Sharma ji, then we'll start with Chote Sharma ji. Check.
Don't say Chote Bade. I look grown up in age, but I'm not. So I'm quick introduction. I'm from Gift City, IFSCA. I'm not from aviation sector, but as Ambarji rightly mentioned that I plug into the aviation supply chain more from the financing side. And just to give you a context, IFSC is a international financial center. इंडिया का अब तक हम लोग जितने भी फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज लेते थे, ऑल दी सर्विसेज यूज्ड टू कम फ्रॉम हांगकांग, दुबई. वेदर लोन लेना है, आप लोग अगर गोल्ड खरीदते हैं तो गोल्ड का प्राइसिंग लंदन में सेट होता है. आप प्लेन लेते हैं तो प्लेन कम्स फ्रॉम डबलिन, आयरलैंड, फिनेंसिंग वहाँ से होता है. आप लोग अगर अपना इंश्योरेंस लेते हैं, इंश्योरेंस बाहर जाके री इंश्योरेंस होता है. वट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज ट्राइंग टू डू, they are saying that India right now is the 5th largest, knocking on the door of being 3rd largest economy. And Goldman is saying that will become the 2nd largest in either 2070 or somewhere around that time. By that time, हम $52 trillion की इकोनॉमी हो जाएंगे. अभी हम $2.5-3 trillion की इकोनॉमी है. Right now, we are dependent on other financial center. I don't think India can become that kind of a power in the world unless it has a control on the financial muscles. And that is where international financial service centers come into the picture. What we are trying to do, we are saying that we are a regulator, just like RBI, but we are a unified regulator. And what we do, we formulate the regulation, but we also develop the industry. So while we are bringing the banks and core industries, insurance and everything, but what we are also looking at, what else does India need? So idea is that whatever belongs to India, but it has gone outside India, we are trying to bring it back into IFSC. And airline fits into that because as we said that all of our aircrafts, they are being leased from Dublin. I think problems that we are looking at right now, we are seeing that which kind of aircraft are coming from there. The aircraft that are coming as a commercial aircraft. But what is the state of general aviation? Can general aviation be supported? And what we are trying to do is that we are trying to create a leasing ecosystem within GIFT IFSC. But this ecosystem is coming is we're trying to invite the foreign lessors into the city, and they can finance and lease the assets from GIFT City into India. But we are also looking at Indian entrepreneurs, and we are encouraging Indian entrepreneurs to establish in GIFT City. As of today, 22 leasing companies have established. Willis Lease from US established is leasing engines to Air India. Airlines are taking leases, but right now yet the commercial aircraft, the narrow body, the wide body, they are still pending. But turbo ATRs, they have also been leased. But the good story is that helicopters and the corporate jets, which were never leased, they never had the financing, it is happening on GIFT IFSC. I think the biggest opportunity, as you say right now, is to develop GIFT IFSC into a financial muscle and to become independent in how we are becoming a financial muscle when our aviation ecosystem grows, and GIFT IFSC should grow hand in hand, and we should have the negotiating power in our hand. If you would have seen the recently Ukraine-Russia war ke andar, Europe actually boycotted Russia, and they said give out all your assets because you're not Atmanirbhar. What we are trying to do, we are trying to bring the Atmanirbharta back into India. So one is the opportunity is Atmanirbharta, other is that leasing from ecosystem. So I'll take a pause here.
No, fantastic. This is very, very encouraging. And this is a very important point which you mentioned. Tomorrow, in case of a war, somebody may just pressurize India by saying कि सारा Indigo या Air India को ground कर दो, because these are our aircraft. So we want to bring the ownership back to India. This is a very noble work that you and your team are doing. Okay, from there we move to the maintenance side, because for efficient usage of aircraft, they have to be tip top. And one person, please give a big round of applause to Pulak Sen sahab. He's someone who's been struggling for, I don't know, 20 years plus probably. And so many policy changes and reforms that have happened because of Ulagda and his team relentlessly approaching MOCA and finance ministry, and so many presentations that I've seen them doing it and not giving up. दादा आपसे पहले वो दो opportunity बताई, growth opportunity in the MRO sector.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I am also thankful to PhD Chamber of Commerce for giving me an opportunity. As I see today, the Indian MRO industry will grow at the same speed as the airlines are ordering hundreds of aircraft. And there is a very big growth opportunity for the MRO industry in India. And you must have read in the newspapers that foreign MROs and OEMs are looking to set up MROs here, by which we will be having lots of employment. We used to earlier lose our working staff to the Middle East primarily, but I see young faces here, and I understand from the industry inputs that many of the youngsters want to come into the aviation field, not only in your becoming a pilot or a ground staff, but they are looking at engineering itself. And one of your earlier organization, Rajiv Gandhi Aviation University, has done some work on this field. As I said, the exponential growth of the Indian commercial aviation industry over the 10 years at least will be very, very high. I now rest my case and give it back to you.
Just add a little on military MRO also, because that's another area you've been pushing very hard.
See, the government of India under the Civil Aviation Ministry, you were one of the players there, the Joint Secretary, when you were there. And prior to that, there is a civil-military cooperation program between civil aviation and military aviation. And this has really started culminating in Indian civil MROs getting work from the military side, and non-critical platforms are now given to Indian civil MROs to do this work. And I see this trend going further with the C295 program coming in. So it will be another 5 years before it goes into MRO. So this is a very critical place where the youngsters can come in and play a role. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And now we'll move to a very interesting topic called drones. And drones में अगर quality आपको ensure करनी है, तो you have to have very clear certification standards, because we don't कहते हैं हमेशा से इंडिया का substandard product है, या Chinese माल है, या Indian माल है. We want to get out of that silly trap and create world-class drones which are then exported into the global market also, not just for Indian market, but global market. And one of the main agency which is doing it is the Quality Council of India, QCI. And we have a good friend and colleague, C.S. Sharma from there. I want to share maybe biggest opportunities in the drone sector and how QCI is helping them in getting faster professional certification without any dhandali and that cut money and speed money and whatever money they talk about. Sharma ji.
Yeah, thank you, PhD and Amber sir. I would like to share my own experience, not only in the aviation or drone sector, but in most of the sector. I have seen that there is a myth or wrong perception that attaining good quality of product and services is a costly affair. But believe me, that is not the fact. Independently, globally, worldwide surveys has been conducted, which has shown that attaining good quality of product and services is almost average 5 to 10% of total revenue, which includes cost for design and development of systems, processes, internal audits, protocols, procedures, quality control, quality assurance systems. But if we talk about cost for poor quality, it may go up to average 15 to 35% of total revenue, which includes non-conforming products, defective products, scrap, rejection, rework, then again, customer complaints, liabilities, litigations, warranty claims, and sometimes sanctions and penalties from regulators. And sometimes you may be in the jail as well. So conclusively, we can say that cost for attaining good quality is always less than cost for poor quality. Now, how we can attain good quality of products, whether it's a drone or drone services, because right now we can see that a lot of startups are there who are aiming to become unicorns, and they would like to attain speed and scale. But if they would like to attain sustainability, then they have to club quality along with speed and scale. Then definitely they can attain sustainability. So how to attain that sustainability? This is the effective management of 6M, basically man, machine, material management, and mother environment. And conformity assessment framework is something which can provide through a public-private partnership model where regulator can, without doing much due diligence, they can believe on the results which are being proposed by the certification bodies in the independent third-party system, and they can issue the licenses on those reports and inputs. So similarly, framework we are operating in Quality Council of India. We have signed MOU with DCCI in 2019, and in the direction of Amber sir, we have initiated this scheme. Till now, 24 type certificates have been issued under this scheme. Entire process is digitized, and any manufacturer who want to apply for type certification, they would like to apply on the Digital Sky platform. There is a dedicated timeline has been defined for each processes. And if something more is required to understand, we have got a dedicated portal and website where you can review your all your queries, and you can get answered for those.
Thank you so much, Sharma ji. And just for your knowledge, जो youngsters अगर कोई startups शुरू कर रहे हैं drones का, so उसमें as he rightly said, time bound है is as per the gazetted rule, is in the Gazette of India. So there are timelines, 90 days, this is for 15 days, 50 days, that kinds. And fees is also, पहले तो हजारों रुपए में होती थी और हजारों चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे. अब there is no चक्कर काटना. There is no DGCA, no MOCA, nowhere. And there are some 3 or 4 major labs. I think there are 3. Right now 4. So congratulations again. The number has gone up. So 4 certification bodies और हजारों हमारी NABL certified labs हैं. तो जैसे आपका कोविड टेस्टिंग होती थी ना, कि आप किसी भी कोविड सेंटर से करा लो, and if it's a authorized lab, उनके results will be accepted by the government, and they'll give you a COVID certificate. So उसी तरह इनका इतना simple कर दिया गया है, ठीक है ना? और online है और फीस भी हजारों की होती है, तो सरकार तो सिर्फ 100 रुपए लेती है, and you also charge, I think QC also charges a small amount. So everywhere, I think the message which you're giving to the youngsters is कि हमें वैसे पैसे नहीं कमाए, जबकि हमारे हजारों लाखों रुपए खर्च होते हैं on the government side, but that's taxpayers' money. Okay, from you we don't want money. We want you to go flourish, take a certification, and once you take a type certification, you can build hundreds of drones per day. And each of the 100 drones पे you can put a registration, you can generate your own registration number. जैसे गाड़ी में फिर भी आपको RTO के पास जाना पड़ता है, इसमें भी gone, MOCA has gone 2 steps ahead. We are saying आप online जाइए, एक फॉर्म कौन सा D1 फॉर्म, एक D1 फॉर्म है, 5 ही फॉर्म, पहले 25 होते थे, 20 हटा दिए गए, हर फॉर्म पे लड़ाई होती है. आपका कोई फॉर्म हटा दूं ना तो आप लड़ोगे, क्योंकि मेरे पास तो वोरा साहब आएंगे नहीं कल से. अभी तो हर महीने आते हैं, हाउ आर यू, हैप्पी न्यू ईयर करने, दिवाली, हैप्पी दिवाली. मेरा फॉर्म ही हटा दिया, मेरे सिग्नेचर की वैल्यू ही नहीं हो, मेरी कुर्सी की ताकत सिर्फ सिग्नेचर तक लिमिटेड थी, काम कुछ नहीं था, बट सिग्नेचर की वैल्यू थी, न्यूसेंस वैल्यू थी. सो ऑल दैट इज नाउ गॉन. 25 में से 20 फॉर्म हटा दिए गए, 5 सिंपल से फॉर्म है जैसे गाड़ी का होता है, ठीक है ना, फॉर रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ कार्स और दिस एंड दैट एंड पायलट लाइसेंस एंड इवन अ ड्रोन स्कूल का सर्टिफिकेट. सो इट्स जस्ट रिड्यूस टू द बेयर मिनिमम 5 फॉर्म्स दैट यू टू फिल अप. सब ऑनलाइन है और सब पे फीस 100 रुपए. दैट्स इट. 100 रुपए, पहले हजारों में होती थी, काट के उसको मोदी अंकल ने 100 रुपए करवा दी. तो please make good use of it. We'll quickly now shift. I'm conscious of time. Cargo, another big area. There was a whole session devoted to it, but we felt we should still hear from one of the doyens of the industry, Bala Subramanian Saab. Thank you so much, sir, for coming all the way from Bangalore to share your pearls of wisdom. Over to you.
Thank you. I'll take this. Thank you, Amber. And I'm going to take you to a totally new area, which I can bet none of the people in the audience will know. But on cargo subject. Starts with a quiz because all of us had a fantastic lunch this afternoon. What is the percentage of cargo that moves by air as a part of total transport in the world? What is the percentage by air? Okay, most of you are from there. 1.23456. If I say, you are not going to say no to me, but around 1 to 1.2%. By value, what is it? 36% nearly. Now, there is a huge initiative taken during COVID, which 99% of the population doesn't know, where ICAO, which is the body of all the governments in the world, 193 member countries, India is one of the member countries, talked about taking all the laws which are hindering international trade by air. Please underline the word by air, because it is still possible by sea, by other modes, but not by air. They were all hindering the air cargo growth. So that was to be taken. As it will happen in any of the committee meetings, 2-3 countries kept deliberating, we should do something about it, we should make a paper about it, and the thing. Quietly, I came out. I was part of that committee. I said, we are making a paper. I straight went to Dr. Shefali Juneja, Amber's colleague, old colleague. I said, ma'am, we are making the paper. India is leading this whole initiative, not any other country. She said, Balaji, if you are willing to support me and if you are willing to guide me, I am willing to stick my neck out. Straight away, then I was very fortunate to author that paper with a few inputs from ICAO head of cargo, as well as Amar More of Kale Logistics, which many of you may know. And we got 82 countries I invited for a video conference. 76 countries participated in that, including UNECE, Economic Commission for Europe, UNCITRAL, which is the body for lawmaking, where there are some legal provisions which are hindering the growth of air cargo. They all agreed, and finally in September 2022, in the 41st Assembly of ICAO, we produced a paper. Honorable Minister Jyotiradittya Scindia himself was present. Shri Rajiv Bansalji himself was present. Unfortunately, I couldn't go because my visa cannot be renewed because of COVID. Unfortunate, I did it by video conferencing, I did that. And we got the highest vote for that paper, and the committee has been formed. So now all the regulations which are stopping air cargo are completely being relooked at it. And in that there is some important protocols. I wanted to share that word with you. And I just took a screenshot of that. I'll just read. These laws ecosystem will be built on principle of interoperability amongst all the 193 countries. And it will be a standard and architecture used. It will be publicly documented. It will be patent free. It will be royalty free. It will be non-discriminatory. All these things have been written into the standards and recommended practices of ICAO. That means it is part of law. It will be sent to every country, and all the 193 countries too. So nobody can bring in any discrimination, but they can just make their own a different set of rules, not against this rule. So the whole air cargo in another 1 or 2 years will be completely devoid of all the legal shackles which were holding them back, and completely it will grow. So that was a major, major point which we did. So as Indians, every one of you should be proud of that. India initiated and 76 countries agreed to that. Second one, India has always been, I have talked to even Amberji about it, about 2 years back I spoke. India has always been taking rules, not making rules in air safety. बहुत दुखी की बात है. We are such a big country with such big brain power, and we wanted to sit and say, somebody writes a rule. Yes, sir, 3 bags full, sir. If you want 4 bags full, sir. Why should we do that? We have the capability to write rules. So for the first time, I convinced DGCA as well as MOCA to make India as part of the ICAO DG panel, for which I have been an advisor for 25 years. But India has not been. I have been helping every other country in the world, and I couldn't help India because India didn't want to be part. The good news is last November, for the first time, India has joined that. So India will make rules for safety, not merely be taking rules for safety. So those are the 2 big things in air cargo.
Thank you so much. And I'll just quickly move to Abhinav Jain, who's done some amazing work in artificial intelligence and IT. That's the buzzword. I'm sure most of the youngsters would be very keen to hear Abhinav. Abhinav, over to you.
Thank you.
Two big
First of all,
friends.
let's give a big round of applause to Ambaji for such a great moderation which is happening. And to Balasubramanian sir, because I've seen him, and some of his work on various panels. Let's give a big round of applause for the safety things that India is leading now. So where do I hail from? Before I talk about what I've been doing, I want to share a story. It was November 2015. City was New York. I used to work for JetBlue Airways, a couple of years before that. And I was leading their digital transformation team, primarily for commercial side of it. So for those, I think all of you know, commercial is more of the ticketing, sales, customer experiences, loyalty programs, and all of that. So me and my family, we were flying from New York to San Francisco. And on the way to airport, I get a message from the flight, the company, it was not JetBlue that time. And they sent me a message that your ticket has been canceled on the way to airport. And we are rescheduling you to another flight, which is about 2.5 hours away. When you get that message, what do you feel? You feel what? Terrible, right? Well, I was happy. And you must be thinking, why was it? Right? I was extremely happy that it happened because I was on a traffic which was about 3 hours delay, right? And there was no way I could have reached the airport on time. My point is, the airways knew about it and they rescheduled my flight deliberately. The story doesn't end there. US Airways, or I think it was Delta, that time, because I booked the taxi from an allied company of the airport or of the airways, they knew that I am actually delayed. They understood the situation without even taking my consent because they knew I will be delayed to flight and I will not be able to make it. They rescheduled it on their own. And that's the power of data. In 2015, we are 8 years from here now, right? So that intrigued how powerful the data and uses of it can be for the customer experience. Today, as we look at AI, I run a company called Almonds.ai. Almonds actually stands for Activating the Last Mile on Digital. It actually talks about how you could create AI-driven models for engaging your customers in a much more effective way. I think aviation, and particularly the consumer flying, needs a lot of that experiences and nuances of it, and there are massive opportunities for it. The recent one being the green loyalty programs. You might have seen when you book a ticket now, they tell you this flight has slightly 2% lesser carbon emission, and do you want to book this and all of that. And the millennials, the Gen Z, they have started to talk about, can I make it more green? Data and AI will play an immensely powerful role in doing that. So I'll stand there. Back to Ambaji.
Thank you so much. Any second opportunity, because we have to be fair. I know your age is maybe 1/3 of our combined ages, but
okay. Sure.
Any second trend, because I'm sure a lot of youngsters, anyway, they're going to catch you after the show. Okay, they never look at us, but they'll look at you and expect some internship or some job opportunity. It is so exciting. Any second growth opportunity that you can share, especially related to AI and aviation?
Sure, definitely. So one, I talked about the customer experiences. I think in-flight experiences are also immensely changing, right? When we buy a ticket, how many of you actually go on the counter and ask, can I get a free upgrade? Right? If you don't ask, let me tell you, every 9th asked upgrade gets upgrade, every 9th, right? So that means you must go and ask, but what about if you get into a flight and then they tell you, sir or ma'am, I have a better seat for you. Can that be possible? Yes, it is. Because you might know, I'm not just talking about as an average all the flights which are on a higher traffic route, but most of the flight has some tickets available and they can definitely use it for better experience. Why would they do that for, for Voraji or for not for me? Basis on the data which is available with them about your previous experiences, about your purchasing power and about your relationship with the brand. So one is outside the airport experience to bring customer in, and then second opportunity here is in-flight experience, which can be, immensely
That's a very
powered up.
interesting point. Also, the example which Abhinav gave when he's on the way, and definitely inki flight chhoot nahi wali thi. Now the airline could have just sat quiet, right? And they would have gained some change fare or whatever, change fee, date fee, and also they would have overbooked. So inki seat nahi khali jati, kyunki all airlines do that 2 or 5% overbooking based on trends. Okay, so airline ka koi loss nahi tha, but they would have made some more money. But it was nice. And then I think when you acknowledge this and understand how the system is working, the taxi, the airline, and me, I think you become a loyal consumer. Okay, let's move to Rajan Saab, and then uske baad sab youngsters who TikTok, WhatsApp. I don't see anyone working on their TikToks and WhatsApps, but just be ready. We'll come to you because we want you to participate in the conversation, not just be a nice listener. Okay, Rajan ji, you gave us a trailer picture. Jo baki thi, thoda de dijiye ki what are the two growth opportunities? Because tourism, as Jyoti also mentioned very rightly, tourism and aviation are like bhai behan. One can't exist without the other. है ना, वो राखी के बंधन को निभाना है हमें. And please share your thoughts. Where do you see the two big opportunities? और देखिए जो हमारी ये 8-10% ग्रोथ हो रही है वो तो ऐसी ही हो जाएगी, ठीक है ना. अब वो 10 को 20 कैसे करना उसमें कुछ आइडिया दिए. That's where I think the youngsters probably could be looking for insights. Rajan.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. First of all, I am not thinking that I am a panelist sitting with all these brains. I am a student now, learning so many things from all of you, which I have not heard. Thank you very much. Because every day, if you keep on learning, you stay young. If you stop learning, you become old, So don't go on my gray hair. I dye my hair gray purposely, So, I just want
And I was saying, at least you could talk about hair.
So that's a good one. People are awake. It means after lunch also. They are laughing, smiling. So, before I start, I just want to clarify one thing. Sir, you are delayed because you are in a traffic jam. The technology works. But those who reached on time, what happened to them? They have suffered also?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. So that is the technology. So I'm telling you, like you are the future. I think most of the youngsters, the opportunity for you is vast in India. As far as travel, tourism, aviation is concerned, I think this is one of the best industry you have taken. 35 years back, I was the first student of the Asian college, which started by Delhi University. I did my graduation and post-graduation in tourism. And, the travel and tourism is, I was issuing tickets, hotel booking, car rental for 15-20 years. I thought this is just travel and tourism and aviation by booking tickets and so on. But later on, I don't know what happened to me before COVID, not after COVID, but before COVID, I realized that, the commissions have gone down, the income has gone down because the online facilities have come. So I just realized that India is full of tourism. When I went to IITM, I go to various universities to give motivational speeches or whatever I have learned. Because when I took my degree in the graduation and post-graduation, I was the most confident student that I will get a job because there were very few travel agencies in India. So I went one of the best travel agency with my degree that I will get a job. The director said, where is your practical experience? I said, unless and until you give me a job, how can I get a practical experience? So he was convincing me, I was convincing him, but I never got a job. So when I was getting down from the stairs, I decided there and then after 8 or 10 years, when I am expert in my industry, I will go and teach the student in such a way, the minute you come out from your syllabus or your course, you are fit to work in an airline, in a hotel or a travel company. When the same college invited me to teach, I said, Delhi University, that you have to change the syllabus. Otherwise, I am not going to teach you because this history ke Thomas Cook kyun aaya, Alexander kahan gaya, ye koi nahi puchta. You have to know which is the aisle seat or a window seat, what is the check-in, what is business class, what is economy, so that's why I got, so then I worked with Lufthansa, I worked with ITC, I was heading the travel, I started my own company. So I can again assure you that you have lots of opportunities. So lastly, I'll tell you, I always give live examples. So when I was teaching in IITM Gwalior, and I was giving them the rosy picture about travel and tourism, there was some recession going in the entire world. So one of the intelligent students stood up and he said, you are giving us so much of rosy picture, but there is a recession going on, airlines, hotels are in loss. So what we will do in the travel and tourism industry? I said, look, you are part of India. India tourism is with everything. When there is a recession, the Europeans, Americans go in depression. But when there is a recession or depression in India, people rush to their God. So why don't you become a pilgrimage tourism expert and start making pilgrimage packages? And when Indian go and meet their God, they never compromise on money and you make good money. So you see the example of Golden Temple, Vaishno Devi, Tirupati, people are making money, So there are opportunities. So we'll come to other things later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. So the senior people, anyway, they know, but the youngsters, I think, is absolutely right. And all of us on the stage will agree, and even in the audience, that you've chosen the right industry. Of course, within the aviation industry, there are so many verticals. In tourism, there are so many verticals. Choose where you want to be, what gives you that excitement, what brings you alive. And just go work hard. There's anybody sitting on the stage, if you can tell me they have reached this exalted platform without hard work, or being a Nepo kid, or because my father was this, my uncle was some MLA, MP, or some MD or CMD somewhere. No, I think all of us in the room, in the front rows, it's only hard work. So choose something which gives you an excitement. This sector you've chosen is already like a winner. And as he rightly said, as Rajan Saab rightly said, with his decades of experience, कोविड आ जाए, ये आ जाए, महामारी आ जाए, रिसेशन आ जाए, कोई आइसलैंड में कोई एक वोल्केनो फट जाता है तो उससे ग्लोबल schedules get affected, because we are a very networked industry. Okay, so but we are fighters. Okay, this industry, in this room, जितने लोग दिख रहे हैं, ये सब commandos हैं, and we never give up. We are shameless. We never give up. Okay, and every time you'll see, every time we go down, we come up higher than what we were earlier. और अब मार्च में इसका, और आई एम नॉट जस्ट गिविंग स्टेटमेंट्स जस्ट टू फील गुड, ये कोई मेरे को कोई ना तो हमारे पास कोई टिकट मिला है अमेठी का कि हमें कोई इलेक्शन लड़ना है. वी आर स्टेटिंग ओनली फैक्ट बेस्ड थिंग्स. अगर आप मार्च का फैक्ट्स देख ले, मार्च इज टिपिकली लो मंथ. ओके, एग्जाम का टाइम है तो फ्लाइट्स गो डाउन एंड टिकट, आई मीन द ऑक्यूपेंसी लेवल गोज डाउन. एंड उसी मार्च में आई थिंक 18 या 17 मार्च को ऑयल बैरल प्राइस टच 123. कल शायद 82 था. 82, it was $123 per barrel. Naturally, airfares and fares went up. And yet, हम लोग पहले COVID से पहले we used to do about 4 lakh departures per day. You know, in March, we touched 4,53,000 in this March. That should give you the experience कि जब खर्चा बढ़ रहा है, airfare बढ़ रहा है, तेल के दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, और जनरली मार्च के समय travel कम होता है, we broke the pre-COVID record by 4,53,000. And several days we were above 420. 420 is a bad number, but okay, let's make it 421. ठीक है ना? So that should give you the confidence that this is an amazing sector to be in. We never give up, and untapped market है. अभी total we do about 140 million domestic and say 70 odd million international, 210 million. 210 million. 210 is nothing for a country like that. China is sitting at some 600, 700 million. US is sitting at some 800, 900 million, or probably a billion. और US की population क्या है? 1/4 है. ठीक है? तो हमारा जो middle class ही अगर हम देख लें, तो वो भी तो यूएस से ज्यादा बड़ा है. इज अबाउट 350 मिलियन, 35 करोड़ के आसपास. तो आवर मिडिल क्लास इटसेल्फ इज बिगर देन द होल ऑफ अमेरिका. और अमेरिका में सब लोग ट्रैवल नहीं करते. ठीक है? सो दैट शुड गिव यू दैट जस्ट बाय बेसिस नंबर्स एंड फैक्ट्स एंड हिस्टोरिकल measurable data, which is all available on your phone. You can check and reconfirm this. Okay, we'll take we have about 25 minutes to go. Okay, so we'll take a 3-minute break here. Very sharp, short questions. Don't introduce yourself. Everybody knows everybody. Just come straight to the point. Either ask a question or make a statement. We'll take about 3 such interventions, so that we become a little more interactive. थोड़ा सा माइक वाइक पास कर देंगे. हाँ, देखो फ्रंट बेंच में एक अच्छा बच्चा है, उसके पास सवाल रेडी है. Okay, anybody else? हाँ, अभी it will take some time to warm up ना. अभी हाँ, चलिए. Number 1. Keep it very, very short, crisp, and to the point. We may not answer all the questions, but we'll definitely take the questions.
Good afternoon, sir. So
let people see you.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Just say hi to him. Mom is watching.
So good afternoon, sir. So just a brief about myself. I'm working on drones, deep learning and composite materials. So, and following Pulak sir and you also, and particularly since the Aviacul, the MRO summit. So my question is like, how can airlines integrate sustainable practices while being profitable? And how should be the business model be, considering like the first point which strikes my mind is SAF being twice the price of Jet A1. So how should be the business model be made?
Good question. Chali, next. Yeah, I saw some two hands. चलो बेटा भाग के जाओ, लग रहा है आपने गुलाब जामुन खाया नहीं ठीक से.
Namaskar, sir. I'm Professor Manish Kumar from Netaji Subhash University of Technology. As you mentioned that aviation sector is drastically growing, and you just mentioned that in last March we have already broken the pre-COVID records. So, sir, do you think the aviation sector will continue to grow because people have lost faith in other means of transport? For example, 2 months back we had a Balasore triple train accident. So these things do shaken people confidence on other modes of transport, and as the other modes of transport grow, like bullet train is coming between Gujarat and Mumbai, and there are a lot of Vande Bharat trains that would come up. Do you think that aviation sector would continue to grow at this pace, or there may be some slowness in this sector? Thank you.
Good question. Bataiye.
Good afternoon. We have been involved with the Indian Air Force MRO hangars for 12 years now. Now commercial sector is coming up with a lot more MROs, and we are basically into the safety. So what is the policy for ensuring the safety of these commercial MROs, the hangars basically?
Let's start with the third question first, Pulak Saab. You want to, or maybe when we come to the issues and solutions, we'll pick up this issue. Any other? Maybe we can take two sharp questions. Yeah.
A quick one. Just is there a panel can just think of putting up an ecosystem in place, because there's so many development happening in terms of defense sector. Defense is growing. We are coming up with our own manufacturing. Similar development is happening in the civil sector as well. In terms of the passenger movement, cargo movement, transport movement, can we put up a common model together where the civil and defense system can work together to utilize the mutually synergize the ecosystem? Because OEM remains same way it is Airbus, Boeing, Lockheed. So can we think of that? Can we just talk about
Good point. Good point. One last question. Anybody? Yes.
I'm Jaidev Singh from DHL. My question is to Shri Balasubramaniam ji on your great achievements in ICAO. So I just wanted to know, you said the countries are now will be forced to make or are bound not to make any law which hinders aviation industry or cargo industry. So I just wanted to know, can you give us some examples of what kind of those laws are currently which are hindering movement by air cargo, and how they will help us? Thank
Perfect. Chaliye, jaldi se.
I just want to ask about the drones. The question would be obviously to you and to Mr. Sharma. I understand that the import of drones has been banned, which I can understand for certain reasons. And the Indian drones, like the startup we are looking at, how are we getting the drones into India? Because presently the drones being manufactured between the range of 5,000 to 50,000 rupees. Which one is better? Is there any like other sector we have ISI marking or something? So are we planning to introduce something so that we can blindly buy that product like drone? Like for myself, I want to buy a drone below 250 grams, but I'm confused, and DJI I cannot access. I don't want to buy anything from gray market. I want to buy legally. So that because legally only I can get registered with the Digital Sky. So just in case, I mean, if something can be devised, on Digital Sky, you can mention that these are the good companies.
Good point. Good point. We'll answer that.
Thank you.
GS Baba, I am tempted to ask this question, rather flag this question, because the panel is very able to answer, and I didn't want that it should be missed. Verti airports, what is the future of vertical airports? And once we know that countries are already started filing their licenses for vertical airports, do we have a future, or where do we stand? So I thought if you are the best person to dwell on that. Thank you.
I'm not, but I take the compliment. Thank you. Okay, last two, and then I think now people are getting excited, right?
So what is the
ये
mindset?
क्या आपके किसी friend ने WhatsApp किया आपको ये सवाल?
Kind of actually. So what is the mindset of the future potential traveler?
ये तो बहुत broad है, बहुत specific पूछो, क्योंकि हम लोग फिर confuse हो जाएंगे, आपस में ही लड़ जाएंगे, किसको जवाब देना है? ये कोई specific पूछो, मतलब mindset तो क्या mindset? बच्चे से लेकर दादाजी तक सब travel करते हैं, सबका mindset अलग है. हाँ?
What trends do you observe in the future travel?
ये तो बहुत generic हो जाएगा. चलो.
My name is B.K. Mehrotra. My question is for the water aerodromes. Why in a country like ours, we have been lagging behind we have been hearing there is a lot of sea beaches are there where we can have water seaplanes. But what is hindering us where tourism is in abundance here and we are lacking this. So what could be whether technology or whether we don't have the infrastructure or we are hearing. So I want to, what are the plans for this?
Right. I think so we'll stop now. Thank you so much for your questions. All were very useful. देखो बस वो कहते हैं बिल्कुल अब last में एक slime in करके एक सवाल बस.
Sir, what disruptive innovations have been incorporated by the allied industry to formulate the new business profit models? Disruptive innovations.
Okay, so I've got some 8-9 questions, very useful questions. Thank you so much. It just makes it a little more discussion and interaction based. What I can do is maybe since there's only 18 minutes to go, I'll just quickly run through some of the questions and then I'll leave it to the experts to answer in their intervention. And this time we'll, being democratic, we'll go from left to right. We were rightist first and then now we'll become leftist first and then, okay, we'll start with the last question first. Disruptive changes, I would rather leave it to Abhinav. He's the best expert. Mehrotra Saab asked about water aerodromes, and I think ultimately everything comes down to paisa. It just comes down to that one basic concept called unit economics. What is the cost per seat kilometer versus the alternatives? If I need to go to Goa or maybe land right in front of say Hyatt or Lalit hotel, and if the flight is say about 15,000-20,000 and then a cab is another 2,000, 17,000 or 22,000 or 25,000 is all I take. But वो छोटा सा जहाज है उसमें if the cost itself is say 5 lakhs per hour or 6 lakhs per hour, I don't know the financials because most of these planes come from outside. Pilot की कहते हैं ना सैलरी उतनी है, वो चाहे वो छोटा प्लेन चलाए चाहे वो बड़ा प्लेन चलाए, उसकी सैलरी उतनी रहनी है. तो divided by only 6 seats or 7 seats and hours उसके fixed है, area fixed है. So per seat cost, if it goes to 50,000, now we have to then do a simple mathematics. Is 50,000 more where I'll just take off. Acha, wo water aerodrome, baby. I don't know how many planes are amphibians which can take off from a land-based airport and land in front of Lalit Hotel in South Goa. Okay, so I think somewhere the unit economics, तो उसमें what the ministry is doing is asking different state governments कि भाई आपको थोड़ा जैसे उड़ान में किया आपको viability gap funding देनी पड़ेगी. अगर टिकट में 20,000 का फर्क आ रहा है तो पर सीट आपको 20,000 देने पड़ेंगे. सिंपल मैथमेटिक्स है. तो जो स्टेट दे देगा वहां चल जाएगा. ठीक है. Then and we'll do it very fast because I think I'm very conscious of time and I also want the experts to speak. Then there was this question about how to get better drones. और इसमें अभी थोड़ा सा आपको इंतजार करना पड़ेगा. I think कहते हैं ना इंतजार का फल खट्टा भी हो सकता है, मीठा भी होता है, जनरली मीठा होता है. ठीक है ना. और हमें अपने यंगस्टर्स को अगर सपोर्ट करना थोड़ा तो हमें नहीं तो क्या चाइना का माल आ रहा था उसको आने दीजिए. तो गवर्नमेंट है and ये बहुत बड़ा डिसीजन लिया गवर्नमेंट ने. WTO में ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड आई थिंक रिकॉर्ड तो हो ही रहा है. तो बट it's not allowed. It's level 3 intervention. जब we ban a product. आज के ज़माने में आप चलिए अफीम को बैन कर सकते हैं, स्कॉच को नहीं कर सकते. तो जो शराब जो पेट खराब करती है उस पे भी आप क्या ड्यूटी लगा सकते हो? That's what we were told कि आप ड्यूटी लगा दो. Non-tariff barriers हैं. We can always ask Sharma ji to make his laws a little tougher for foreign companies seeking a drone certification. उसके बाद बैन आता है. Ban is supposed to be मतलब it can be attacked in WTO. We may have to spend crores of rupees to fight the ban and then have egg on our face by returning it, by saying yeah ठीक है okay ban from this date is revoked. Yet this government has taken a bold step and said ban it. जो होगा देखा जाएगा. ठीक है ना. जैसा बालाकोट के बाद हुआ था. जो होगा देखा जाएगा. So it is I mean I don't want to speak much because this is a very sensitive matter and Commerce Ministry took a very tough stand based on a lot of suggestions from our side and it's done. Thoda wait kar lijiye. There he's already said there are how many type certificates given? 14. 24 type certificates given. Of course, ज़्यादातर उसका focus is more on agriculture and some of the other larger commercial uses. But I'm sure opportunity इतनी है कि toy drones और सब तो आने ही आने. जहाँ demand होगी supply अपने आप आए. And Indians are great traders, entrepreneurs, and innovators, right? And next क्या था? Balaji, so laws, I'll leave it to Balaji. Civil defense collaboration, there's a lot of steps happening. We can see the Prime Minister himself getting involved in, I mean, har cheez mein he's trying to bring these artificial silos down. There's a big concept of not just whole of government, whole of government approach. He's pushing for whole of nation approach. Not just the government, private sector, regulators, academia, okay, civil society, youngsters, everybody has to work towards making this country great. 5,000 साल से हम ऐसे ही कहीं बस on the sidelines we have been existing. You have to come out of it and take it back to the glory, so that when we look into the face of our grandchildren and great grandchildren, कईयों के हमारी तो तब तक फोटो लग जाएगी, but if they look at my photo, they should feel कि यार दादाजी ने कोई अच्छा काम करके गए. So this is the sort of legacy we want to leave behind, and that's the push that is being given. Let's take our country back to where it was. Of course, our youngsters will take it and we'll support them. Okay, so civil defense collaboration बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है. And I mean, there are certain sensitive things I can't share, but it's happening. I can give you that confidence. And MRO में safety कैसा है? I would rather leave it to Pulakda. He's the expert. And IT में, I think there was something about continue to grow. I would rather leave it to Rajan ji in his own imitable way to tell you. हालांकि वो समझा तो चुके ही हैं, but अभी भी कुछ लोगों को लग रहा है कि वो गुलाब जामुन कम खाया. तो थोड़ा एनर्जी, एक शुगर बूस्ट, आपको एक शुगर बूस्ट देनी पड़ेगी कि भाई ये सेक्टर कह रहे हैं. भाई देखिए वो बालासोर में जो हुआ, इट्स अ आइसोलेटेड इंसिडेंट. गॉड फॉरबिड कहीं ना हो, किसी के घर में किसी को खरोंच भी ना आए, ठीक है ना. एंड ऐसे तो एयर फ्लाइट में भी चैलेंजेस होते ही हैं. सो एक्सीडेंट्स आर अ एबरेशन, इट शुड नेवर हैपन. आई एम अ रेलवे किड, माय डैड वाज इन रेलवेज फॉर 38 years. We don't want any accident to happen, but then fact of life, 1 in a million will happen. Okay, and it doesn't impact because all sectors of transportation work in unison. हम सब कहते हैं ना, हम सब एक हैं, एक ही परिवार के हिस्सा हैं. So if railway does well, flights will also do well, because flights का हर स्टेट में कितना 2 एयरपोर्ट, 3 एयरपोर्ट, 4 एयरपोर्ट होंगे. अरे भाई हर अब अगर मध्य प्रदेश में if there are 30 districts, you can't have 30 airports, right? They will not be viable, right? There's a concept of hub and spoke unit economics जो अभी हमने मेहरोत्रा साहब के साथ चर्चा करी, ठीक है ना. So you will have 4 or 5 airports. अब वो एक बार अगर कोई लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पे उतरा और उसको जाना मेरठ या बगल में सीतापुर, how will you go? There'll either be a train or a bus or a cab or a luxury cab, depending on your income strata. So we want all sectors to grow, and every sector grows, it gives a push to the aviation sector also. And I would leave it to Rajan Saab to explain more. And there was something about sustainability which you asked. So airlines, unfortunately, वो एयरलाइन वाला पहले हो गया, हम तो एयरलाइन को जिंदा रखते हैं, right? So we are the wind beneath the airlines. And sustainability, your question is bang on. Sustainable fuel, अगर normal fuel हमारा ATF अगर 80, 90, 100 रुपए का आ रहा है, so sustainable fuel is almost 2.5, 3 times. So naturally, just like Udan scheme, the government will have to come up with some kind of support scheme. And इससे पहले वो आपने उनको भी सुना होगा, हमारे SpiceJet से जो आए थे हिंगुरानी साहब, Kamal Hingorani साहब, उन्होंने भी बोला कि there's a commitment, it's a written commitment कि you know all airlines, I think by 2030 or 40, they'll go for sustainable aviation fuel. Whether it's going to be 1% blend, 2% or 5% blend, that is something to be evolved with time, and the government will have to come back. And what is government? Ultimately your money only यार. Government की अपनी pocket से थोड़े आता है, हमारी तो ऐसी सैलरी इतनी कम होती है. The money is yours. So, but that money, the government at the right time will take a policy stance कि should taxpayers' money be put into supporting SAF कि अगर वो 220 या 250 रुपए का है and normal fuel is 80, 90, 100 rupees, so that gap has to be filled by someone. If you as a traveler suddenly we double your tickets, would you like it? You won't like it. Okay, so I'll stop here, and now I'll go from Rajan Saab first, and then we'll go in the opposite direction. Rajan Saab, we'll have maybe say 1 or 2 minutes where you talk about the things that you've heard and solutions. Now let's talk about action time.
You know, action, I was expecting some questions from this side also, because you know you are the future, and tourism is a two-way traffic. You can't expect people coming to India, but you want people from India going abroad also. So tourism is a two-way traffic. Please ask questions whether it's relevant or not relevant. Don't sit quietly. And tourism, as I told you, it's a vast industry. So you know, when I was doing ticketing travel, I just realized that in India, we have so many things related to tourism. Everything is related to tourism. You take wedding tourism, you take golf tourism, you take film tourism, you know, how the Indian film industry is making dent in the entire world. Everybody wants that we should come and shoot in their country so their destination become popular. In PhD Tourism Committee, where Dr. Jitendra Singh was also heading, we do annual events on golf tourism conclaves, a film tourism conclave. We just finished 3 days back our 12th Heritage Tourism Conclave in Jodhpur. So that's why I'm telling you that tourism has very big scope. If you are working in a hotel industry, suppose at the front office, you can meet 8 different nationalities in one single day, which you can't ever do in any other industry. If you are working in a bank, in a factory, you are not bothered about your clothes, you are not bothered whether you're dressed up well. But in this travel and tourism industry, whether it's airlines, airport, hotels, you have to be always, your body language should be very good. Should be smiling. Your knowledge should be very good, whether you have a degree or not. If you are good in your talk, if you are good in your computers, in your knowledge, especially the geography, I think you can do wonders. So there is a big scope in that. As far as aviation industry is concerned, it's booming like anything in India. If you go to the airports, they are all sold out. I travel a lot. Every time I go, the flights are chocker blocked. And, there is so much of scope in that. And whether you take hotel industry, the travel agencies, or anything, the wedding industry is one of the biggest industries in India. People now charter aircrafts. The entire wedding group wants to travel in a charter aircraft so they can have a private ceremony during their flight also. So Indians are full of money. They are hungry about travel. They want to travel anywhere in the world. That's why even countries from America to Rwanda, they have their travel and tourism offices in India because they know the potential of travel and tourism in India. So please ask as many as questions. You are in the right industry, as Ambarji said, and nobody can say that he was a bureaucrat. The way he's talking, it's like a CEO of a private company or a big company. So we need people like this who can keep you motivated. And we learned a lot when he was in the Ministry of Civil Aviation also. So the chartering of aircraft, whether it's a film shoot or it's a wedding or it's a golf, people wants to spend money and they want luxury. So you are in the right industry, and keep learning every day and keep talking. So Ambarji, it's my request they should ask you one question.
In fact, I was just thinking कि माइक इनका जल्दी से पहुंचा दीजिए भावना जी, एक उस तरफ, और लेडीज हमारा फ्यूचर है, और आप में से जो सबसे शांत कौन रहता है इस सेक्टर में? शांति नहीं चलेगी। कौन है सबसे अशांति चलेगी? कौन सबसे शांत बच्ची कौन सी इसमें जो बिल्कुल कुछ बोलती नहीं है? कौन है? जल्दी से उंगली उठाओ, जल्दी से जल्दी से। ये टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री में फास्ट मूव करना है, टाइम नहीं है। कोई कह रहा है जी मेरे रूम में एसी नहीं चल रहा, flight has to go, we have to leave at 4:15. Acha, what I'll do is, Abhinav, aap just share your thoughts about some of the things you heard and solutions also.
So I think very relevant questions, particularly about disruption. So since I come from the commercial side of the business, primarily, how customers are experiencing their services from the side of the airways, I will say if you haven't tried some of these key innovations which has happened in the last year, you must. Number one, did you ever go through the digital door entry at airports yet? How many of you have used it? Great. So only 10-20%, right? Boss, I think such a beautiful experience. You can end up saving at least 30-40 minutes, 10-15 minutes in the security, 10-15 minutes at the boarding pass and all of that. Lovely innovation. You don't need anything better than that to start with, right? Ambaji, when I was at JetBlue Airways, they launched a concept called Fly-Fi, which was the Wi-Fi in the flight that time, right? And eventually it was the project which was sold to Boeing and everyone, they used it. If you are ever going to a longer duration flight, please try to use internet out there. Purchase it for probably 500 rupees, but experience it. You will see how powerful it is. Those 2, 3, 4, 5 hours that you are there in the flight, that experience will blow up your mind that you are at 30,000 feet above. That's the disruption, right? And last, in India, we have recently started seeing the emails coming, check-in at home. What an amazing experience, right? Most of the time when you fly for a longer duration or, other country, you will pack your bags about 3, 4, 5 hours and it's ready at your door, right, sir? then only thing that you do is you sit with your family, you sit with your friends, do the gupping and all of that. And then you just go for airport about 3-4 hours. They come to your home, they'll pack it up, they'll make sure that the weight and everything is fine. And what you got to do is you directly enter the airport, no check-in, nothing required. What a marvelous experience, right? So while we can talk about hundreds of disruptions which are needed, what I want to particularly stress that there are already amazing innovations which are in place, which I think to start with, we all are sitting in the aviation industry, we should start using it. We should start experiencing it, because as we move on, and Sehgal sir said about the future generation, which is millennials, Gen Z, and there is another Gen Zero, which is coming very soon. They are experience economy, right? We have seen tourism. After COVID, tourism has gone, to the top level, right? Aviation, as sir was saying, that in March we were the highest, right? It's not just because of the business travel. It is actually the experience that we want to have. The experience of traveling, the experience of having that food at that particular location, not at your doorstep. Yes, of course, you can have it. So in my opinion, with the little knowledge that I have, I think if we have to look at solutions, start looking at what customer need, not what your products are. If we start thinking what the real value of a customer experience, which is at the highest level of it is, I think the disruptions will automatically coming up. So that's my point.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So, okay, decide हो गया कौन आपको lead करेगा? जल्दी जल्दी पूछे ना, तुम्हारे पूरा सेशन रुका पड़ा इस चक्कर में. नहीं. Are you a lady? आजकल we are very open minded now. भाई जल्दी से माइक दे दीजिए, किसी को भी दे दीजिए, आप कुछ भी पूछ लीजिए और बेवकूफाना सवाल पूछिए. There's nothing called a silly question. The world's best innovations happened because somebody asked a very silly question कि ये एप्पल गिरता क्यों है, हवा में क्यों नहीं उड़ता है, तो वहां से ग्रेविटी आ गई. ठीक है ना? सो देखिए करिए ना, तो फिर मैं जल्दी से बोला, देखो पूरा हमारा टाइम रुका हुआ, क्लॉक टिक कर रही हो, भावना जी की भावनाएं हर्ट हो रही है. ठीक है, ओके, चलिए मैंने पकड़ लिया. ब्लू, द लेडी इन ब्लू, ब्लीड ब्लू बोलते हैं ना, ब्लीड ब्लू. चलो भाई पूछो, कुछ भी पूछो. एविएशन, टूरिज्म, कार्गो, एमआरओ. बीच में संगीता से क्यों पूछ रही हो, आप बताओ.
बट मैं क्या क्वेश्चन पूछूं?
वो आपको पूछना है ना. चलो पास करो, बिल्कुल टाइम निकला जा रहा है. चलो संगीता को दो. नेक्स्ट
एक ही सर, मेरे पास एक ही क्वेश्चन है कि मतलब 150
पहले हंस लो,
155 सेंटीमीटर की हाइट की लड़कियों को क्यों हायर किया जाता है, उससे कम की थोड़ी 1-2 सेंटीमीटर कम की क्यों गिरनी है?
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. क्या शुभ नाम है आपका? यामिनी. बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन, बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन. और ये हम पहुंचाएंगे ऊपर तक.
प्लीज सर, प्लीज पहुंचाइएगा मेरे लिए.
Now you see, there's nothing called a silly question. This is a very good question. फौज तक में सवाल उठ रहे हैं. आप नेवी सील्स जो सबसे टफेस्ट कमांडोज होते हैं, उसमें I've heard things कि 152 सेंटीमीटर का बंदा turns out to be the batch topper in commandos. तो टफेस्ट ट्रेनिंग होती है, 90 डेज की उनकी होती है. बड़े बड़े उसमें 2 या 5% पास रेट होता है. 95% of the best infantry soldiers get thrown out. इतना टफ है वो. And some of the best commandos are those 152, 150. They've done away with. वो कह रहे हो courage, वो अंदर की courage से होता है. आदमी ने कितना लंबा किया, तो बंदर की तरह हम भी लटकते हैं, तो हम भी गोरिल्ला बन जाते हैं लटक के. ठीक है ना? So height has nothing to do with quality of service. And the cabin crew inside the aircraft is more there for safety and security than for serving food. ये हमें लगता है ना ये इनका काम है भाई हमें चाय कॉफी पिलाना. No, it is just an add-on. Real the work of the cabin crew is to ensure safety and security. कल को अगर कोई बदमाशी करेगा, जैसे आजकल कई इंसिडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, तो वो मार्शल आर्ट्स भी सीखती है, उनको पकड़ के रिस्ट्रेन भी कर देंगी. 4 लड़कियां मिलके. ठीक है ना? सो दैट्स द पावर. अच्छा नहीं, कभी कभी हमारे भी कुछ साथी लोग ज्यादा एक्शन में आ जाते हैं कि 4 बंदे चाहिए होते हैं, बंदियां तो एक अकेली काफी, रानी लक्ष्मीबाई काफी. चलो एनीवे, एक और सवाल और ले लेते हैं, देन वी विल कम बैक टू बालाजी क्विकली. एंड भावना जी, कैन आई टेक अबाउट 10 minutes more, बिकॉज थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव करेंगे तो थोड़ा सा आपको कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी उसकी. ओके, अरे बगल वाली को दो यार, तुम कितना, तू पूछ ले, मैं पूछ लूं, कर दे. नहीं मैं नहीं पूछती, जा. कट्टी हो गई। हाँ, चलो मैडम आप पूछिए।
Good evening, sir. My name is Preeti. My question is, what is brain drain and what is its effects and causes?
ब्रेन ड्रेन, चलो गुड। कोई ब्रेन ड्रेन साहब का मतलब जो यहाँ के एविएशन वाले भाग जाते हैं बाहर?
Yes, sir.
भाई ब्रेन होता तो नहीं जाते, ड्रेन ही नहीं होता, असली ब्रेन तो यहाँ पर है। चलो गुड क्वेश्चन, बट वील लीव इट टू द एक्सपर्ट्स आंसर। चलिए बालाजी आप आई थिंक वी हैव अनदर मे बी 10 more minutes. ओके
Okay.
अच्छा तुमको पूछना ही था, मतलब है यूनिवर्सिटी से आए। ये राजीव गांधी यूनिवर्सिटी से आए। भगाओ भगाओ जल्दी से माइक। We also see some ladies here. One question from you and then we'll come back to the panel experts and then we have to close it. वो कह रही मेरे कुछ नहीं पूछना, नहीं आप ही सब, अब आपके पास ही आ रहा है माइक। चलिए।
Yes, sir. Like as we talk about the skilled people in aviation and air cargo services, so I belongs to Rajiv Gandhi National Aviation University. I guess not more people know this. So it is the only one university which is under Ministry of Civil Aviation. So we are the student of that university, but still we are not getting proper apprenticeship and placement. Can I know the reason behind that?
Tough question, and you should ask the ministry, and the ministry should answer that question. Yes, but with the growth in the industry, there is no reason why you should not have a good job. Just keep trying. All I'll say is keep trying. Even IITs cannot claim that IIT Delhi se bhi, there's no surety that if you come out of IIT Delhi, even with great marks, you'll get a great job. You may get a great job, and most people do, but there's no job security in today's world. But every airline, आप देखो सब 500-500 plane order कर रहे हैं. I mean, everybody needs people. Okay, so all I suggest is to keep trying, and yes, the university should have what you call apprenticeship programs. They should have placement programs. They should do an outreach. So I think somewhere the university has to step up and do that. I mean, I don't want to talk about myself. When we were there, we tried to bring in a lot of industry-led courses. Most of the courses are being done by GMRs and other entities which are in the industry. And even the fireman course that we started, all of them, most of them, I would say, not all of them, never. Most of them get picked up by the large airports because firefighting anyway, and even two girls. I was surprised. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was surprised, pleasantly surprised to see two ladies get into a fire girl or fire women role. And people are very proud, those who have hired them. So if there's any challenge, yes, it's a problem and we have to take on. There's no hiding the fact. Okay, एक last question in row से भी पूछ लीजिए. हाँ, madam, आप बिल्कुल right in the middle. जल्दी 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 भागिए ना, बिल्कुल टाइम हो गया है, अभी ट्रेन छूट रही है। चलिए किसी को भी दे दिए, किसमें वो है इनिशिएटिव? अगर आप एविएशन में है तो इनिशिएटिव लेना पड़ेगा, इस तरह से नहीं चलेगा कि तू पूछ ले मैं क्यों पूछूं, वो तो फोन करके पूछ रही है। हाँ, यस मैम।
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is, what is the important things to come in the aviation industry?
कुछ और थोड़ा स्पेसिफिक पूछ लो, इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स तो देखिए सभी के सेक्टर्स में, कुछ और सोचिए, कुछ और पूछिए, सिली क्वेश्चन चलेगा, बैठ के पूछिए। ठीक है, आप सोच लिए, माइक आप ही के पास रहेगा, तब तक बालाजी करते हैं because I'm conscious of time.
I will just quickly answer the student from RGNAU. The entire 15 subjects were personally written by me, the Bachelor of Management Studies. When I wrote it, I took a lot of care not to think I am writing for an aviation professional, but I am writing for an inquisitive student who is here to take on the world and get a very good job or to do something. Again, not just restricted to job. You know, we can only be limited by our imagination. You could be creating an app that may be a big dhamaka in the world. Or you could be, you know, sort of joining another person and you could be starting something. So in other words, it's more than just getting a job, recruited in table number 42, promoted to table 43, retired on table 44. That is not life. Life is something more than that, right? It is done with maximum practical ability. As Amber correctly said, there's got to be ways in which you will be able to sort of use those knowledge in the practical world there. Okay, right. So that is on that. I'm coming to now my friend in terms of laws. I'll give you currently what is happening, which absolutely doesn't give you any headache, and how this was done in that particular area. That is the way we are going to do in United Nations. I'll tell you the example. Today, you have a ground handling agent whom you recruit, you appoint, because you are a DHL airline. Now there is something called IATA Standard Ground Handling Agreement. It has got three parts: main agreement, Annex A, Annex B. The main agreement is a typical legal document. Do you take it to your legal department? Not required. Does the handling agent take it to their legal department? Not required. Why? International laws have been so framed that it is enough if a service provider, GHA, sits with the carrier, airline, and simply get across, negotiate only the rates and the services and do it. It is so easy today that you don't even think for a moment. You know that is a big area. But in all other areas, when a trader does business with other country, every little bit of those commercial laws have got to be tied. Many countries do not either respect other countries' laws, or they say we have got our sovereignty, so we don't have to. So this paper which we created, which luckily the whole world accepted, is creating a framework of regulation to give a common legal framework. Now people cannot hide. Countries cannot escape and run away from it. Oh, I don't have the framework. No, I'm giving you the framework. So you put it in your legal systems there. And I'm very happy you asked this question. When disputes come, many United Nations laws support only the maritime area, not much aviation area. You might have heard about UNCITRAL, UNCITRAL, United Nations Convention on International Trade-related Disputes. Basically, it is arbitration. In arbitration also, UNCITRAL body has agreed with ICAO because we literally pressurized them and we made them agree that they will come and make all those changes there, which will enable, it will take all the cobwebs out of things which are holding the air cargo back, and it will make it better.
Fantastic.
I can conduct another one full day of lecture to you, but both Bhavna and Amber will hit me back. So I'm stopping.
Okay, we got 5 more minutes to go. I'll quickly move to CS Sharma ji, and if you can address the drones question also.
So right now the scheme talks about all the classification except nano category, where 250 grams is the limit. So I totally agree principally that there should be some mechanism with respect to quality interventions for that classification as well. That may be possible in future. But also I understand that entire drone ecosystem requires such interventions. For example, if we talk about the larger category of drones, there is a requirement which has been laid down. But what are the protocols which need to be set for drone users, for drone service providers? So such when ecosystem develops, we have to see that such quality protocols are required to be developed for entire ecosystem. So we have initiated in the guidance of Amber sir for product certification for drones, but same need to be replicated not only into the commercial drone sector, but one question was there from with respect to integration with defense aspect. So this is also the need of the hour. The same scheme can be leveraged in the defense sector as well.
I think, let me take up maybe a Sankshep mein, 3 questions that you have asked. I think someone asked about the innovation, someone asked about brain drain, someone asked about a train to, passenger shifting to trains. I'm an ex-banker. I'm currently a unified regulator. I'm working in Ministry of Civil Aviation, enabling the leasing. So effectively, it itself is an innovation. But the way my mind works is that I say that financial tweaking अगर आप model में कर दें, the business model बहुत change हो जाता है. I'll give you some examples of it. Today, if you see, India is laying down fastest, road network. And road network जब बन रहा है, भारत माला हम बोलते हैं. All this, आप US में देखते हैं वो हेलीकॉप्टर आता है, एम्बुलेंस से लेके जाता है. इंडिया में वो सब नहीं है, लेकिन अगर ये हाईवेज आएंगे, हाई स्पीड आएंगे, इंडिया नीड दोज एम्बुलेंसेस. वो हेली एम्बुलेंसेस के लिए हमारे पास फाइनेंसेस नहीं है, लोग नहीं है जो उसे फाइनेंस करना चाहेंगे. This leasing platform in IFSC is facilitating. As I speak, someone has already got an investment, and they're trying to bring this investment into India. And you will see this heli ambulances से आपके ये सब. This is the financial innovation which is leading into the real impact in the life. Second thing, if you think of someone talk about the brain drain, I think we studied a model when we said that हम एक aviation का ecosystem बना रहे हैं. We are looking at extremely holistic. One problem statement that came out: Indian pilots are going out to study. Probably same cost है यहाँ पढ़ने का, बाहर पढ़ने का. We said that क्यों है? तो आपके सिमुलेटर जो आता है उसका कॉस्ट आता है, कैपेक्स मॉडल है, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर. मैं कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को अगर रेंटल मॉडल में बदल दूंगा तो कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी. तो हमने एक प्रपोजल डाला एंड वी हैव इनेबल्ड इट ऑलरेडी. हमने सिमुलेटर का लीजिंग परमिट कर दिया इंडिया के अंदर. वी आर वर्किंग विद द यूएस कंपनी व्हिच इज नाउ ब्रिंगिंग सिमुलेटर्स इनटू इंडिया. वो जहाँ एक ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट बनाता है वो 10 ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट बनाएगा इंडिया के अंदर पायलट ट्रेनिंग. अभी इंडिया जो है इंपोर्टर है पायलट ट्रेनिंग सर्विसेज का. इंडिया विल बिकम एक्सपोर्टर. हम उससे कह रहे हैं बाहर के लोगों को आप गिफ्ट सिटी में आ जाओ, यहाँ जीएसटी फ्री है, यहाँ डॉलर में ले सकते हो पैसा, क्योंकि जीएसटी वहाँ आना नहीं लगता, जीएसटी नहीं लगता, टैक्स हॉलीडे है. आप वहाँ आ जाओ, बाहर के पायलट को ट्रेनिंग दो, यहाँ से वो सिमुलेटर इंस्टीट्यूट है वहाँ बना लो. तो दिस इज इनोवेशन विच इज अगेन वर्किंग ऑन द ब्रेन ड्रेन साइड. third thing we are thinking, someone spoke about drone. I went to the extent where we said that इंडिया के अंदर आपके जो एयरक्राफ्ट होते हैं जब खड़े हो जाते हैं तो उसके अंदर ऑक्सिलरी इंजन लगता है, वो क्या है फ्यूल की खपत को बचाता है. वी सेड दैट ये एकदम चलाने चाहिए, तो उसको हमने लीजिंग मॉडल ही स्ट्रक्चर कर दिया. तो दैट इज सेविंग द फ्यूल, बट वी वेंट बियॉन्ड. हमने कहा यही सब क्यों, ग्राउंड ऑफ इक्विपमेंट का ही हम लीजिंग कर देते हैं यहाँ पे, बिकॉज ग्राउंड सपोर्ट इक्विपमेंट में पूरा भारत को इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल लाना चाहिए. व्हाई आर वी रिलाइंग ऑन द ओल्ड स्ट्रक्चर्स? So we have permitted that. Right now we are structuring transaction where people are bringing electric vehicle for ground support equipment. It is going to change the way your aisle side of the airport are going to work. This is a financial structuring there. But now think about it. हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर मेरे पास जो डाटा आया वो ये है कि इंडिया के अंदर हेलीकॉप्टर ब्राजील से कम है. इंडिया के अंदर कोई भी हेलीकॉप्टर ओनर के पास डबल डिजिट में हेलीकॉप्टर नहीं है. क्यों नहीं है? बिकॉज कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर लगता है, सब लोग ऑफ बैलेंस शीट ट्रांजेक्शन करते हैं. वी आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग ए स्ट्रक्चर इनटू इट. एंड राइट नाउ वी हैव डन सम स्ट्रक्चर जहाँ भी बेंगलोर एयरपोर्ट जो आपको 2.5 घंटा लगता है जाने का, आपको बॉम्बे पुणे जाने में 2.5 घंटा लगता है, वहाँ पे आपके हेली टैक्सीज स्ट्रक्चर्स आ रहे हैं. दे आर ऑलरेडी इन प्ले. सो दीज सॉल्यूशंस आर कमिंग. आई थिंक दिस इज व्हेन यू थिंक अबाउट इनोवेशन, यू हैव टू एक्चुअली थिंक बियॉन्ड टेक्नोलॉजी. It's about regulatory innovation. It's about financial innovation, and that is how we are trying to structure some of these things. Thank you.
वाटर ड्रोन में भी मेरुत्रा साहब को क्वेश्चन था, उसमें भी वाटर ड्रोन्स में भी कैन यू सपोर्ट?
Water drones may we have not worked because, but yes, I'll give you thought what we are trying to do. Effectively, हमने कहा कि पहले आप एयरक्राफ्ट को कर लीजिए, फिर हमने कहा ग्राउंड सपोर्ट इक्विपमेंट के लीजिए, इंडिया को शिप्स चाहिए, हमने शिप्स को कर लीजिए. लेकिन वी टुक द आर्गुमेंट बियॉन्ड. इफेक्टिवली सिंपल ये आया कि आप कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को किस तरह से रेंट में चेंज कर सकते हैं. तो वहाँ पे हमने कहा इंडिया के अंदर इतने ऑयल रिग्स लगते हैं, ओशन वेसल्स, हमने कहा उसे भी यहाँ से लीजेस कर दीजिए. तो वाटर ड्रोन में अगर इस टाइप का स्ट्रक्चर आ सकता है तो yes, proposal has to come to us. We can really fit it into it, and it can become a possible solution. But I don't know how that transaction.
I think it deserves a big round of applause for what Gift City is doing. It's come out of a vision. मतलब ये देख लीजिए, अगर बड़ा सोचें तो वो 10 साल बाद हो जाता है, ठीक है ना. बट बड़ी सोच तो आज लेनी पड़ेगी ना. तो 10 साल बाद आपके बच्चे या उनके जो आपके ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन है उनका बेनिफिट होता है और जॉब क्रिएट होता है. और ये कैपेक्स मॉडल एविएशन की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि ये धन्ना सेठों का गेम है, कि इसमें बहुत पैसा लगता है. अगर इसको आम आदमी को ओनर बनाना है एयरलाइन का, अब जो विनय दुबे जी, इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू मी, बट विनय दुबे जी जो है, अब ही इज नॉट अ धन्ना सेठ, बट कहीं ना कहीं somebody is helping him with the leasing model, ताकि उनका फाइनेंस की साइड नहीं सोचना, उनको सिर्फ ऑपरेशनल साइड और कस्टमर्स और स्ट्रेटजी और ऑपरेशंस पे फोकस करना है, एफिशिएंसी फोकस करना है. द फाइनेंशियल, बिकॉज इट्स अ वेरी कैपेक्स इंटेंसिव इंडस्ट्री. कैपेक्स उसको गिफ्ट सिटी ने ये काम उठा लिया. सो आई थिंक दैट इज अ ह्यूज इनोवेशन व्हिच हैज हैपेंड. ओके, लेडीज में एनी फाइनल क्वेश्चन बिफोर वी गो टू पुलकदा? आपके पास माइक है कि नहीं है? आप लोग क्या सोच के आए थे कि चलेंगे, मजा करेंगे, लोगों से मिलेंगे, कार्ड एक्सचेंज करेंगे, सेल्फी लेंगे, अच्छा अच्छा खाना खाएंगे, और फिर चलिए फाइनली एक लेडी से इधर भेज दिया? नहीं, ओनली अब लेडीज, आई एम सॉरी. भावना जी ने बिल्कुल अब 2 चिट बना दी है, वो बस भेजने वाली है गंदी गंदी अब्यूज के साथ.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
सॉरी, गुड आफ्टरनून.
क्या खाया है भाई तुमने?
सॉरी, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन. माय नेम इज पीयूष शर्मा. आपने जैसा कहा कि सबको बड़ी सोच रखनी पड़ती है, बड़ी सोच रखनी चाहिए, पर अभी जैसे मैं अभी विलेज से हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा बड़े एरिया से नहीं हूँ. तो हमारे मैं प्लखवा से, तो वहाँ पे मतलब अभी कई एविएशन में है जहाँ स्कर्ट्स हैं. तो हमारे घर वाले कई जने हैं, जैसे मेरे दोस्त हैं, वो एज अ कैबिन क्रू या उसमें एयर होस्टेस में आना चाहते हैं, पर उनके घर वाले सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं और उनके पेरेंट्स सपोर्ट नहीं करते, क्योंकि उनके स्कर्ट कई जगह इसमें एयरपोर्ट्स में है जो स्कर्ट्स कंपलसरी हैं, और है उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बिकॉज एवरीवन जो बाहर से आते हैं फॉरेनर्स एंड एवरी मैन सी देम. Still my parents also have this that you cannot go in cabin crew because of the skirt and every man have to see you.
देखिए, वो प्रॉब्लम आपने बड़ी जेन्युइन कही है. एक्चुअली दिस इज नॉट द राइट फोरम, बट ये जेन्युइन है. वी वांट मोर एंड मोर लेडीज टू कम. रेस्ट शुड नॉट बी अ की फोकस. ओके, एंड आपने दंगल देखी? तो अगर वो फोगट बहनें भी तो बिल्कुल गांव से आई थी, तो वहाँ उनको तो ड्रेस में स्कर्ट्स भी नहीं होती, वो तो बिल्कुल ही. आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू एनी कंट्रोवर्शियल कन्वर्सेशन हियर, बट लेट्स जस्ट से वो तो कुश्ती में तो और भी अलग टाइप की ड्रेस होती है. पेरेंट्स सपोर्टिव है, इसमें भी होगा. आपने शुरुआत करी है, आपको देखते हम भी छोटे शहर से आए, मेरी वाइफ भी छोटे शहर से आई थी, हमने भी मेहनत करी. आज मेरी बेटी भी यूएस में नौकरी कर रही है, ठीक है ना. तो अब देखिए सपोर्ट तो करना पड़ेगा
Yes.
और पेरेंट्स को सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। गांव में सिर्फ एक लड़की को नाम कमाना है, जब पूरा गांव के चौधरी साहब आ जाएंगे, पंचायत लेके भाई देखो इस बच्ची ने तो हमारा नाम रोशन कर दिया, तो फिर उसी से क्रिएट होगा ना रेवोल्यूशन। देखिए ओवरनाइट तो आएगी नहीं, टाइम लगेगा उसमें,
Yes.
ठीक है। बट ग्रेट क्वेश्चन,
Thank you.
बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर द लेडी and all those girls who are breaking out of those stereotypes। और वो जो गांव की और छोटे गांव क्या बड़े शहरों में भी होता है भाई, बड़े शहरों में भी बड़ी ये सब थिंकिंग होती है। तो जो बेड़ियां और ये हथकड़ियां बेड़ियां तोड़ के बाहर आ रही हैं।
हेलो सर।
अरे भाई खत्म तो करी, इतनी बढ़िया स्पीच दे रहा है यार। हाँ वो तो जोश में आ गया यार। तेरे को कौन स्कर्ट नहीं पहनने दे रहा, ले गया उसको यहाँ पर। चलिए हाँ ओके, जेंट्स के साथ विल नॉट टेक क्वेश्चंस, विल टेक इट आफ्टर द क्लास बिकॉज़ पुलकदा इज वेटिंग, एवरीबॉडी हैज टू गो। हम आफ्टर द शो विल टॉक टू यू। लेडीज में एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? अब आपको जोश आया, राइटिस्ट को तो आ गया, लेफ्टिस्ट को आ गया, सेंट्रिस्ट चुप है। चलिए भाई इधर से वी सी सम लेडीज हियर आल्सो, एनी क्वेश्चंस? नो क्वेश्चंस। चलिए पुलकदा आप, यू द बेस्ट फॉर लास्ट। नहीं एमआरओ में आई थिंक वो सेफ्टी वाला दिखा था, डिफेंस में भी सेफ्टी तो एनीवे सेफ्टी।
Aviation itself is a safety conscious thing. We don't allow, there are checks. I'll give you an example of 200 hours, 300 hours and 500 hours checks. Even it is 199 hours, you will have to ground the aircraft. Safety cannot be compromised in aviation. To answer my friend's question that railway accidents, railway is also a very safe mode of transport. Aviation has bettered itself, and the current railway minister is doing more effort in making railway also safe. So if you see, I don't see any commercial plane accident in a decade now, more than a decade. Does that answer your question? Ground safety is also followed. DGC is also regulating. There are auditors in the company who will report the system that DGC has made.
Pulakda, can I add 2 points on ground? IOSA, IATA operational safety audit is a mandatory audit every 2 years. If you don't do, your airline will be stopped from flying. This is for ground personnel. Second is ISAGO. That is for all the ground handling agents. If they don't go through ISAGO, their company has to be closed. Again, why I'm saying it clearly is I was very fortunate to be one of the people who created the IOSA standards and ISAGO standards. So, and not only that, there were complaints that some of the ISAGO and IOSA auditors were not up to the thing. So we created standards, strict standards for even auditors who can become an auditor of such things. So these things are not taken lightly at all. As Pulakda rightly said, if you don't breathe safety, don't come to this industry.
And just to add to what Bala Saab said, आप देखिए कि कुछ अभी airlines had some financial difficulties and COVID, lots of issues, engine issues, and some of them had to stop operations for a certain time. Even then, just because they got the money doesn't mean they can start overnight. It goes through a long audit process after a regular airline is stopped from operating. Okay, and they can restart only after they get all the necessary permissions. It's a long process. Okay, so I think we'll stop here, and thank you so much, Baba. Sorry, sir. No, good point. I thought Sharma ji karenge, but Sharma ji ne Sharma gaye. No, bilkul agreed. And I believe then there were some friends from Noida International Airport. जो जी नए airports आ रहे हैं. Yes, of course. Okay, of course. Fantastic. So I'm sure you've taken note of it. Please do keep. आपको कितनी जमीन चाहिए बताओ जी, अभी फैसला कर देते हैं। 20 एकड़, 25 एकड़, 50 एकड़। Right. नहीं, so absolutely. तो अभी तक तो नहीं है, but आप देखो ना हेलीकॉप्टर तक लैंड नहीं करा सकते आप पालम में, जबकि 5000 एकड़ जमीन है। But I think फ्यूचर डिजाइंस, नहीं एब्सोल्युटली राइट, फ्यूचर डिजाइंस में बैंगलोर में अब शुरू होएगा, जैसे आपने बताया ना कि वो एयरपोर्ट से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिटी तक जो अब 1-1.5 घंटे लग सकते थे, आपको 12 मिनट में पहुंचा देते हैं। तो 12 और 1.5 घंटे में बहुत फर्क है, स्पेशली फॉर समर। उसमें आप 2 मीटिंग और कर लो, है ना, गेट मोर बैंग फॉर द बक। जो न्यू एयरपोर्ट्स आ रहे हैं, जेवर में आ रहा है, नोएडा हमारा आ रहा है, और ये मुंबई सेकंड एयरपोर्ट है, कितने गोवा सेकंड एयरपोर्ट। आई एम श्योर एवरीवेयर पीपल आर नॉट कॉन्शियस कि द फ्यूचर इज अबाउट ड्रोन्स एंड ड्रोन टैक्सीज helicopters. So we have to do multimodal airports. Now airports are not just for fixed wing coming and going. So kahin par we missed our helicopter bus, if I can use the word helicopter bus, but or Pawan Hans maybe that's why we struggled. जबकि खुद सरकार की 100% owned company आपकी owned है by public of people of India. Yet there are challenges. So हमने हेलीकॉप्टर में बहुत मिस किया है. एक जो साहब ने बात बताई ना कि वो एक साओ पाउलो छोटा सा शहर में इंडिया का कम से कम दुगना तिगुना तो सिर्फ एक शहर साओ पाउलो ब्राजील में होगा. So I think it's a loss for us and we should do it. गुड़गांव में भी बात हो रही है to create a ring, this thing, ring rail या ring road है, ऐसी ring helicopter network भी होना चाहिए. So all that will happen. मेहरोता साहब अब रोक देते हैं because हाँ. देखिए पहले तो 300 किलो तक अलाउड था, अब 500 किलो चला गया है एंड उसका जो अब लिफ्टिंग आप समझ लीजिए 1/5 लगा लीजिए. अगर 500 किलो मैक्सिमम ड्रोन है तो 100-150 तक उठा सकता है. फौज में उसकी बड़ी जरूरत है, खासकर जब गलवान वाला हुआ था क्राइसिस इंडो चाइना वाला, तो दे आर लुकिंग फॉर ड्रोन्स. एनी यंगस्टर्स हु वांट्स टू गेट इनटू कार्गो ड्रोन्स. तो सिविल में तो थोड़ा सा नेचुरली डिफिकल्ट होगा, सिटी के अंदर ड्रोन्स लाना बड़ा रिस्की होता है ना, तो हवा नीचे बच्चे खेल रहे हैं, ओके, फैमिलीज हैं, छोटे झोपड़पट्टी के ऊपर से आप निकाल लो, कोई 20 किलो गिर गया तो इट कैन क्रिएट प्रॉब्लम्स. ओके, बट जो लेह लद्दाख में तो कोई गांव ही नहीं है ना, लेह लद्दाख में तो खुला हुआ है. वहां पर तो उनको जो हमारे बहादुर फौजी बैठे हैं ऊपर, उनको दे हैव टू टेक फूड, केरोसिन, एम्यूनिशन, मेडिसिन्स. ओके, दे डेस्परेटली, आर्मी डिजाइन ब्यूरो है विच इज डिजाइन्ड प्राइमरली फॉर मेक इन इंडिया. आर्मी का एक बहुत बड़ा, जस्ट इस प्लेटफॉर्म इतना बढ़िया पीएचडी चेंबर्स ने दिया है, तो मैं बता दूं आपकी जानकारी के लिए, आर्मी, नेवी, एयरफोर्स में तीनों में मेक इन इंडिया विंग्स हैं. वो बहुत फ्रेंडली हैं. दे एक्चुअली वैसे होंगे मेजर जनरल, वाइस एडमिरल, रियर एडमिरल लेवल के, बट वो ओपनली आपको बुलाते हैं कि आप सेना भवन आओ जी, हमारे साथ गल करो, ठीक है ना, एंड वील टेल यू व्हाट वी वांट, बिकॉज़ वी कांट डेवलप. दे आर नॉट इनोवेटर्स, दे आर फाइटर्स. वो कहते हैं बता किसको उठाना हम उठा देंगे उसको या खत्म कर देंगे, बट टेक्नोलॉजी विल कम फ्रॉम यू, द इंडस्ट्री. फाइनेंस विल कम फ्रॉम गिफ्ट सिटी, राइट? सो Army Design Bureau, they are very keen. When I was in the ministry, they used to regularly, and many of these big companies, जिसका भी Idea Forge का इतना बड़ा IPO हुआ है, वो primarily आर्मी के ऑर्डर से बना है. सिविलियन ऑर्डर्स तो अब आएंगे. हाँ, DRDO इनके साथ आप करिए कोलैबोरेट, एंड देयर इज अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी, स्पेशली कार्गो ड्रोन्स. वो कहते हैं 10 किलो 20 किलो, वो 20 बाई 20 बोलते हैं, 20 किलो इंटू 20 किलोमीटर, 30 किलो इंटू 30 किलोमीटर आप दे दो. रेडीमेड मार्केट है, रेडी टू पे, इमरजेंसी प्रोक्योरमेंट बेसिस पर. तो होता है ना कि फौज में टेंडर बहुत टाइम लगता है. Okay, so we'll close now.
Cargo drone में 60 tons का cargo drone research as well as the drawing board work is going on in San Francisco. Their ultimate aim is 110-ton drone. I'm not dreaming. I'm stating the obvious because again I'm connected with that company. 110-ton drone drawing board में चल रहा है. 60-ton drone भी quite a bit is happening there.
And even the Prime Minister has given us a challenge कि वो even ship से, ये जो हमारे मछुआरे भाई आते हैं, कि वो उतरता है, फिर वो बस में जाएगा, ट्रक में जाएगा, इसमें जाएगा, खराब हो जाती है, फिश की वैल्यू गिर जाती है. तो इफ यू कैन हैव ड्रोन्स व्हिच टेक इट स्ट्रेट फ्रॉम द पोर्ट, फ्रेश कैच आया, पूरे गांव का फिश उठी और सीधा वो एक्सपोर्ट प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर में, प्रॉन्स वॉन्स जो है एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट के लिए तुरंत चले आए, तो उसकी वैल्यू बढ़ जाती है. ओके, रादर देन 5-6 घंटे बाद धड़ 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 सड़क पे पहुंच रहा मंडी. Okay, so and then he says go to the next level. Why should a ship even, I mean a boat even come to the shores? Why can't they just come in the, be moored in the high seas, और वहां से आप उनकी fresh catch लेके सीधा उसको export processing center में ले जाओ, ताकि वो ship फिर वहीं से लौट जाएगा बजाय वहां पे आने के. I think it's been a great, I think we unfortunately we overshot the time. We wanted to do a on time, but I think you guys have been so interactive and questioning. हमने तो वोरा जी और अपने 10 दोस्तों को जबरदस्ती बिठाया था यहाँ पे कि भाई कम से कम स्टेज पे अगर 6 लोग हैं या 7 लोग हैं तो कम से कम 10 तो नीचे होने चाहिए. बट थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग बैक. ओके, तो नॉर्मली लंच के बाद सीधा कल्टी मारते हैं हम, ठीक है ना, हम भी ऐसे ही करते थे. तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग. यू बीन अ ग्रेट ऑडियंस एंड बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज. Thank you so much. And last but not the least, to all our eminent panelists who come from different places, from a busy schedule to spend time and share their wisdom, bringing decades of wisdom, a big round of applause for them.
And also a huge round of applause for Ambarji also.
Last but not the least, PhD Chambers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And before I call our chair and co-chair for felicitating our domain experts, there's a small 2-minute presentation. We are doing one India Airport program with Radical Communication. This is India Airport International Expo and Conference on Airport Technology. I request Kunal Upadhyay to kindly come and briefly tell about this new project.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. And I have been sitting here since morning. Almost everybody came here and talking about various topics. They are sharing their thoughts. They are sharing their problems, especially. But I would like to tell you that everybody must have this leaflet with them in their kit. So this is particularly an exhibition that we have been. This is going to be our second edition, where all the issues, all the things that were discussed today, and we are just trying to give a small solution with that. This particular platform that we are trying to provide, that where we are covering major three parts, where the technology, service, and infrastructure. So these three things that everybody is aiming to have, that some five-star kind of airports, five-star kind of facilities that we want. So this is the initiative where definitely everybody whosoever are entrepreneurs or company, that they can come with us, they can exhibit with us. And the majority of you as of now here, they can visit our show, they can meet the companies. There will be a platform where you can exchange cards, you can exchange thoughts, and also the technology, you can do MOUs and everything. So there'll be, this is the presentation. I won't keep you for long. So it's just in the airport, the second edition. It is going to be on 21st to 23rd of November. I think it's not working. I think I already spoke majority of things. You can play the video. Yeah, so Radical Communication that I represent, IFW Expo, it's one of the German company that is our partner. GATE is one of the, GATE Alliance is the technology association of Germany and Europe. And obviously industry partner is PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries, that they are looking after 2 days of seminars and organizing such a beautiful environment for the exhibition and conference and summit. So yeah, so please do support us. And you can get in touch with me and also Bhavna Madam for your participation in any ways. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karnal. I will request Vora Saab and Mr. Michael to kindly come and dais and felicitate our panelist with the memento from PhD Chamber. Mr. Rajan Sehgal, Mr. C.S. Sharma, Mr. Pulak, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Mr. Abhinav Jain. Mr. Rajan Sehgal. And to our dashing moderator, one and only one, Mr. Ambar Dubey. A big round of applause. Yeah, let's have a group photograph with all the panelists, please. Please come in the front. We also have a lucky draw for all the people who have sat for the whole day. We'll be taking out 3 cards. There's a gift hamper also. Let's see who gets this prize. We can have group photograph and a request our panelists to kindly take of these cards also. So we have Mr. B.K. Mehrotra. Mr. Sudhir Keshavani, who is a diplomat, I think. Yeah, you can take it. तीसरा अब अंबर साहब के लिए आपको जो लगता है जो सबसे बढ़िया क्वेश्चन था सबसे बढ़िया I'll call Airborne Air Hostess Academy. This faculty member, Ms. Neha Talwar. and some of the students to kindly come on the dais and take the certificates.